Grace Turner immediately caught on, straightening her back. That Duncan girl isn't exactly innocent either. She was willing. It's not fair to pin it all on Ethan. Samuel Dalton was so furious he started choking on his own breath, coughing so hard he couldn't even get a full sentence out. Watching this mother and son pair put on such a ridiculous act, Samuel felt like even getting mad wasn't worth it anymore. He could only keep waving his hand, silently begging them to take their circus act somewhere out of his sight before they gave him a heart attack on the spot. Reading his expression, Grace tugged Ethan Turner along and got them out of there fast. "Can't you just act decent for once in front of your dad?" she snapped as they walked off, frustration written all over her face. She was beyond anxious. If Samuel suddenly kicked the bucket one of these days, all those years she'd spent wouldn't just go up in smoke. They wouldn't see a single cent of the Dalton estate. Just the thought of that made her blood boil. In Heisu City, the helicopter touched down smoothly a little after 10. As soon as Clare Alton stepped off, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the coastal air. There was something different about seaside cities, a freshness she hadn't felt in a while. Compared to the crowded streets of Pingsong Port with its traffic and haze, this was a welcome change. "You like it here?" Lucas Dalton walked up, slipping his hand into hers. Clare turned her head slightly, smile soft and bright. "Anywhere's fine, as long as you're with me." Her job had her bouncing from city to city anyway, never really settling down. She'd gotten used to the drifting, but her answer clearly struck a chord with Lucas. "You really mean that?" he asked, wrapping an arm around her waist, his eyes darkening a little. Clare gave a tiny nod, lips curving. Their relationship wasn't some tearjerker movie plot, but it had its fair share of fireworks. Lucas had brought new things into her life that she never expected. If anyone asked whether this love was worth it, she'd definitely say yes. Just as Lucas was about to say something else, his phone buzzed with a call. He frowned. "Give me a sec," he muttered, stepping off to the side to answer. "What's going on?" It was the butler from the Dalton family estate, sounding weary. "Mr. Lucas, your father's not doing well again, worse than any of the previous years. Maybe you could come home and take a look." Lucas gave a cold laugh. "Doesn't he have his wife and son by his side? Why's he looking for me? I'm no doctor." He couldn't care less about Samuel's condition, and he wasn't shy about it either. Truth be told, whether Samuel lived or died made zero difference to Lucas anymore. "I get it, but end of the day, he is your father," the butler said quietly. "Those two from the Turner family are a piece of work, and I can't do much on my own. I'm just worried this whole house might fall apart one day." The butler had always favored Lucas, the actual heir, but he was just a servant. His opinion meant little. Honestly, he wouldn't have even made the call if he hadn't overheard Grace trying to manipulate Samuel into handing over the estate to Ethan. That was just a step too far. Lucas understood what he was getting at and looked down slightly. "Got it. I'll come back in a few days." "Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Sorry to bother you." The butler quickly ended the call, not daring to waste more of Lucas's time. When Lucas came back, there was a tiny shift in his expression. Clare quickly picked up on. "Did something happen?" she asked, watching him carefully. Lucas blinked. "Why do you ask? Even though you're trying hard to hide it, these eyes of mine are sharp, okay?" Clare Alton pinched his wrist lightly. "Want to tell me what's on your mind?" That heaviness in Lucas Dalton's chest eased a little, just because of her smile. Letting out a small laugh, he grabbed her hand. "First things first, I'm taking you to the beauty salon I booked." "A beauty salon?" Clare instantly remembered the time he mentioned skincare. "So you really think my skin's bad, huh?" "Hey, I never said that," he explained. "This skincare expert is top-notch, like famous internationally. A bunch of Hollywood celebs line up to see her. She's just in Heisu City right now, so I got Matthew to book a slot for you. No harm trying, right?" Claire's eyes twinkled. "Then how about you join me? Get some hydration or something?" "I'm a guy. Do I really need that?" "Of course. If I keep looking fresh and you start getting wrinkles, that's going to make you look extra old," she teased. It was meant as a joke, but Lucas actually took it to heart. When they met the skincare specialist, Clare got swept away straight onto the treatment bed for a full pro-level facial. While an assistant helped cleanse her skin, Lucas was off chatting with the expert. So, do I look like I'm getting wrinkles? Is my skin okay? Do I look too old? Apparently, Claire's "you're looking old" comment had really rattled him. Lucas had a few years on Claire and already felt a bit insecure around her because she was so amazing. Hearing the word old, immediate panic mode. Old, absolutely not happening. The skincare expert was super professional though. She didn't blink at this grown man fussing over his skin. Instead, she gave him genuine advice and even offered a free treatment, done by her personally. Claire, ever the sweetheart, insisted he go first. Lucas didn't argue much and ended up lying on the treatment bed, getting all kinds of stuff done: hydration, anti-wrinkle, eye area treatments, basic glow-up kit. Claire laughed so hard she almost cramped her stomach trying not to burst. While Lucas lay there with a glitzy gold facial mask slapped on, she quietly snapped a pic, holding back a smile. She even managed to angle it so his arm casually rested behind her waist in the shot, like he just couldn't stop being close. "Hey, can I post this on Weibo?" Claire leaned in from the side. Lucas didn't even open his eyes. "Go for it. You're really okay with it? Not embarrassed?" That made him open his eyes. Lucas Dalton embarrassed? Nah, post away. Alrighty then. Claire posted it for real. Captioned it, "Today's skincare session, Mr. Dalton showing up in person, full support." Matthew instantly reposted it and even tossed it into his friend circle. "Let me see." Lucas held his hand out. Claire handed him the phone. He glanced at it and nodded approvingly. Not bad. At least I don't look too middle-aged." Claire chuckled. "What's wrong with being a middle-aged guy? I'm into that kind of vibe." Lucas's gaze settled on her, deep, intense, full of something unspoken. "Claire," he said. "Yeah?" With a low, serious voice he asked, "How much longer do you think it'll be before you'd say yes to getting married?" The beautician who handled Lucas Dalton's facial treatment personally kept smiling the whole time, clearly entertained by their conversation. When the topic of marriage came up again, Claire Alton gripped her phone tighter, like she wasn't sure how to respond. Lucas picked up on her hesitation and quickly veered the topic elsewhere. "Make sure you get a good look at my face later. See if there's any difference." The beautician lowered her head slightly, chuckling. "Mr. Dalton, I'm a beautician, not a magician." Claire burst out laughing. Seeing her laugh, Lucas finally relaxed a bit. Yeah, he needed to try a little harder. His girlfriend was clearly still lacking a sense of security. After going through the whole skincare routine, Lucas nearly dozed off. Then it was Claire's turn to lie down. She couldn't help but notice the mask being prepared for her face. It shimmered gold, catching the light just right. "Wait, is that gold?" she asked, surprised. The beautician smiled, nodding. "Yep, just gold dust, handmade and all natural." Claire took a breath. "How much does that cost?" "And they're using two at once?" Then she remembered who she was dating, right? With Lucas's net worth, she probably didn't need to stress about that sort of stuff. The moment the beautician started working her magic, Claire had to admit, this woman was good. Even just a face massage felt so soothing, it almost knocked her out. When it was all done and Claire sat up, she caught sight of Lucas standing in front of the full-length mirror, staring at his reflection like he was analyzing a major financial report. "See anything different?" she asked, walking over. Lucas met her eyes in the mirror and muttered, "Honestly, no." Good thing the beautician didn't hear that. Otherwise, she'd probably have launched into a full skincare lecture for these two novices. Lucas had already told Matthew White to cover the bill, so they were sent off with an exceptionally warm farewell and left the salon together. "Let's grab food first," Lucas said. "Then later we can check out that famous temple here in Heisu City, around 8 or 9. "You really into that kind of stuff?" Claire asked, clearly surprised. Thinking about the God of Wealth statue at his family home, it was kind of wild to her that someone like Lucas, basically a poster child for science and logic, would believe in anything remotely mystical. Lucas replied, "Sometimes you just want a bit of peace of mind, you know? Honestly, I don't even know if it actually works. But as long as I'm not bothering anyone, I can believe in whatever. And hey, the temple's open to the public. No harm in checking it out." Claire didn't mind. She was just genuinely curious that a guy like Lucas was into that sort of thing. At the restaurant, Lucas didn't go for the whole private room thing. He thought a livelier space felt more down to earth. After all, having 10 bodyguards follow your every step and clearing out entire rooms wasn't exactly fun. Matthew White and the bodyguards were seated elsewhere, not too far away. Lucas had picked a window seat specially, giving them a prime view of Heisu City. And as the sun dipped down, the city looked stunning. There were flowers and trees all over the place. Some trees had these long, cascading branches that swayed gently in the wind, with colorful petals fluttering down from who knows where. Pair that with the soft glow of tasteful neon lights along the streets, and it really did look like something out of a fairy tale. 6:10 p.m. They had just picked up their chopsticks when a sudden glow appeared in the corner of their eyes. Everyone in the restaurant instinctively turned to look outside. Among them were some out-of-towners who gasped loudly, "It's time for the lights in Heisu City to come on. Wow, that's gorgeous." The city, which was dim just a second ago, lit up all at once. The sudden brightness was honestly kind of breathtaking. Not just the street lamps, decorative lights in the greenery flicked on too. It really was beautiful. Lucas Dalton glanced at Clare Alton and asked, "How does it feel seeing this?" Definitely a romantic scene. From the thrilled squeals of nearby girls, you'd think their phone screens were going to crack from all the rapid tapping on the camera button. Claire rested her chin on her hand as she enjoyed the view of newly lit up Heisu City, then said seriously, "Our national power grid? Absolutely top-tier stuff." At that moment, the imaginary little Lucas standing inside Lucas Dalton's mind was scratching his head like crazy. "I'm trying to be romantic here and my girlfriend's in awe over infrastructure." The little guy ran up to Lucas's mental control center and started yelling, "Dude, can you please get in touch with the little person in your girlfriend's head and ask them to connect the romance circuit? Like ASAP?" Lucas had no choice but to force a smile. "Yeah, it's really impressive. Lighting up a whole city that fast. Definitely something to be proud of. Right? I knew you'd agree." Claire nodded, totally absorbed in her own thoughts. "You're such a model citizen, Claire." Lucas said with actual sincerity. She blinked at him. "Really? Absolutely." He picked some food for her. "Enough about national greatness. Eat. Haven't you been starving all day?" "I've been busy admiring your beautiful face all day. No time to be hungry." Lucas's hand froze midair, still holding onto his chopsticks, his expression twitching a little. "Me? Beautiful face?" He squinted at her. "Are you talking about me?" Claire held back a laugh. "Lucas, can you act a little more normal?" "So, this means you think I'm handsome? Duh. Can't you see those girls over there? Pretending to take pictures of the night view, but sneaking you into their shots too." Claire didn't miss much. She'd noticed that right away. Lucas didn't even glance at them. His brows furrowed slightly. "You're not jealous?" "Jealous of what?" Claire took a bite, swallowed, then said calmly, "They think you look good? That just means I've got great taste, and you? A handsome and amazing guy choosing someone like me as your girlfriend? That's an even bigger compliment. So why would I be jealous?" Her words looked like she was complimenting herself, but really, she was giving Lucas a pretty solid ego boost too. CEO Lucas Dalton, deeply satisfied. He let out a long breath. "Putting Sophia McFerson by your side, one of my best life decisions." "What now?" Claire blinked, confused about this random change of topic. "Ever since you started hanging out with Sophia, you've gotten way better at saying sweet stuff. The old Claire, never this complimentary." Claire chuckled as she picked up a call from an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" The other end was silent. She glanced at the screen. "Hello? Anyone there?" Still nothing, so Claire just hung up. "Who was it?" Lucas asked casually. "No idea. Didn't say a word." Right as she finished, the same number popped up again on the screen. "Hello?" Clare Alton's tone was noticeably cooler this time. "Seriously, is prank calling still a thing these days?" But on the other end of the line, a hoarse male voice quickly responded. "Claire?" That voice made her heart skip. "Kevin McFerson?" His voice might have been rough, but there was no mistaking it. Claire instantly dropped any hint of warmth. "Why are you calling me?" She didn't even bother with a "what's up?" Why would she care if he had something to say? Even if he did, it had nothing to do with her anymore. "I broke up with Olivia. I messed up. I really screwed up. I hurt you, and I know that now. I was wrong. You got your revenge, and we can move on from this. Please forgive me. Let's start over, okay? Kevin sounded wrecked, either sick or just emotionally drained. His voice trembled like his regret was eating him alive. Claire had never seen this side of him. For a second, she froze. Not hearing a flat-out rejection, Kevin thought he saw hope. He started talking faster, desperate. Claire, I swear, I get it now. After seeing Olivia fall apart, I realized how damn good you were to me and how badly I messed it up. I know you're not the kind of person who just chases after money. You're with Lucas Dalton just to piss me off, right? It's okay. I get it. I'm not mad. Can we please just go back to how things were? Where are you? I'll come find you, okay? That snapped her out of it. Listening to Kevin's pathetic guilt trip and that gross confidence of his, Claire couldn't help but let out a laugh, more out of anger than amusement. The moment he heard her laugh, Kevin laughed too, all hopeful. I knew you still loved me. 2 years together. There's no way you let go just like that. Kevin McFerson, Claire said his name coldly. And just like that, Kevin went silent on the other end. Across the dining table, Lucas Dalton slowly looked up at her, his usual gentle gaze sharpened like a knife. Was it Olivia that gave you this delusional confidence that whoever you want to be with, you just can? Claire's eyes were filled with disgust as she spoke, each word slicing through Kevin. The thing I regret most in my 20-something years is getting involved with you. And the best decision I ever made? Choosing Lucas. Don't kid yourself thinking I still have feelings for you. Those 2 years, long gone. Not only am I over it, I'm about to marry him. Kevin, do me a favor. Stay the hell away from me. She didn't hold back one bit. Furious, she hung up and immediately blocked the number. When she looked up again, Lucas was staring straight at her, intense and quiet. She panicked a little and quickly said, I never reached out to him. I blocked him before. He got through with another number and What did you just say? Lucas suddenly got up and walked over, eyes fixed only on her, voice a little rushed. Did you just say you're about to marry me? She'd blurted that out mostly to shut Kevin up. But looking at Lucas now, his face lit with hope and nervous excitement, Claire couldn't bring herself to deny it. She avoided his intense gaze, her voice low. I'm not against marrying you, but for real? Lucas Dalton suddenly squatted in front of her, gripping her hands tight, his eyes nearly sparkling. You really mean it? Did I hear that right? Can we do it next month? Claire Alton glanced down at the man crouched before her. Get up, there are people everywhere. But Lucas never cared about what others thought. He just wanted an answer fast. Name the day. Whenever you want, just say it. It's not that. Claire was thrown off by how excited he was. We're still young. What's the rush? I'm not going anywhere. And we haven't been together that long. You don't even fully know me yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, okay? You made an impulsive move, and now you're stopping me from doing the same? Exactly. I've learned from mine. That's why I'm telling you to slow down. Claire leaned in, their foreheads touching. Her tone softened, sweet and gentle. Lucas, I want your life to be full of good things. So right now, I want to work hard. I want the day we get married to be one where no one questions your choice because of me. Being with you, it's a lot of pressure. Can you try to understand that? Lucas's excitement cooled under her words. He stared into her eyes, catching that flicker of emotion she tried to hide, and it tugged hard at his heart. So, it's because what I give isn't enough? That's why you're overthinking? Huh? I mean it, Lucas said seriously. Could you just, maybe, try being the kind of girl who lets the guy take care of everything? Even if it's just a little? Claire blinked. That almost sounds like a dream request. Are you hearing yourself? Just live on my dime, stay in my place. I'll get you a job if that's what you want. You won't need to worry about a damn thing. Just say you'll marry me, and that's it. Can't we do it that way? Claire was fiercely independent. She didn't advertise it. But Lucas felt it loud and clear. To him, though, Claire was already amazing as she was. If she got any better someday, she'd probably dump him. Staring at him in disbelief, Claire said, Lucas, are you serious? Why would I ever leave you? You're incredible. There are plenty of rich guys out there, but a badass pilot like you don't come across that every day. Ever heard of supply and demand? Claire rolled her eyes. Babe, can we not turn this into a compliment war? Lucas, who'd been squatting so long his legs were going numb, froze mid-stand. Did you just call me? Claire stopped, realizing she accidentally used the nickname she usually tossed around when goofing with Emily Dalton. Wait, no. That was nothing. Promise me then, Lucas pressed on. Promise what? That from now on you'll lean on me. My job's off limits. That was her bottom line. Lucas gritted his teeth. Fine. Only the next day, Claire started regretting everything. Possibly even more than Kevin McFerson ever did. Right after breakfast at the hotel, Lucas handed her a card and made it crystal clear. Not much on it. You have to spend the entire amount today. If you don't, we're heading back to Ping Song Port and getting married. By the time lunch rolled around, after dragging herself through shopping bags and price tags, Claire finally realized her definition of not much money was nothing like Lucas Dalton's. Absolutely nothing. And it was both hilariously frustrating. As a pilot, Claire Alton had endured countless physical training sessions without so much as flinching. But now, one shopping spree with Lucas Dalton and she felt like throwing up. Dragging Lucas to a stop, she grabbed the handle of the nearby luxury store like it was a life raft, her eyes full of desperation. Chairman Dalton, can we just stop buying stuff? She wasn't kidding. She was out of steam, completely wiped out. Even Matthew White, following behind, had run out of hands to carry bags. Good thing they brought 2 bodyguards today, who now looked like moving mannequins buried under mountains of shopping bags. Claire had chosen the priciest items every time, yet that black card still hadn't run dry. It was devastating, exhausting. But shockingly, the one who should have been bored stiff, Lucas, looked like he'd just discovered a new hobby. His eyes sparkled. There's a jewelry shop over there. Want to take a peek? Claire sharply pointed at one of the bodyguards. He's already carrying everything. Lucas rested his chin on his hand, a hint of mischief in his smile. Claire, at this rate, you'll never finish spending it all. And the Oaken finish line, getting a marriage license. Without another word, Claire bolted like she was doing sprint drills again, leaving Matthew calling after her, Captain Alton, slow down! Lucas just laughed as he strolled after her. Today's Claire was different. First time ever spending money like it grew on trees. Half running through the glitzy retail street, she suddenly skidded to a stop by a flower stand where a young girl was selling roses. She stepped up. One, please. The girl blinked, momentarily stunned by Claire's looks and aura, then picked out the plushest, most perfect rose and handed it over. 10 yuan, miss. I take WeChat, cash, card, whatever works for you. The girl pulled out a QR code, a coin pouch, and even an official-looking card reader. Claire blinked. This generation was clearly on another level. The flower girl grinned. They're from our shop just down the road. Card readers from the store too. Totally legit. Claire quickly fished out Lucas's card. Mind if I do it myself? She asked. Sure. The girl handed it over without hesitation. Claire keyed in a string of numbers and tapped OK with impressive speed. The girl didn't even check. 10 yuan was hardly worth fussing over. But it wasn't long after Claire left that the girl's boss called, sounding somewhere between frantic and horrified. Are you robbing people now? Huh? What are you talking about? She asked, confused. There's a 10,000 yuan charge just hit our account. It clicked. That pretty lady. Now standing in a high-end watch store like she owned the place, Claire didn't even blink, pointing at both the men's and women's displays. Pack everything up. It took a couple of confirmations before the staff realized she wasn't kidding. Then the room buzzed as they cheerfully got to work. Today was jackpot day. While waiting for the packaging chaos to finish, Claire casually pulled out her phone and started ranting in the private group chat with her girl squad. It was just her, group admin Sophia McFerson, Emily Dalton, and Lily. She barely typed out a few lines before Sophia popped up with a voice note. Captain, sis-in-law, please drag me along next time if you have to suffer like this. I'm more than willing to be your sidekick, no complaints whatsoever. Claire Alton chuckled. You still have work, remember? Work? What work? Compared to seeing you happy, nothing else matters. Sophia practically ground her teeth. Because while they were stuck at work, Claire was out there living the dream. shopping like crazy. Nothing like comparing lives to make someone lose their mind. "What's up?" Emily Dalton mumbled, trudging downstairs half asleep. Sophia laid on the couch like she had no soul left. Emily was just as dead inside and flopped down next to her in defeat. After a long silence, she muttered like she'd given up on life. "I'm so tired. I could sleep for a year. Do we really have to work this miserable B shift?" Sophia finally sat up, forcing herself to stay awake. Yeah, no escape from the B shift. Then, when they got wind of Claire's suffering, Emily's eyes practically sparkled with jealousy. She gritted her teeth while fussing with her hair. "When my brother gets back, I'm making him hook me up with some loaded big shot too. I want to shop till I drop like that." Sophia glanced at her and didn't sugarcoat it. "Yeah, right. With your brain? Even if someone handed you a black card, you'd probably need a calculator just to count how many zeros are on it." "Was that really necessary, Sophia?" Emily fumed, storming out the door with her. Sophia didn't even turn her head. "Just stating facts here. Your facts suck. See? So uncivilized." At the terminal just before boarding, Fiona King walked over with a smile and handed Sophia a bottle of water. "Chief, you're glowing today. Your skin looks amazing. I'm seriously jealous." "Totally," another stewardess chimed in. Sophia gave them a polite but faintly sharp smile. "Just switched primers, nothing big." Fiona looked amazed. "Oh, what brand? Mind sharing?" Fiona figured someone like Sophia must love being flattered, raise her up, and maybe she'd return the favor somehow. But Sophia? She'd been in this business way too long. Never took breaks. She'd seen all types. Nothing surprised her anymore. Even though Fiona's tone sounded sincere, Sophia could smell the kiss-up from a mile away. "Fiona, if you've got the time, maybe study your manual a bit more. You're younger than all of us. You don't even need to worry about skincare yet. Otherwise, aren't you just making us look older?" She joked back casually. Emily glanced her way in surprise. "Wait, did Sophia just compliment someone?" Fiona gave an awkward little laugh. Sophia turned the tables again. "Anyway, what do you usually use for skincare?" "Yeah, Fiona, share your routine," another stewardess added. Fiona froze, clutching her bag tighter. Sophia teased, "Come on now, don't be shy. Got some secret weapon you're hiding?" "It's not that. My stuff's nothing fancy. I don't really do much skincare, honestly. Thought I'd learn from you guys instead." Among the crew, either you flaunted your rich boyfriend or your high-end skincare and luxury bags. Kinda boring, really. But for some reason, Sophia was clearly not letting this one slide. "Then what are you clutching like that for? Come on, show me what you got." Seeing them all crowding around, Fiona King had no choice but to bite the bullet and unzip her little bag, pulling out a few sample-sized products she'd already used half of. The moment Sophia McFerson caught sight of the familiar packaging, she instantly connected the dots. That video she watched the other day? Yeah, Fiona's handiwork. With a teasing smile, Sophia lifted a small bottle and asked, "Is this stuff actually good?" Fiona couldn't possibly say it wasn't. Otherwise, these coworkers with sky-high standards might think she was broke. Why would she be using it if it wasn't good? So she gave a bright, convincing smile and nodded. "Yeah, it works pretty well." One of the flight attendants chimed in knowingly, "Isn't this set super hard to get? I remember the full-size versions sell out really fast, and you actually got the samples?" Fiona froze for half a second. She was aware of big-name brands. Chats among the girls during downtime at work always circled back to that kind of stuff. But that didn't mean she knew all the details or had even personally used all those things. She only knew these samples were from some luxury brand. She had no clue how hard they were to buy. Yeah, I guess," she replied vaguely. Leaning against the glass corridor door, Sophia let out a soft laugh. "How much did it cost you? Smells nice. I might check if I can snag one too." Blank stare, total panic. Fiona had zero idea about the price. Sure, there were sticker prices online, but they fluctuated depending on sales or events. These flight attendants? They were like walking lie detectors. One slip and they'd sniff out the truth in no time. Eventually, Fiona put on a helpless look and admitted, "Actually, someone gave it to me." There was no way she could mention that it was from Clare Alton as a return gift. The last thing she needed was for rumors to spread about cozying up to a captain. For flight attendants, that was practically the kiss of death. Sophia caught the awkward flicker in Fiona's eyes and pressed on as if smelling blood. Secret admirer? The more she said, the deeper she'd dig herself. So Fiona tried to pivot. Aren't we almost out of time? Let's get moving, Chief. We can chat more once we're on board. She paired her retreat with a cute smile, hoping to dodge the bullet. Too bad Sophia was immune to that charm. No rush today. Not many passengers. I've been wanting to upgrade my skincare game. You should share your secrets. Yeah, spill it already. Do you have some kind of hookup? We've tried and failed so many times. It's like fighting robots every time they launch a new batch. Exactly. Not even samples, let alone full sets. Totally. All the envy floating around only fueled Fiona's vanity. If she had an actual tail, it'd be wagging like crazy right now. Head full of pride and totally caught up in the moment, Fiona blurted without thinking, "Honestly, I don't even know. Someone helped me get them. He said they were pricey but won't tell me the exact number. If I can get more, I'll grab some extra for you guys too. Cool? For real? You're the best." Sophia gave a small, unreadable smile and straightened up. "All right, ladies, time to work." With everyone's admiration and newfound friendliness, Fiona was practically floating. But up front, Sophia wore a look of pure disdain. Emily Dalton glanced over at her. "What's with that face?" "That Fiona? Yeah, not buying it. She's just all about looking good, total two-faced type." Emily leaned in, curious as ever. "Wait, what? Spill. I need the full story." Sophia McFerson quickened her pace, tugging Emily Dalton along as she whispered, "Remember when we were waiting to head back from Paris the other day? I was randomly scrolling through nearby moments, and guess what? I spotted the exact same set of mini samples Fiona King just showed off. The juicy part is, 'Good morning, Chief McFerson.' Oh, hey there. Morning, Chief." Emily was clearly itching to hear the rest. "Can you just finish already?" As Sophia leaned in closer to spill the tea, Fiona, walking behind them, had no clue she was the topic of their hushed chatter. Meanwhile, over in Heisu City, Clare and Lucas Dalton had finally finished their shopping spree by the next day. With bags completely covering the hotel room floor, Clare almost had nowhere left to stand. After lots of coaxing and back and forth, she managed to stop Lucas from dragging her back to register their marriage in Pingsong Harbor. But still, her legs were dead tired. That next morning, the second she turned over, a sharp ache ran through her whole body, nearly pulling a groan from her lips. How could window shopping hurt this bad? She opened her eyes and bam, a ridiculously handsome face was right there. She tried to shift a little. "Don't move," Lucas warned, voice still raspy with sleep, eyes closed. Claire frowned. "My legs are sore. Let go a bit, will you?" "You move again and I seriously won't be able to hold back." That one line made her instantly freeze like a statue, shrinking into herself. Mornings were always the most dangerous time. Lucas had woken up a while ago but had been forcibly suppressing any reaction, trying to keep things under control. Not helping that the woman in his arms kept fidgeting nonstop. Honestly, didn't know how long they'd have to keep this routine up. A few minutes later, Lucas opened his eyes. There were red veins in them, and he looked a little worn out. "Anywhere you want to go play today?" "Nope." Claire slowly sat up, shaking her head. "I honestly feel like I should have. Just stayed at work. At least work didn't hurt this much." It really baffled her how some women were so into this kind of thing. She grabbed her phone and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. Just after finishing brushing her teeth, her phone buzzed. She picked up the unknown number and answered politely, "Hello?" Kevin McPherson's voice cracked on the other end. "Claire, can you stop blocking my number? I miss you. I couldn't sleep a wink last night thinking about you. Can we just talk for a minute?" Claire looked at the screen, brows tightened. He'd changed his number just to get through. "I think I've made myself pretty clear already." Her face was still damp from washing, but her voice was cold. "You're Kevin McPherson, the great CEO. Women line up for you. So why are you stuck on your so-called plain ex-wife?" Kevin raised his voice, denying it fast. "I was being an idiot. Olivia Brooks sweet-talked me into it. I was totally blind. Claire, I mean it. 2 years of marriage. Did I really mean that little to you? Come home, please. I swear I'll treat you right this time. You want to fly for Ring America as captain? Done. I'll set you up with a top position. Anything you want." The more he said, the more Claire felt a chill creep deep into her gut. She quietly wondered, when Kevin was with Olivia, had he talked her up the same way? Once things fell apart, it seemed he always painted the other person as worthless. Just as he was about to keep rambling, the phone was snatched from her hand. "Wait! Hey!" Lucas took the phone with one hand, the other circling her waist as he drew her close, pressing in at her neck where her lotion still lingered faintly. "Kevin McFerson," he said calmly. "What exactly are you trying to do, calling my fiancée again and again?" One sound of his voice was all it took for Kevin to explode. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't gotten involved, Claire would have never divorced me so easily. You think stealing someone's wife won't come back to bite you? Payback?" Lucas Dalton stood shirtless in front of the mirror, muscles taut, expression full of pure disdain. "Looks like you're the one eating karma now, huh? Broken family really suits your current situation, doesn't it?" Before Kevin McFerson could shoot a word back, Lucas ended the call without hesitation. Claire Alton raised an eyebrow at him. "Broken family?" He set down her phone, splashed cold water on his face, probably trying to cool himself down. "They got divorced," Lucas replied, voice low. "Right around when your own divorce hit the news." "Wait, are you saying he found out that the kid Olivia Brooks is carrying isn't his?" Claire's eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape as if her brain froze mid-process. Lucas chuckled, drying his face, then reached out to ruffle her hair. "Don't look so shocked." "The baby's not his," she repeated, still stunned. Honestly, she couldn't wrap her head around it. A woman going into a marriage knowing she was pregnant with someone else's child? If it were a kid from a previous relationship, maybe it'd make sense. But this, no need to be that surprised. Lucas flicked on the shaver, casual as ever. His expression was relaxed, but his words sharp as knives. "Olivia's never exactly been innocent. She slept with half the directors in her circle. I'd bet my life this isn't even her first affair while married to Kevin. And only that dumbass ex of yours would be willing to clean up her mess." When Lucas dissed someone, he showed no mercy. Claire listened without blinking, and honestly, she didn't feel upset at all. In fact, she kind of wanted to laugh. Lucas caught her amused, slightly glowing gaze, and after rinsing off his face, tossed the razor aside. Then, out of nowhere, he grabbed the back of her head, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. Claire froze, reacting slower than usual. But eventually, almost instinctively, she raised her arms and looped them around his neck, answering his kiss quietly, gently. Feeling her response, a jolt went through Lucas like electricity straight to the heart. He turned, shut the bathroom door behind them, and leaned her against the wall, body pressing closer. The heat between them was building fast, growing wild, like it was ready to set fire to everything in reach. Lucas's hand had just reached the hem of her shirt when, of course, the phone rang. Just like that, the moment shattered. Claire jerked back as if snapping awake from a dream, grabbed her phone and quickly walked out of the bathroom. Lucas clenched his jaw, picked up the call from Ryan Carter. This better be something really damn exciting. Ryan paused. Crap. He definitely messed up somewhere. But since the call was already made, Ryan bit the bullet. So there's a new national pilot tournament launching. They're introducing a ranking system, from S to A level, and it's been approved by the higher-ups. Moving forward, every pilot worldwide will need to take certification tests based on their level to keep flying. S at the top, then C, B, A. Lucas remembered hearing about something like this from people in civil aviation 2 years back, but he hadn't expected it to drop now. When? This month for signing up. The tournament starts next month, Ryan replied. Countries around the world will run it at the same time. In the end, the top pilot from each will compete globally. Lucas let out a snort. What, they giving out gold stars now or what? Not sure about the details yet, but judging from what the Bureau said, there should be a trophy or something. Huge bragging rights. I mean, who wouldn't want to be named the best pilot in the world? Ryan Carter said. Lucas Dalton paused for a second, then said, Send the notice. Every captain at Muno Air, no exceptions. Got it. By lunchtime, the news had already spread throughout Muno International like wildfire. Those who used to smile and joke with pilots from other airlines? Yeah, now everyone was wearing fake grins. When it came to fighting for honor, all that friendly competition talk went straight out the window. Of course, everyone wanted the top spot to go to their own airline. It's all about the bragging rights. Because of this, Clare Alton had to head back early for a meeting. Pilots had to fill out their entry forms themselves. "Why are you packing?" Lucas was buttoning his shirt. Clare didn't even look up. Manager Carter posted about the competition. "You're the chairman, how do you not know this?" "I do." Lucas blocked her from continuing to pack. "But what's that got to do with you packing your things?" "I need to go back to fill out the form." Smack. A paper thudded onto the table in front of Clare. It was the entry form, tossed by Lucas. "Go ahead," he said lazily. "After that, let's go grab lunch." Clare picked it up, throat tightening slightly. For the first time, she actually felt like she was constantly being given special treatment. She grabbed the black pen Lucas always carried, sat down at the table and started filling it out carefully. But halfway through, Lucas noticed she had stopped. Curious, he leaned over. She was stuck on the marital status section. Options were married, unmarried, single, in a relationship. Pretty thorough. "Need help deciding?" Lucas asked. Clare looked up. "You didn't read the next part, did you?" "Next part?" Lucas glanced down. Beneath that section, there was an optional field. If you had a spouse or partner, you had to list their name, ID number, and contact info. This form was going to be submitted not just to the Civil Aviation Authority, but possibly even higher. No wonder Clare looked hesitant. Without a second thought, Lucas buttoned the last button on his shirt, snatched the pen from her hand, crouched beside the table, and started writing. "In a relationship. Partner information. Name Lucas Dalton. ID XXXXXXXXX. Phone 18868XXX. All done. No hesitation, just straight to the point." Clare blinked slowly, still a little stunned. Lucas put the pen down. "Keep going. You just..." Clare stared at the bold, confident handwriting he'd left on the paper. "I'm starving already, Clare." The man's voice suddenly had this slightly aggrieved tone. Clare's heart fluttered. Okay. I'm on it." She sped up, quickly wrapping up the rest of the form, and handed it to Lucas. On the way out, Lucas gave the form to Matthew White. He was in charge of mailing it back to Muno Air. At the same time, in Muno Air's main conference room, all pilots who didn't have a flight shift were gathered there, filling out the entry forms. This wasn't optional. Like it or not, everyone had to take part. The industry wasn't getting any easier, and performance ratings now really mattered. Isabella Ross felt zero pressure. She was certain she'd get top marks. But when she got to the marital status section, she paused, then still filled something out. After handing in the form, she was the first to leave the room. Once outside, she made a call. "Hi, Uncle Lucas. It's Isabella. Uncle Samuel, are you feeling okay? Want me to come by and check on you?" "Sure." At the Dalton house. When Isabella arrived, it was Grace who opened the door for her. Isabella had always been great at playing nice, and while she didn't think much of Grace deep down, she still kept things polite. Respect when it's due, even if Grace had once been the student of Lucas's mom. "Isabella, come on in. It's been years. I've really missed seeing you." Grace wore a fancy outfit that screamed wealthy housewife, standing tall and composed. Isabella passed the gifts to the maid and casually chatted with her. "How's your health, and Uncle Samuel's?" "We're doing okay. Sit down, please." Upstairs, Ethan strolled down the stairs like he didn't have a care in the world. From the corner of her eye, Isabella noticed a shadow. For a second, she thought there was an alpaca in the house. Turned out Ethan's outfit, all light colors, was doing him no favors. He really did look like a petting zoo reject. Isabella turned her head and took in the sight, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. She'd heard rumors that Grace's illegitimate son was all show and no substance. But after seeing him herself, Isabella thought that was giving him too much credit. More like no show, no substance. Ethan had been gaming through the nights nonstop. He ran some kind of startup for wannabe streamers, basically spent his days hanging out with small-time internet celebs. His dark circles stood out, and with his skinny frame, he looked completely worn down. "Mom, this is..." Ethan hadn't seen her before. Grace introduced them. "This is Isabella, a professional pilot. She's made quite a name for herself overseas. You should call her Sis." Ethan's eyes landed on her face instantly. She looked like she wasn't easy to approach. And that type? That made him even more interested. Isabella totally caught the look in Ethan's eyes. Lust and delusion all rolled into one. She was unimpressed. Still, she extended her hand. Nice to meet you. Ethan hurried over to shake it, but once he grabbed hold, he wouldn't let go. His thumb made slow circles over her hand. If she didn't have business to handle, Isabella would have smacked him right then and there. Instead, she forced a small smile and subtly pulled her hand back. Uncle Samuel's upstairs, right? I'll go up and see him, she said. Grace nodded. Yeah, go ahead. Not sparing Ethan another glance, Isabella stepped around him and headed up. Upstairs in the bedroom, Samuel was still catching his breath after giving Ethan a major scolding. When he heard a knock, he assumed it was that mother-son duo again. Get out! Isabella's hand froze on the doorknob. Uncle? Samuel blinked. Isabella? Uncle Samuel, what's wrong? You sound so angry. She rushed inside, throwing out a few concerned questions. The moment he saw her, his whole face lit up like he was looking at his own daughter. Way, way softer than he'd been just now. When did you get back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I would have arranged something nice for you. Samuel was especially warm. Isabella fussed around like a doting daughter, pouring tea, sweet-talking, being all thoughtful. Everything she said and did was so on point. Samuel felt like he'd wasted his years raising two sons. Not gonna lie, Uncle, Isabella Ross had a hint of bashfulness on her face, though not too obvious. This time around, I'm not planning to leave the country again. Thought I'd stay and build my career here. You know how it is, Lucas and I aren't getting any younger, can't be running around forever. Samuel Dalton took that and read between the lines entirely differently. He'd always liked Isabella, smart, classy, everything you'd want in a daughter-in-law. He couldn't be happier with the thought. Does Lucas know you're back? Samuel called out his oldest son by full name as always. Isabella was used to that by now. Didn't faze her one bit. He does, she replied, letting out a small sigh with a smile. But he's super tied up right now. Training new pilots for the company, you know. With so much going on, I figured I'd give him some space. Samuel wasn't just any businessman. He was a sharp one. He could catch where the wind was blowing, even if no one said a word. Training pilots. When did Lucas start personally training pilots? But he had heard some gossip recently. His son had been spending time with a female pilot, and rumors had definitely been flying. After a quick pause, he said, You should drop by more often. I'll make sure Lucas comes home next time you do. You two go way back, and no need to bother with whatever trash the rumor mill spits out. Hearing that, Isabella felt her heart settle a bit, and her smile grew warmer. Thanks, Uncle. Muno Aviation, Flight Division. Ryan Carter looked down at the form from Clare Alton. They'd just gotten it back from company mail sent out to Heisu City, his eyes stuck on one specific field. Then he picked up the one Isabella had submitted. Why on earth? Marital status, totally identical. Partner's name, also exactly the same. The assistant standing behind Ryan bent over too, squinting over his shoulder. Like two pros playing spot the difference, they slid their eyes side to side, then back again. If I'm not losing my eyesight already, pretty sure that's the same phone number and ID number, right? Assistant nodded slowly. Yup, only one person in the world can have that ID number. Ryan's face was getting heavier by the second. The assistant suddenly gasped. Wait, is our chairman two-timing? Zip it, Ryan gritted his teeth. Keep it down. He slapped a hand over the assistant's mouth and scowled. I'm not sending this upstairs. If this mess hits the chairman's personal life, I might as well start packing my things. So what now? Ryan bit his lip, mind spinning, then finally decided, I'll message him on WeChat. No way. What's the laugh for now? Assistant straightened up, trying to look serious. Manager Carter, we're talking about the chairman here. You're really texting the guy? It's fine. He's on vacation anyway. Ryan was already typing at top speed. As soon as the message was sent, the phone lit up with an incoming call, making Ryan sit up straight. Hello, Mr. Dalton. The voice on the other end was low and calm. You really needed to message me about this? I just didn't want to make the wrong call. Ryan was caught between a rock and a hard place. Lucas said, toss that form. Have her fill out a new one. Yes, of course. That was exactly the green light Ryan needed. With the boss backing him, he had nothing to worry about. But he still moved a little too slow. Just as he was about to ask Isabella to redo the form, rumors started floating around the office. Word was that the chairman's girlfriend was actually Isabella. Like wildfire, the gossip took off and made its way straight to Claire's ears. She stared at the message on her screen, then slowly turned to look at the man adjusting the hem of her shirt. "Lucas Dalton, what? Did your soul take a walk and cheat on the way back or something?" Lucas Dalton paused halfway through tidying Claire Alton's jacket. "Wait, what do you mean, cheated?" Claire flipped her phone screen around for him. "Look." One glance, and Lucas already got the gist of the conversation. He tucked in the rest of her coat, then stood up straight. The second his brows furrowed, the air around him shifted, intense and sharp. Claire instinctively leaned back a little. "I had no idea about any of this, and there's nothing between me and Isabella Ross. I'm going to get to the bottom of this and give you a clear answer, okay?" Claire hadn't meant for this to blow up. She was just teasing. "I was joking. I know there's nothing going on between you two." "No, seriously," Lucas said, his tone pretty grim. "This mess is on me. If you want to go back to Pingsong Port, we'll head there today. I'll handle everything." He always did what he said. Less than an hour later, they were already up in the air, flying back. Inside the chopper, Lucas had one arm wrapped around her waist. "Want a nap?" Claire wasn't tired when she flew herself, but being a passenger always made her sleepy. She nodded, eyes half-lidded, then curled into his chest and dozed off. While she napped, Lucas pulled out Matthew White's undercover WeChat account planted in the company's group chat thread and began scrolling through the messages. Back in the day, this kind of office gossip wouldn't have even blipped on his radar. He neither had the interest nor the time. But things were different now. With Claire in the picture, he couldn't let little rumors grow into something worse. He had to cut this off at the root. As he flicked through, one message stood out. "I got a peek at Captain Ross's entry form. Guess whose name is in the couple contact section? Our CEO, Lucas Dalton." You think she'd dare write that if it wasn't true? This is getting messy. People were starting to wonder, who was the real girlfriend of the big boss? If Captain Alton was fake, then what were those dramatic posts Lucas made on Weibo back then supposed to mean? Board employees love gossip, and when it's about top-level execs, they go nuts over it. So now, every time Isabella Ross walked into the Muno Air building, she drew a crowd. No one knew what was actually going on, but just in case she really was future boss lady, nobody wanted to end up on her bad side. That could be a fast track to unemployment. "Morning, Captain Ross." "Captain Ross over here." "Careful with the steps, Captain." "Want warm water or cold, Captain Ross?" Of course, Isabella knew why they were all suddenly so friendly, and she welcomed it with open arms. This was exactly what she'd been aiming for. After chatting with Mr. Dalton Sr., she was fairly sure he liked the idea of her being part of the Dalton family. As for Claire, just a phase, easily brushed aside. Lucas giving up his father for Claire? Yeah, not happening, right? Captain Ross. Her name was called, and Isabella turned to look at the lounge doorway. Fiona King walked in with a tray of fresh fruit, her smile soft. "Captain Ross, the company just stocked up on fruit. I'm off duty. Thought you might want to try some first." Isabella Ross was used to the kind of flattery these flight attendants threw her way. She nodded, slightly polite. "Just leave it there and sit down." Fiona smoothed her tight skirt and sat properly, posture neat and eye-catching, clearly trained. "You're new, right?" Isabella asked, vaguely remembering her face. Fiona nodded. Makes sense, Isabella thought. Girl looked young, face pretty enough, but lacked class. A typical made-up beauty with no real air. "You must be tired. Have some too," Isabella said, pushing the fancy fruit tray toward her. Fiona looked stunned, flattered. "This is way too expensive. Isn't it meant for captains only?" I couldn't. "We're all the same here. Don't overthink it." Isabella basked in the compliments people like Fiona gave her. Fiona finally picked up a piece of fruit, nibbling slowly, acting modest. "Did you fly with Captain Alton's crew recently?" Fiona nodded. "Yes, Captain Ross, but she's off this week, so things have been quieter." "The fruit's sweet. You should enjoy." Fiona smiled a little. "It is. Thank you, Captain." You sighed. "Something wrong?" Clutching a napkin, Fiona whispered, Nothing really, just thinking. Even with the same job, some people are generous, some so stingy. Guess class really is something you're born with. Like you, Captain Ross. Isabella raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Who do you think's stingy? Fiona bit her lip and shook her head. No one really. Captain Alton? Isabella's tone was amused. Fiona quickly waved her hands. Oh no, I would never say that. Got it. Isabella chuckled. I'm someone who minds my business and keeps secrets. But Captain Alton's still young. As someone with more experience, it's my job to help guide her. If anything seems off, just let me know. I'll tell her nicely, just helping a colleague out. Of course, Fiona beamed. All right then. I'll rest for a bit. Go ahead with your work. Sure thing. As Fiona left the room, her smile faded slightly. So that's all Isabella Ross really was? She'd expected someone impressive, but the woman was just another sucker for sweet talk. Not even prettier than Clare Alton. And Chairman Dalton would fall for her? Fiona had her doubts, but trying to charm the boss didn't leave her many options. For now, cozying up to Isabella was just step one. And she wasn't the only one with that idea. Half the flight attendants were living their princess fantasy today. Isabella had dealt with a flood of them all afternoon, each trying to get in her good books. The table in front of her was nearly buried under little presents from them. Most of it was useless, but maybe she'd find something she could use. Spinning slowly in her chair, Isabella thought to herself, so this is what it feels like to be the chairman's wife. Not bad at all. Even during her evening flight, traffic control had her scheduled for priority takeoff. Captain Ross, have a safe flight. She smiled coolly. Thanks. No sooner had Isabella's plane taken off than someone from Mounier Aviation came rushing in. Mr. Dalton just arrived, emergency meeting. Everyone now. Why is Mr. Dalton suddenly here? Did something serious happen? No clue, but I don't think so. If it were really bad, would he have called up even the janitors and security? Come on, let's go. If we're late, it's going to be bad. Within minutes, every single one of the over 1,000 employees of Dalton Aviation, from the VPs to the cleaning crew, had crammed into the massive auditorium that could fit 2,000 people. The VP up on stage looked visibly tense. He had no clue what was going on either. All he knew was, the moment Mr. Dalton stepped into the building, he looked livid. The only thing he said was, 5 minutes. Everyone at Dalton Aviation, conference room. Now. That command alone had the VP on edge. The employees poured in like waves, their footsteps echoing through the halls like thunder. The elevators couldn't handle the rush, so most people just stormed up the stairs, anxious not to show up late and get chewed out, or worse. Dalton Aviation rarely held meetings of this scale. Everyone was uneasy, and as soon as they found their seats, they kept their mouths shut. About 2 minutes later, dead silence fell. Not a single whisper, not even the rustle of someone adjusting their sleeves, because the man himself had walked in, looking sharp in a vest and suit. He made his way up to the podium in a few strong steps. The VP quickly switched on his mic and bowed slightly. Mr. Dalton, whenever you're ready. Thousands of eyes locked onto the man. Among them, young flight attendants were practically starry-eyed, gazing at him with borderline worship. The mic volume was high enough for everyone to hear clearly. I called you all here today for one reason, Lucas Dalton started, his voice calm yet sharp enough to cut glass. Every ear was tuned in. There's been talk around the company about my personal life. I'm here to clear that up. His gaze swept over the flight division led by Ryan Carter, sharp as a blade. Ryan stiffened instinctively. I have one girlfriend. Just one, Lucas said, pausing for emphasis. It's always been Captain Clare Alton from the flight department. 1,000 pairs of eyes widened. Sure, people had heard rumors, but hearing the chairman say it himself, that was another thing entirely. Some of the female flight attendants, who were never even interested in Lucas, couldn't help feeling a mix of awe and envy. Captain Alton must have saved the galaxy in her past life to be this lucky, getting an official announcement from the chairman himself. Then Lucas addressed the room directly. I don't want to hear any more gossip that could mess with my relationship or upset my girlfriend. Anyone caught spreading stuff like that again, don't wait for a warning. Just head to HR and hand in your resignation. Everyone who had ever whispered about it in the staff chat instantly lowered their heads, not daring to breathe too loudly. As for Captain Isabella Ross, who just joined us, yes, I've known her since we were kids. She was my mother's student. That's all there is to it. No funny business. Lucas looked around. Everyone get that? Loud and clear? Got it. Understood. Over 1,000 voices echoed back in unison, shaking the floor. The team led by Isabella wasn't in the room. They were out flying a mission. Lucky them. Lucas let out a faint, satisfied smile. Good. Get back to work. Ryan, come with me. Ryan Carter flinched as he was called. He got up, forcing a shaky smile onto his face, and followed the boss out. Flight department. Manager's office. Lucas Dalton was sitting in Ryan Carter's chair, puffing on a cigarette, while Ryan stood tensely across the desk, bracing for a lecture. The guy looked seriously pissed, his face all gloomy clouds while flicking through messages on WeChat. But in reality, his chat window showed a very different vibe. Baby, did you finish washing your hair? Almost done. Just blow drying. Before heading to the Muno aviation office, Lucas hadn't told Claire what he was stopping by for. She figured he probably had some business to handle, so she offered to swing by a nearby salon for a quick hair wash. Lucas actually considered sending one of PR's stylists to help her out personally, but of course, Claire shut that down fast. Next time you want to wash your hair, just let the pros handle it, okay? Way less tiring for you. It's just a few steps away. How tiring can it be? You're way too precious to be out there tiring yourself like that. Right on cue, Ryan noticed Lucas glance up expressionlessly, and his heart skipped a beat. Lucas tapped the ash into the tray. How's that insurance I told Matthew to remind you about coming along? Right here, right here. Ryan hustled to get the documents out and place them in front of him. Lucas flipped through a few pages. It's the best plan we could find for Captain Alton, Ryan explained. Covers everything, her eyes, limbs, any kind of injury. Lucas didn't hesitate. He signed his name on the policy immediately. Ryan sucked in a sharp breath. Now that's love. Like real, no-joke kind of love. Those policies were insanely expensive, and Mr. Dalton just bought them for his girlfriend like it was nothing. Once Lucas was done signing, Ryan kept standing there, totally expecting a round of scolding. But instead, you don't have anything to do? Lucas shot him a sideways look. Huh? Ryan blinked. Lucas exhaled some smoke. You out of work? Ryan hesitated, then cautiously motioned toward the seat Lucas was occupying, his voice flat and a little pitiful. Mr. Dalton, that's actually my chair. He wanted to get back to work, but hey, someone had to move first. Lucas blinked, just then realizing he'd taken Ryan's seat. Oh. He got up and moved to the nearby lounge area. Ryan quickly brought over an ashtray and a glass of warm water like a model employee. And that's how Ryan found himself, for the first time in his career, working under the intense stare of the big boss parked less than 5 meters away and scrolling through his phone in silence. Even though Lucas wasn't saying a word, his presence was impossible to ignore. Ryan had already wrapped up most of his tasks, but he didn't dare relax. He started flipping through an outdated flight report just to look busy. In his head, what's Mr. Dalton still doing here? Doesn't he have things to do? Or a girlfriend to see? Just then, Lucas's voice floated over without warning. So, Manager Carter is quite the overachiever, huh? Still reviewing last year's job application? Ryan's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He forced a bright smile. Mr. Dalton, I call it reviewing my roots. Helps with long-term growth. Lucas gave him a glance, then stood up and walked toward the door. Ryan scrambled to get there first and held it open respectfully. Have a great day, Mr. Dalton. Lucas didn't even look back. Isabella Ross reports to you now. If she screws up again, you're the first one I come for. Got it. Ryan kept his best poker face on. As soon as Lucas stepped into the elevator, his whole vibe did a 180, and he grinned while tapping out another WeChat message to Claire. Lucas Dalton. Babe, I'm on my way to see you. Cute pic. Little did he know, 2 nearby employees caught sight of their usually stone-faced boss smiling like that and damn near popped their eyeballs. Shocking. Who knew Mr. Dalton had this whole other side to him? Lucas couldn't care less about what others were thinking. His face was as blank as always, but inside, he might as well have been a teenager crushing hard for the first time. As soon as the elevator doors slid open, he walked out without sparing a glance at the two employees behind him, his eyes glued to his phone. The two staff members bowed slightly and politely called out, "Have a good day, Mr. Dalton." Whew, Mr. Dalton's double persona was probably the company's best-kept secret. Not like they dared say anything, though. Could end up getting fired just because the boss got too passionate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, Isabella Ross had just completed a smooth landing, completely unaware of the drama unraveling back at HQ. She was full of pride, thinking her fellow crew members would come fawning over her, showering her with compliments. But even after she filed her flight report, not a single flight attendant came over to talk to her. Actually, no one even bothered to say hi. Their expressions and attitudes felt a bit distant. She brushed it off, figuring they were probably just tired too. Weirdly enough, not even the employees who had just finished a meeting with Lucas said anything about it in the group chat. They were all acting like nothing had happened. And she, still totally in the dark. On the ride from the airport to the hotel, Isabella started chatting with her coworkers. "Want to grab some steak tonight? My treat." Their purser, Angela Moore, was close to 40 but looked much younger thanks to years in this field and taking care of herself. Angela looked up from her phone with a smile. "That's generous of you. We've never really had a proper dinner as a group. Since you're offering, let's do it. We can split the bill?" No way Isabella was going to let that happen. Going Dutch would totally ruin the image she was trying to build. With the spotlight on her right now, she had to play it up. "No worries, I've got this. It's just a few of us. I can handle it." A flight attendant sneered inwardly, but on the surface, she gave Isabella a look full of admiration. "Captain's doing well for herself, huh? Super jealous." Isabella touched her hair casually, pretending to act natural, though she was clearly faking calm. "Of course I am. The salary from the company is pretty nice, plus I barely spend anything myself." The pause there, loaded with meaning. Everyone caught it. "Yeah, sure." The other flight attendants exchanged subtle glances, silent amusement flickering in their eyes. Then one of them joked, "Captain Ross, you and your boyfriend seem pretty tight. When can we expect wedding bells?" Isabella froze. They all assumed she was dating Lucas Dalton and thought Clare Alton was just some media decoy. But that wasn't even close to the truth. And if she was forced to admit it, she wouldn't dare. It was all smoke and mirrors. She gave a half-hearted laugh and changed the subject fast. "Oh, come on, don't talk about me. So, are we doing steak or not? If yes, I'll go ahead and book us a table." Seeing that Isabella was still playing the vague card, the rest decided not to press her. And hey, if she wanted to foot the bill, no one was dumb enough to say no to a free meal. "All right then, Captain Ross is treating us today. Next time it'll be our turn." Isabella Ross smiled casually. "Don't be so formal with me." Angela Moore quietly rolled her eyes and started texting a friend on WeChat. "You have no idea how desperately she's trying to act nonchalant. It's so obvious she wants us to think something's going on, but she won't admit it. Total clown behavior. Just play along with her. Seriously, even if you piss her off, as long as our captain's got your back, you're not going anywhere." "No worries, Sophia. You and I, we're tight." Sophia hadn't been with Mieno Airlines that long, but she'd already won over most of the senior staff with her smooth-talking, read-the-room skills. Plus, she was close to Clare Alton, which made people think twice before crossing her. As soon as Sophia heard about Isabella's antics today, she decided to switch into her second job mode, smackdown specialist for shameless people. Back in China, late afternoon, Clare Alton had just received the updated competition schedule. She was curled up on the couch, frowning as she read, "Lucas Dalton, can you stop messing with my hair already?" Ever since they got back, she'd been lounging there while Lucas sat beside her, constantly playing with her hair. Just hair. What's so fascinating? And yet he was totally into it. Left hand twirling her strands, right hand working on his laptop. "When I get some time, I'll wash your hair, deal?" "You? With spare time?" Clare knew better. It wasn't that Lucas wasn't busy, it's that he always tried to make time for her. "I do have time. Don't I come home at night? I can wash it then." He paused, mouth stopped mid-movement, his brows slowly drawing together. And then it hit him. Those fancy salon guys, all glammed up and mostly male, they'd be touching Claire's hair, scalp and all. Just thinking about it made Lucas feel weirdly annoyed. "Ow!" Claire suddenly yelped. Lucas instantly let go, rubbing the spot he must have pulled too hard. "Crap, sorry. I got lost in thought. You okay?" Before she could answer, her phone rang. "Hello?" The other end greeted her with coughing and then a weak voice, Kevin McFerson. "Claire, cough, gosh, I'm sick. I'm at the hospital. My parents are out of the country. Could you maybe bring me something to eat?" As soon as she heard his voice, Claire moved to hang up reflexively. Lucas, quicker, snatched her phone, hit speaker, and mouthed silently, "Ask where he is." Kind of dazed, she forgot to argue and just blurted out, "Which hospital?" Kevin was thrilled she asked and immediately gave her the name. Lucas didn't even wait. He hung up directly. "Go take a nap. I'm heading out real quick." "For what?" Claire grabbed his hand. Lucas looked down at her, serious as ever. "He's been calling you from random numbers again and again. I let it slide before because of your history, but clearly, he doesn't get it." He didn't see the point in keeping up the polite act anymore. No matter what Claire said, there was no stopping Lucas this time. She wasn't really worried about Kevin McFerson getting into trouble. What actually had her on edge was Lucas Dalton running into problems because of it. Honestly, getting into trouble over some scumbag like that wouldn't be worth it for Lucas Dalton. At a hospital, Kevin McFerson was lying on the bed again, face lit up with an uncontainable smile, even though his throat burned from all the cigarettes he'd chain-smoked. He knew it. Claire still couldn't let him go. She still had feelings for him. Why else would she drop everything and rush over the moment she heard he was in the hospital? So what if Lucas was rich? He couldn't win Claire's heart anyway. Kevin had already planned how he'd gloat to Lucas once Claire came back to him. With her being an award-winning pilot now, his company was bound to bounce back big time. And once they were together again, he'd definitely make her fly more shifts. Claire had always been easygoing. She wouldn't say no. As Kevin lay there faking his sickness, he was already picturing himself as the big boss with everything falling into place.
"Sir! Sir!"
"This is a private room. You can't go in without signing in." The nurse tried to stop them. Benjamin Hart, walking behind, picked up on the storm brewing in his buddy's expression real fast. He smoothly stepped in front of the nurse with a charming, almost devilish grin that instantly made her heart skip a beat. "Pretty nurse, we're just here to visit a friend. The poor guy insisted he'd be fine on his own. We couldn't just leave him like that. You're so kind. I bet you'd understand this kind of brotherhood, right?" A bit dazed, the nurse nodded. That brief moment was all Lucas needed. He walked right into Kevin's room. Kevin had heard the muffled voices in the hallway earlier. He'd even left part of the curtain pulled back, hoping to create a bit of intimacy when Claire stepped in. He was sure it was her. Positioning himself with his back to the door, Kevin lay there in the most pitiful-looking pose he could manage, throwing in a few fake coughs for effect. He really did look like a guy on the edge. The door creaked open. Kevin didn't turn around, staying in character as the helpless patient. He didn't notice Lucas walking in, already slipping off his blazer and tossing it toward Matthew White. Matt caught it without missing a beat, quietly shutting the door and standing guard. Kevin heard the approaching footsteps and paused. That sounded like dress shoes? Wait, Claire wears heels? Not. Before he could finish the thought, a tall shadow loomed over him, and then a powerful, precise punch landed right on target. Bang! Ah! Kevin let out a scream so loud it could have rattled the entire floor. The nurse outside jumped at the sound. Benjamin quickly pressed a hand on her shoulder, keeping his voice calm. "Don't worry, this is just how we guys say hi. My buddy got a little too emotional, that's all." The nurse looked unsure. "But it sounded like he's in real pain." "Of course it hurt. You wouldn't want your best friends seeing you at your most pathetic, right? Especially dudes. They hate losing face." That kind of made sense to her, actually. Back in the room, Kevin never yelled again after that first scream. Not because he passed out or gave up. Lucas had his hand firmly over the guy's mouth. Lucas Dalton's punches weren't lethal, but damn, they hurt enough to make someone wish they were dead. Hard to get rid of, huh? Bang. Feeling sorry now, aren't you? Bang! A glint of murderous intent flickered in Lucas's eyes, subtle but definitely there if you looked close enough. His possessiveness over Clare Alton had hit the ceiling, and now here came Kevin McFerson again, barging into her life like an unwelcome guest. Lucas was torn, worried Clare might actually waver, and furious beyond belief. But there was no way he'd take it out on Clare. So Kevin's phone call earlier? That was the perfect excuse to let off some steam. Matthew White had to look away after a while. Even watching made his teeth ache. Yeah, it had to hurt like hell. Kevin didn't stand a chance to fight back. When Lucas lost it, he was downright terrifying, the kind of scary that didn't care about consequences. Exactly 5 minutes. Not a second more, not a second less. Lucas finally drew back. Kevin was curled up in bed, shaking all over, his voice barely a whisper. Blood streamed from his nose, soaking into the white sheets like a crime scene. Honestly, from the looks of it, you'd think the guy was dying. But truth was, he was just in agony, nothing that needed an ambulance. "I'm not taking anything from you," Lucas said flatly, tugging on a fistful of Kevin's messy hair, "only because I don't want Clare to worry. But if I find out you harass her again, I'll make sure you lose a hand. Got that?" Kevin could barely breathe, but still glared at him weakly. "You know I could actually finish you off and not break a sweat, right? But that's the thing. I've got plenty to spare. You only get one life." Lucas grabbed a few tissues, wiped Kevin's nose clean, almost gently, and then shoved the bloodied wad straight into Kevin's mouth. Footsteps echoed in the hallway. Matthew heard them and opened the door right on cue. Lucas snatched back his coat, slipping it on as he walked out like nothing had happened. His presence was so intense that the nurse nearby didn't dare say a word. Mainly because they saw his face clearly this time. Wasn't that the big boss of Kino International everyone had been talking about online lately? Benjamin Hart flashed the nurse a charming smile. "Thanks, miss. Have a good one." With that, the group walked out like they owned the place. Inside the elevator, Benjamin spoke slowly. "Didn't peg you as the type to get your hands dirty like this." Lucas didn't even glance over. "You said it yourself. That was the old me." Everyone figured Lucas Dalton, rich and powerful as hell, would throw his weight around to get whatever he wanted. But truth be told, this was the first time Lucas actually went out of his way to beat someone up. He rarely pulled the power card either. Well, unless it involved business rivals. The next second, the same man who had looked like he could kill someone suddenly softened when he saw who was calling. "I just finished up. Heading back now," he said, tone warm as sunshine. Clare had called. Benjamin almost did a double take at how gooey Lucas sounded. Lucas chuckled quietly with her for a bit, then they stepped into the parking lot. The second he hung up, though, his face went back to its usual icy calm. "Dig into whatever dirt you can find on Air Harmony," he said while getting into the car. Benjamin followed, shooting him a look. "Planning to go full scorched earth?" Lucas gave him a side-eye. "You trying to talk me out of it?" "Yeah, a little mercy never hurt. No room for that." Anyone trying to take Clare away from him was going to end up crushed. Period. "You're really something, Clare Alton. Think you can mess with me now that you've hitched yourself to someone rich? Who do you even think you are? If it weren't for that face of yours, do you really think Lucas Dalton would have looked at you twice? He's just using you because you're a pilot. You're just convenient. So don't get ahead of yourself, thinking you're some kind of princess now." Disgusting. "I thank my lucky stars I dumped you. I'd rather pay for a girl on the street than be near you again. You're trash, Clare, nothing but trash." Kevin McFerson's voice on the phone got more unhinged with every word, like he'd totally lost it. He threw out every insult he could think of. Clare didn't hang up. She let him rant, quietly recording the call. Not once did she interrupt. "You just gonna stay quiet? Let me guess, you're planning to run to Lucas and have him clean this up for you? You're unbelievable. Clare, I hope you rot. I hope your life sucks and the world hates you." She ended the call there. Clare saved the audio file. She cut him off because she figured he was about to drag her future children into his nastiness. Call her every name in the book. She didn't care. Really. She was way past caring. But cursing her future kid, that crossed a line. Clare didn't like drama and preferred to keep things low-key. But Kevin, he was way out of line this time. She suspected Lucas had done something to provoke Kevin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this unhinged. Without a second thought, Claire turned the recording into a short video and posted it on Weibo. Thanks to Lucas's fame and his company's clout, her own follower count had surged past 1 million. Some fans even made it a habit to check in daily beneath her last relationship announcement. That one post alone had racked up hundreds of thousands of comments. Claire kept her caption short and sharp. You really defined what it means to be a garbage human. Call recording. She hit upload. Just as the post went live, the villa door opened from outside. Claire glanced up, tossed her phone aside, and turned around. You okay? Did you get hurt? Lucas instinctively shook his head, then paused. You knew? Claire stepped closer, scanning him head to toe. Seeing no visible wounds, she replied. I guessed. Lucas didn't move from where he stood. Kevin called you? Claire nodded. Just the one call. What'd he say? Claire walked back over to the couch, grabbed her phone, and played the recording. From the moment Kevin's voice came through, Lucas's brows furrowed, and they didn't relax, even after the clip ended. He was seriously regretting holding back today. Should have knocked all that guy's teeth out while he had the chance. Lucas sat down heavily. Don't get involved in this. It's my business now. Claire paused, her gaze subtle but sharp. You went looking for him just to shield me, didn't you? He didn't reply. Instead, he got up, walked to the first-floor balcony, lit a cigarette, and made a call. My dear chairman, now what? Benjamin Hart answered, sounding half asleep. Lucas exhaled slowly, his eyes cold as ice. Find out the market price for Huanmei Group. Then get someone we trust to handle the acquisition in my name. Ben Hart had known him for so long, how could he not guess what was on his mind? Ben sighed. You know I don't work for free. As long as it gets done, name your price. Deal. Just as Lucas Dalton wrapped up the call with Ben, Samuel Dalton's name popped up on his screen. Sam's calling him? Lucas hesitated a second before picking up, his tone cold and distant. What is it? Can't a father call his own son without a reason? Sam replied with that classic authoritative tone. This part always made Lucas want to hang up right away. But remembering the letter his mom had left him before she passed, he held it in. Say what you want. Come back for dinner tomorrow night. More of a command than an invitation, and before Lucas could say anything, the call ended. Lucas stared at his phone, eyebrows pulling together. He remembered the housekeeper's call from a few days ago. Sam was sick. He pressed his fingers into his temple. What's up? Claire Alton stood at the balcony door, not stepping in. Lucas turned slightly. My dad wants me home for dinner tomorrow. Claire nodded. That's fair. You should go. You don't know him. Lucas stepped out and gently pulled her hand, guiding her to the couch. He never calls me home unless something's up. Claire didn't quite believe that. He's still your dad, right? Would he really mess with his own son? But the next night, when Lucas got back to the Dalton estate after wrapping up work, something inside him flared. Still, years of experience had taught him how to keep up appearances, and none of it showed. His frustration wasn't just because Ethan Turner and his mother were present. There were also a handful of Sam's old business buddies, guys whose families were all in various trades. And then there was Isabella Ross. She'd just gotten back from a flight and headed straight over after logging her report. The moment she saw Lucas walk in, she was all smiles, striding right up to him. Long day at work? Some of Sam's old pals chuckled, one of them saying, young folks look good together. Sam's got a good eye. Before Lucas arrived, Isabella had already modestly shared her job and impressive resume, instantly winning a bunch of praise from the old men. As Lucas walked in, Ethan didn't even bother standing up, just slouched on the sofa pretending he wasn't there. Sam, as usual, played the stern dad role. Lucas, come say hello to your uncle and his friends. No matter how Lucas felt, he wasn't about to half-ass a family gathering. So he walked over and greeted them, polite and steady. But those old guys? They wouldn't dare treat his greeting casually. Lucas was the face of Muyetti International now. They all needed something from him. No need to be so formal. We're all friends here, one of them said with a friendly laugh. Ethan let out a snide scoff. Grace Turner shot him a look. Would it kill you to be a little humble? These are your father's longtime friends. What she didn't realize was that none of them even looked Ethan's way. Their attention was solely on Lucas. Isabella, like the perfect future daughter-in-law, stuck close to Lucas's side. Even when everyone sat down, she made sure she took the seat right next to him, as if this were a family intro dinner. With a talented assistant like Isabella, Lucas is set for a good married life, someone half joked. Lucas looked up, his expression cooling, that indifferent gaze slowly darkening. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, Isabella Ross quickly jumped in. "Thanks, Uncle Lin. We'll both keep working hard and living well." The elderly folks all nodded approvingly, clearly fond of this thoughtful young lady. Seeing how well everyone took to Isabella, Samuel Dalton felt proud. And Isabella, who hadn't heard any objection from Lucas Dalton, was already lighting fireworks in her mind. So, he didn't mind her? Knew it. Once Samuel spoke up, Lucas was bound to go along with it. As for Clare Alton, just someone filling in the emotional gaps. No way Lucas would ever seriously consider her for marriage. Already daydreaming about finally tying the knot with Lucas, Isabella was caught completely off guard when he looked at Uncle Lin and asked, "A good match? Based on what?" His blunt question caught everyone off guard. Uncle Lin froze, glancing at the young pair before frowning. "You two aren't a couple?" "Nope." Lucas set his chopsticks down, not even reacting to the warning look from Samuel. "Captain Ross and I are just co-workers. Actually, to be precise, she works under me. So I don't really get where this perfect match idea is coming from. Care to explain?" It was obvious he was already doing his best to stay polite. The old men exchanged awkward glances, then quickly waved their hands. No, we must have misunderstood. We didn't mean." Samuel suddenly cut in. "Lucas, quit being difficult. Isabella's a great girl. You've known each other since you were kids, and you do the same job. Why get so worked up over some disagreement?" Lucas almost laughed. "What disagreement?" As he said that, his sharp gaze turned right to Isabella. "So this dinner, it was your idea?" Panicking, Isabella shook her head quickly. "No, it wasn't me. Why would he shoot her down like this? They got along so well. When those rumors popped up at work, he didn't deny them either. So why now? Did Claire say something to him again?" Isabella's smile faded fast, replaced by panic and discomfort. But Lucas didn't care about saving face or going easy. His eyes were ice cold. "If it wasn't you, then why are you even here tonight?" That question shut everyone up, including Isabella. Heads went down and people did their best to disappear from the conversation entirely. If Lucas were just another rich kid, these older men might have dared to argue a little. But with him sitting there, no one had the nerve to speak. Even being in the room felt suffocating, like they'd bolt if they could. Samuel frowned deeply. "Lucas, what's with that attitude? I invited Isabella. You're not getting any younger. It's time to settle down and think about your future." Lucas didn't even flinch. He just kept looking at Isabella. He'd already let the rumors slide the other day, given her enough space to avoid embarrassment. Too bad she didn't know when to stop. And now, Isabella felt like she was walking on blades. If she couldn't offer a solid explanation, she knew Lucas wasn't going to let this go. She tightened her grip on the chopsticks, took a few deep breaths, then suddenly spoke up in front of everyone. "Lucas and I grew up together. We've always gotten along. I think we should just follow Uncle Samuel's wish and get married this year." As she spoke, Isabella went as far as to cling to Lucas Dalton's arm, putting on an intentionally affectionate pose. During it all, she threw Lucas a pleading glance, hoping he'd at least save her some dignity in front of this crowd. After all, the people sitting here were prominent business figures from Ping Song Gang. If any ugly rumors got out, her reputation in the elite circles would be completely wrecked. She had counted on Lucas to give her at least a little face, but what happened next completely blindsided her. Lucas didn't hesitate at all. In plain view of everyone, he forcefully pried her hand off his arm, his face showing nothing but calm indifference. "Isabella, do yourself a favor and keep a little dignity. No need to make this unnecessarily messy." That one line was like a hard slap to her face. Her complexion turned pale instantly. Noticing the way others were looking at her, she wished she could disappear. Maybe it was the heat of the moment, or just desperation, but Isabella completely lost her cool. "Lucas, we just had a small disagreement. No need to be like this, right? Look, Uncle Samuel and all the elders are here. Can't we just finish this meal? Samuel Dalton, already irritated by Lucas's lack of cooperation, got more annoyed watching Isabella lower herself like that. To him, his son was being immature. "Lucas Dalton, do you ever stop?" he snapped. He slammed the table and added, "Fine, since we're putting things out there, I don't mind saying this either. I've heard about that scandal between you and the woman pilot from your company. I'm not okay with it. A few flings here and there, I won't say anything, but thinking about getting serious? No way. And she's divorced too, basically secondhand goods. That's just..." Samuel Dalton. Just two cold words from Lucas, and the whole room went quiet like someone had turned off the heat. The other guests immediately stood up. "Samuel, we just remembered something urgent at the office. We'll be taking our leave. Let's catch up another day." Before Samuel could stop them, the group had already made a swift exit. In no time, the fancy restaurant was down to just the family members. Lucas still hadn't moved from his seat. He didn't bother arguing. There was no point. Their values didn't align. More talk was just a waste of breath. He glanced over at Isabella again, his eyes now completely empty, cold like a stranger's. "We're discussing family matters now. Mind giving us space?" She felt humiliated, being told so flat out in front of everyone. "Lucas Dalton!" Samuel slammed the table, furious. But Lucas didn't even look at him. "If you insist on staying, I'll just assume you're trying to use him to force me into some kind of arranged marriage." He didn't even turn his head, just casually pointed a finger at the now standing Samuel. Isabella's face twisted at the accusation, but at this point, backing down meant walking away with nothing. After a few seconds, she bit her lip and said, "I'm the one who's truly right for you. Why do you always ignore your elders?" Lucas suddenly let out a low laugh and gave Isabella an unemotional glance, as if looking at someone he barely knew. Her heart dropped straight to the floor. He slowly stood, buttoned his jacket, and walked to the door without ever looking back, even with Samuel yelling behind him. "From today on, don't count on me coming back. Unless the day you drop dead, I might show up just to be polite." As he walked out the front door, Lucas pulled out his phone and called the HR department. "Fire Isabella first thing tomorrow." Hearing that, Isabella rushed out after him and said in a panic, "Lucas Dalton!" As soon as her voice fell, Isabella Ross stepped in front of Lucas Dalton, blocking his way. Now that she stood so close, his towering height and that ridiculously handsome face only made her feel more bitter. They'd known each other first, grew up together. How could she possibly lose out to some divorced woman? She was clearly pissed, not even trying to hide it. "We've known each other for years. How can you treat me like this?" Lucas knew her well enough to guess how stubborn she could get. If he didn't end this properly, she'd cause even more drama down the line. So he pulled out what little patience he had. "If it wasn't for that, I'd have thrown you out myself. Basically, I'm already being nice by standing here." Isabella's chest tightened like there was a weight sitting on it. Even breathing started to hurt. "What's wrong with me? What does she have that I don't?" Lucas took a small step back, putting some space between them, then ran his eyes over her from head to toe, slow and deliberate. "Everything," he replied without missing a beat. The humiliation hit like a slap, her pride, dignity, even her face, trampled by him over and over. She was jealous, yeah, she envied Clare Alton. But what scared her more was that the more he rejected her for Clare, the more downright loyal and righteous he seemed, and that made her want him even more. She went quiet for a long time, finally asking in a soft, pained voice, "Have you already forgotten what your mom said before she passed?" The second she brought up his mother, Lucas's expression turned cold. "Don't try to manipulate me with that." Standing under the night sky, he was like a mountain, calm, unmoving. "You really believe you're my childhood friend? We met in our teens, 3, 4 years max? Then we didn't see each other again. Do you even know what I like? What kind of person I am? Are we even close? Honestly, you and Samuel are tighter than we ever were, so how do you think you can even stand next to my girlfriend?" His words hit like a wrecking ball. Isabella went still, frozen in place. As Lucas moved to pass her, she snapped. Her eyes went wild and she grabbed his arm hard. "You can't leave. You can't just walk away like this. Those years we spent together, flying lessons, cramming for exams, it meant something. I've always had feelings for you. You should feel something too. Her words were all over the place, blurting out whatever came to mind, not caring about the consequences. And Claire, what does she have that I don't? I've got way more flight experience than she does. You say I don't know you, like she does? Lucas calmly pried her fingers off one by one, freeing his arm. His stare had gone completely cold. And the colder he got, the more frantic Isabella became. She snapped, yelling without thinking, "She's just used goods, tossed around by other men. She's dirty and you." Smack. The slap came hard and fast, sent her straight to the ground. Her cheek went numb, and for a moment, her ear rang like someone had hit a gong beside her. Stunned, she looked up, eyes wide in disbelief. Seeing the woman in black appear out of nowhere, Isabella Ross ignored the sting on her cheek and shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you?" Lily retracted her hands slowly, her tone even slower. "Mr. Dalton doesn't hit women, so I'll step in and do it for him." Isabella's eyes burned with fury, her mouth opening to retort. But, smack! Another slap landed. Isabella froze, wide-eyed, stunned, speechless. Lily, usually expressionless, actually looked a bit awkward. "Oh, sorry, reflex, emergency self-defense, you know." "Emergency what?" Isabella was so thrown off that she forgot to be mad. Lily idly rubbed her palm with her fingertips. "Looked like you were about to curse me out, so I figured I'd smack you first to shut it down." Preemptive strike, basically. Not far off, Benjamin Hart, who had gotten out of the car with her, nearly twisted his ankle at her nonsense explanation. This woman was seriously dangerous, and now she'd even learned how to justify her chaos with logic? Benjamin had rushed over because paparazzi had already snapped photos of the scuffle at the Dalton house entrance. As Lucas Dalton's personal attorney, the tabloids had sent the images straight to him. He shelled out some cash to buy them and rushed over to keep things from spiraling. Luckily, he'd had the presence of mind to bring Lily along. As soon as she'd stepped out, they were already hit with Isabella's barrage of insults. Benjamin sidled up next to Lily. "You could have waited a second before hitting her, you know." Lily turned to him seriously. "If she were insulting you, I'd have let her." "So I'm just free game now, huh?" Lily replied without missing a beat. "I enjoy it. I'm the type who likes to indulge whatever whims I have." Benjamin's face darkened instantly. A few steps away, Lucas Dalton glanced back and said coldly, "Let's go." Isabella, still reeling from the slaps, finally snapped back to reality. She scrambled up and rushed to block the front of Lucas's car. "She's losing it," Benjamin muttered, but Lily was totally unfazed. "You should see the crazies overseas. She's not even top tier. What language class did you learn these metaphors from?" Benjamin looked at her, stunned. Lily walked off toward the gate, her leather jacket flapping behind her, a whole vibe. "Thanks, Captain McFerson." "Right." She often hung around Clare Alton, and Sophia McFerson talked a lot. Lily evidently remembered every word. Benjamin gritted his teeth and immediately called Sophia. She picked up groggily mid-nap. "Counselor Hart, what's the emergency?" "Could you just maybe teach that Lily of yours something useful?" Sophia jolted awake at his tone. "What did I even teach her?" "Work on your Mandarin game, would you?" Benjamin said sharply. She used to be sweetly clueless. Now she talks like her words are weapons. On the other end, Sophia went silent. A few steps away, so did Lily. If it weren't for the ongoing drama with that lunatic standing in front of the car, Lily might have gone back to properly school Benjamin in return. Inside the car, Lucas saw Isabella blocking his path, and the disgust in his eyes deepened. He really couldn't stand even speaking another word to her. Still, he wouldn't go as far as completely cutting her off. His mother did mention in her will that he should look after her when he could. "Come down, Lucas Dalton, come down here and talk to me." If you didn't know better, you'd think Isabella Ross had just been dumped. Thankfully, this was a secluded villa neighborhood, houses all spaced far apart. Any journalists had already been cleared out earlier when Benjamin Hart showed up, so no one was around to catch the drama. Lily chose the perfect moment, right when Isabella's voice hit its peak, to walk up and yank her backwards by the hair. Caught completely off guard, Isabella leaned back, lost her balance, and tumbled straight into the flower bed. The fall was so rough she nearly cried out, "Ouch!" Just then, the car silently drove past right in front of her. Lucas Dalton, sitting in the back seat, didn't so much as glance her way. As she watched the car vanish down the road, agony twisted in Isabella's chest. She'd loved him for years, worked her tail off back then just for the chance to someday stand beside him as his partner. Why didn't he like her? Didn't he once say he admired women who could fly planes? She'd mastered every skill, checked every box. So why wasn't it enough? What was she missing? She was spiraling, teetering on the edge of a breakdown, when Lily's face suddenly showed up, right in front of her. Calm and composed, she offered a quiet warning. There's a million ways to live. Don't waste your energy thinking about how to hurt others. Isabella's eyes flickered, stunned. Lily turned and walked off. Benjamin followed. Isabella was left slumped in the flower bed, looking more wrecked than ever. Meanwhile, the other two had put some distance between them, chatting as they walked. Well, to be fair, it was mostly Benjamin asking questions. So, former hitwoman, mind if I call you that? Before he could finish, Lily cut him off coolly. Interviews are off the table. Seriously? Benjamin looked ready to explode. You do realize I'm the reason you're still breathing, right? Nope. I saved your ass. I'd still be a top-tier international assassin even without you, Lily said, eyes gleaming with smug confidence, with just enough side-eye to let him know how much she resented him. Seeing the great Benjamin Hart speechless brought her a sliver of satisfaction. She tossed him a bone. Fine. What do you want to know? Snapping back to reality, Benjamin had to pause to remember his own question. Finally, he asked, just now, why'd you think Isabella was planning something dangerous? And before that, how'd you know she was about to start shouting again? You hit her before she even opened her mouth. First one's easy. I saw it in her eyes. She stared at him for a beat. Killing's kind of my thing. The look in her eyes just now, that was pure intent to harm. As for the second look, I just figured she needed a smack. Whether she was going to yell or not didn't really matter to me. Her brutal honesty left Benjamin more than a little rattled. Lily strolled ahead, hands behind her back, like she was just out for a lazy walk through her garden. They'd made their way out of the villa district now. Nothing but a dark, empty road ahead with an occasional breeze that made the whole scene extra eerie. Benjamin instinctively picked up his pace to keep up with her. And he couldn't help but think, damn, hitmen really don't scare easy, huh? And Lucas Dalton? That jerk actually left without waiting for them. Because they were trying to avoid snooping reporters. Both of them had come by taxi. And Benjamin had even tipped the driver a few extra $100 just to get him to take the risk and drop them off at the gate. Benjamin took a cautious step closer to Lily and lowered his voice. Aren't you scared at all? Lily blinked, clearly thrown off by his sudden proximity. You think being this close to me makes it less scary? Benjamin kept scanning around, eyes darting nervously, like he expected someone to pop out any second. Honestly, I should be the one freaking out here, Lily said matter-of-factly. Standing next to you, I feel like a snack-sized version. What? Benjamin frowned in utter confusion. Snack-sized? He didn't even get to ask more before a blinding light swung their way, and suddenly he couldn't breathe. Next thing he knew, Lily had yanked him to the side of the street like he weighed nothing. A car blasted past them with insane speed. Benjamin just stood there, completely shell-shocked. Meanwhile, Lily had already let go of his collar and was staring down the road after that racing car. It's her, she said. Benjamin's heart went wild. Who? Isabella Ross? Lily's expression tightened, but she stayed silent. After maybe half a minute, without warning, she just bolted. Benjamin had no idea what was going on, but panic kicked in and he sprinted after her. Wait up! Don't leave me! It was pitch dark, not a soul around. Of course he was scared out of his mind. What's happening? Why are we running? Lily kept her pace. Something's probably gone wrong. Gone wrong? As they reached the main road, Lily's eyes locked onto the opposite side. But for a while, no traffic. Just the roar of an approaching motorcycle. Without thinking, Lily dashed into the middle of the road and threw up an arm to stop it. Benjamin freaked out and shut his eyes on reflex. When he opened them again, Lily had already yanked the rider off and climbed onto the bike herself. Get on, she snapped. Still dazed, Benjamin climbed on behind her. In a last shred of decency, he tossed his wallet towards the stunned rider on the ground. "Hey man, there's my business card in there. Call me. I'll pay you back." The bike shot forward like a cannon. Benjamin's scream practically shredded his throat. After that terrifying close call on the plane with Lucas Dalton, he valued his life way too much to stay calm now. Clinging to Lily's waist like a life preserver, he yelled the whole way, "Oh God! There's a car!" Lily jerked the bike into a turn with crazy precision, so sharp that Benjamin felt like his handsome face missed that Buick side mirror by literal millimeters. "My face, my life. If we survive this, I swear I'm going to strangle you, Lily. Slow down." When the wind eased up a bit, Lily's voice came from the front, calm and ice cold. "You scream like that, and I'll go deaf." Benjamin just kept yelling. Lily ignored him completely and pushed the bike faster, zeroed in on the car Isabella Ross had been driving. They sped like hell across town until finally Lily eased off the gas. Benjamin, feeling like he'd barely escaped death for the second time this year, was just about to chew her out when the scene up ahead stunned him into silence. He clambered off the bike, legs shaking. "That's Lucas. Lucas Dalton's car." Lily grabbed his arm. "He's probably already been taken to the hospital." Benjamin's brain struggled to catch up. "What do you mean?" As she walked, Lily looked like her mind was somewhere else entirely. She casually rubbed at her ear. "Say something," Benjamin prodded. "What are you thinking now?" "I'm thinking." Her face was serious as a heart attack. "How much the going rate is these days for a top-tier assassin who's gone half-deaf." Benjamin Hart's brain practically short-circuited. "What?" Lily glanced around. "Go find the boss." She wasn't wrong. At that moment, Lucas Dalton had just entered the hospital and was having the cut on his forehead treated. He hadn't allowed anyone to inform Clare Alton of the incident. He didn't want her rushing over late at night and possibly getting into danger. That would worry him more. When Benjamin arrived, he was fuming. Was it really Isabella Ross? Lucas didn't reply. He was calmly changing into a new shirt, exactly the same as the one stained with blood. The driver, looking shaken, said, "It was her. She came out of nowhere from the right rear side, probably trying to make us stop. But Mr. Dalton didn't want to deal with her. No one expected her to actually ram into us. I didn't see it coming. It's my fault he got hurt." Though clearly blaming himself, the driver's injuries were worse than Lucas's. Thankfully, the car was sturdy, with the windows intact. Lucas had only ended up with some bruises on his head and nose. The driver's nose still looked swollen and bruised, a far sorrier sight than Lucas. Once Lucas finished changing, he turned around. Matthew White stood silently in the room, that usual sly smile of his nowhere to be seen. "Send out a statement tonight. Let the entire company know exactly why Isabella's been sacked. Use whatever language necessary. Talk it over with Benjamin. I want that announcement up on the official site before midnight." Benjamin had worked with him for years, and he knew Lucas was seriously pissed, more than when he'd beaten Kevin McFerson a few days ago, and pissed probably didn't even cover it. He was full-on furious. Lucas and the driver walked out first. Lily followed quietly behind them, moving like a shadow, so silent she seemed barely there. Benjamin's instincts kicked in, already running through possible follow-ups and consequences. His thoughts started drifting into darker corners. "What do you think's going to happen next? Based on your experience?" he asked, hands behind his back as he walked beside Lily. To his surprise, she seemed to actually consider it. Expression unreadable, she appeared lost in thought. It wasn't until they stepped out of the hospital elevator that she answered. If her feelings aren't just a cover, if she actually liked him. Benjamin frowned. That pause nearly killed his patience. Was she for real with the dramatic breath in the middle? But one glance at Lily, and he swallowed his annoyance. Her skills weren't something he wanted to mess with. He wasn't exactly eager to get himself killed at his age. She'll spiral, might even join up with the boss's enemies. Benjamin stiffened. "You think so?" Lily turned to him slowly, her tone calm and sure. "Yeah, you sound pretty certain." Walking under the night sky, Lily's memories floated up. "I once took a job." "It's called a hit," Benjamin corrected out of habit. Her gaze instantly turned cold. He raised his hands. "All right, job, my bad." The client wanted me to kill a middle-aged man. Her reason? He wouldn't be with her. He wouldn't date her, so she hired a hitman? His tone was somewhere between disbelief and disgust. Bought boobs? Lily's brows furrowed in confusion. No, she bought me. It took Benjamin Hart a good while to finally realize what she was talking about. He snapped. Not boobs. Hiring a hitman means paying a pro to kill someone. Oh, Lily slowly nodded, like a light bulb just went off in her head. Since she wasn't from around here, idioms weren't really her strong suit. Honestly, getting this far in understanding was already pretty impressive. They followed Matthew White's car back to Muhuwanxiang. Clare Alton had already fallen asleep. Lily noticed an extra 2 pairs of shoes by the door. Probably meant those 2 women had returned. Recently, she'd gotten curious about Chinese idioms and planned to hit up Sophia McFerson for a crash course once she woke up. Lucas Dalton carefully crept into the master bedroom. Claire was curled up on her side, sleeping like a baby. She never moved around much in her sleep, but clearly she'd been waiting on him to come home, sleeping lightly. As soon as Lucas sat on the bed, she cracked open her eyes and rubbed at them sleepily. "You're back?" He deliberately avoided turning on the ceiling light, only switching on the dim wall sconce by the door. From this angle, it kept the gash on his forehead out of Claire's sight. "Did I wake you?" he asked softly, leaning over to brush her cheek. "Get some sleep, okay?" Claire paused for a second, then hummed a gentle, Lucas took a quick shower and changed into his sleepwear. The moment he lay down, Claire rolled over and wrapped her arms around his waist in one smooth move. Lucas tensed up a bit, then slowly relaxed. He slid his arm around her, pulling her in closer. Moments like this, her quiet snuggles, only made him want to keep her completely, like she was his and only his. The next morning, Sophia McFerson had just woken up, threw on some clothes, and groggily opened the door. If she wasn't used to flying through turbulence, she probably would have jumped out of her skin seeing that dead serious face right outside. Can I help you?" Lily stood there holding a book called Chinese Idiom Dictionary. "Flight attendant Sophia, you got a moment today?" Sophia cleared her morning voice, still raspy. "Yeah, I've got time." This ex-hitwoman could pop up out of nowhere. No matter how gutsy you were, you really didn't want to mess with someone like her. Like, come on, she once tried to assassinate Chairman Dalton. Lily didn't even wait for an invite. She just squeezed past the door and walked right in. By the time Emily Dalton came over from the next room, stretching and looking for Sophia, she walked into a wild scene. Sophia, the ever-so-bubbly ray of sunshine with a gift of gab, was slumped at the table, chin on her fist, facing off with the stoic hitwoman, stuck in conversation hell. "What are you two doing?" Lily looked up and nodded politely. "Ms. Dalton." She might be the boss's little sister, but still deserved respect. Then, without waiting for a response, Lily dropped back into her seat and kept grilling Sophia with questions. Right now, her thirst for knowledge was on full blast. Sophia, on the other hand, looked absolutely defeated. She shot Emily a pleading look and muttered in a flat voice, "I don't remember idiom class being this painful in school." What she really wanted to say was, how does a person like this even exist? Just now, she'd tried to break down a common saying for Lily. When you walk by the river often, your shoes are bound to get wet. And what did Lily say in return, wide-eyed and completely serious? Wouldn't leather shoes stay dry? Then she added, also, why walk by the river anyway? Don't you guys have bridges and cars? Yep. Real solid questions. Sophia McFerson stood up like she was swallowing all her frustration. If she had this kind of mindset back when she was learning languages, maybe she wouldn't have been chewed out by her professor like some useless mutt. You go ahead, try teaching her. I'm starving. I'm grabbing something to eat. As Sophia turned to leave, Lily wasn't about to let her off that easily. Is teaching me that exhausting? Sophia whipped around with a polished professional smile. Absolutely not. I can pay for lessons, Lily said evenly. Sophia didn't even blink. Lily straightened up like she was making a serious deal. $50,000 per hour. Now that she was pretty well off, this kind of offer didn't shake Sophia anymore. Then Lily gave the tiniest smirk and added 2 words in USD. Before things could even settle, Emily Dalton suddenly popped into view in front of Lily, beaming sweetly. Hey, what about me? I can teach too, you know. Lily's eyes never left Sophia. She was just about to respond when Sophia yanked Emily out of the way. Her face lit up like she hit the jackpot. Deal. Lily didn't flinch at all. No hesitation. Back when she was pulling in serious money, 50 grand wasn't even a blip on her radar. She couldn't leave the country anymore, sure, but Lucas was covering all her living costs now. She barely had anything to spend her own money on. Landing that kind of side gig early in the morning definitely got Sophia in a good mood. Brush in mouth, phone in hand, she was scrolling when her eyes suddenly widened. Emily! Emily, towel around her shoulders, walked over. What? Look at this! Emily leaned close to the screen, and after a few seconds, her expression mirrored Sophia's exactly. Isabella Ross got fired, plus a formal industry warning? This kind of announcement posted on the official site and social media of Muyeno International only meant one thing. Isabella was done for. No airline in the country would touch her now. Pretty cutthroat, Chairman Lucas. Honestly, Sophia didn't see that coming. She thought Isabella was some big deal manipulator. But turn out, even a straight shooter like Lucas was immune to her drama. Speaking of Isabella, at that very moment, she was sitting in the police station, facing her second round of interrogation. She'd never spent this long in custody before, and after calming down a bit, the fear started creeping in. If they really pushed this as intentional harm, she could be detained, and if it got serious, her entire career would be toast. What airline would ever hire someone with a record? Panic rising, she rushed to explain to the officers. I wasn't trying to hurt anyone, I swear. I just wanted them to stop the car. I needed to talk to someone in it. I'll pay for everything. I'll apologize. Could you just let me go for now? The officer stared blankly at her. You're a licensed pilot and your emotional control is this bad? You get angry and ram a car? What happens if you lose it midair? What, you gonna crash a plane into something next? Isabella Ross quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. Your file says you graduated in China but went straight to working abroad. Talking about her resume gave Isabella a little lift. She raised an eyebrow, somewhat smug. Yeah, that's right. The country trained you, invested in you, and you turned around and worked for another nation? The interrogator didn't bother hiding his disdain. He had a thing against people like her. After all, it took a ton of resources to train a professional pilot. And what happened? They all ended up heading overseas. Tsk, Isabella's expression froze. I came back, didn't I? I went abroad at first just to gain more experience. I didn't want to mess things up back here because I wasn't ready. Sure knew how to spin a story. The interrogator's tone suddenly turned cold. This incident, it's serious. The surveillance footage shows that you went after the victim's car on purpose. When he ignored you, you snapped and rammed his vehicle out of spite. You clearly forgot who you are. This kind of behavior is outrageous. Isabella lowered her head, biting down hard on her teeth. There won't be any private settlements. The victim already said it. He won't accept any. His lawyer arrived earlier. They're planning to charge you with attempted murder. You better get a lawyer too, because you're going to need one. What? Isabella's eyes popped wide. Attempted murder? No joke. Her whole body went cold, like her blood was flowing backward. Lucas Dalton hated her that much? Does he really want to destroy her? She was lost in thought when someone stepped into her line of sight. What are you doing here? Benjamin Hart stood there in a perfectly tailored suit, all sharp edges and smug confidence. Next to him was Lily, dressed like some kind of assistant, standing quietly with a notepad in hand. Ben handled the questioning. Lily took notes. Miss Ross, Ben said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. As the attorney representing the plaintiff, I've got a few questions for you. Isabella knew Ben all too well. Opportunistic, cunning, always playing mind games. I'm not saying a word. If Lucas thinks he can treat me like this, he'll regret it. Ben didn't look the least bit surprised, like he'd predicted that answer from the start. I've never understood where your confidence comes from, thinking Lucas Dalton would ever be with you? Ben leaned in slightly, voice mocking. Let's be real, since we've known each other a while. Aside from your moderate success at work, you don't really bring anything else to the table. Actually, scratch that. You're also impressively delusional. Isabella stared at him, eyes narrowing like she could cut him with her glare. Then, after holding back for a minute, she laughed coldly. So that's what this is about? You're here to defend Clare Alton? You barely know her, and you think she's better suited for Lucas? What did I ever do to you two? What exactly makes her worthy and not me? Why won't he even give me a chance? And why should he? Benjamin Hart didn't bother sugarcoating it. His tone was blunt, sharp as a blade. What right do you have to demand anything from Lucas Dalton? What have you ever done for him? What does he owe you? At best, you're just acquaintances. Seriously, get over yourself. And you think no one noticed that stunt you pulled with the contest entry? You knew damn well people misunderstood your relationship with Lucas, and you never tried to clear it up. You're sneaky, and not in a good way. Every move you make reeks of bad intentions. Lucas would have to be blind to ever fall for someone like you. Each word hit Isabella Ross like a slap in the face. She shot her hand out, jabbing a finger at him, eyes blazing with rage, downright chilling. Benjamin just shrugged. Cool. Now that I know you're not even a little sorry, I'll see you in court. He and Lily left the interrogation room without another glance. Isabella glared daggers at their backs, her stare dripping with venom. Well? Benjamin couldn't wait and turned to Lily the second they stepped out. Lily pulled off the classic black-rimmed assistant glasses. I've seen murderers before. Benjamin cocked a brow, confused. He had too. She continued, and those psychos? They all had that same look in their eyes she just had. Cold, vicious, unhinged. Benjamin's expression turned grim. Great, just what we need. The scary ones are always the sneakiest. Right outside the police bureau, Lily abruptly stopped walking. Huh? She turned serious. You help me convince the boss to cut me loose, and I'll make sure she disappears. She paused, clearly trying to remember a newly learned phrase. No one will see it coming, not even the ghost or whatever. Mph! Benjamin clamped a hand over her mouth, hissing. Seriously? At the front gate of a police station? What do you think this is? An action movie set overseas? You trying to get arrested? Lily slapped his hand away, face deadpan, tone dead serious. Y'all better start worrying about your own safety. She pointed back at the building. Once she's out, she'll come for you two. Isn't that a bit dramatic? Benjamin wasn't totally sold on the idea Isabella would actually go that far. Lily broke into a slow, eerie smile. Her eyes glinted with something unsettling. You're the first one she'll come after, no doubt. Benjamin walked away, noticeably distracted. Getting rid of Isabella wasn't just part of his job. It was something he felt he needed to do for Lucas as a friend. Lily noticed. A flicker of rare sympathy flashed across her usually cold demeanor. You've got 3 options. Benjamin immediately turned toward her. Hit me. 1. Make sure she never comes back out. 2. Gamble on whether your fate can handle her sneak attacks. Benjamin's eye twitched. 3. Lily paused a beat. Let me take her out for you. Benjamin's face froze, going pale. He exhaled hard, trying to stay calm. Lily, for the love of sanity, rein it in. Can you stop defaulting to murder? I'm not exactly experienced in dealing with premeditated killers. Lily. The announcement of Isabella Ross's dismissal sent shockwaves through Kino International. Nobody dared gossip openly in the company chat groups anymore. Everyone just whispered in private. Hey, anyone know what actually went down? Wasn't she rumored to be the boss's girlfriend not too long ago? How'd she get fired so suddenly? You think it's just a cover-up? Did you even read that announcement? It was brutal. If it was just a cover, there's no way they'd write it like that. No airline in the country's gonna hire her after this. It basically torched her whole career. So what on earth happened to make Lucas Dalton that pissed off? Speculation was one thing, but nobody had the guts to bring it up beyond closed doors. And sure enough, other airlines caught wind of the incident fast. Behind the scenes, a bunch of HR departments started digging into Isabella's background. On paper, her resume looked fantastic, but word was she was currently being investigated by the police. Aviation's a small world. Pass a few inquiries around, and people start connecting dots. Still, Kino International stayed radio silent. Not a single detail leaked. Clare Alton only found out about Isabella's firing when she got her notice for a medical exam. She didn't follow Kino's official Weibo page much. It was Sophia McFerson who told her. You really fired Isabella? Lucas was adjusting his tie, not looking the slightest bit bothered. Yeah. Claire picked up on the weird tension in his tone. She hesitated for a second, then walked closer and tilted her head at him with a playful smile. Mind telling me why? When she wasn't flying, Claire gave off this soft, sweet vibe. Even in a pilot's uniform, she could still pull off being adorably clingy without trying. Lucas gave in, of course. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders. She's unstable. Keeping her around would only cause problems. With your announcement out there, she might not have a future in aviation in this country, Claire said softly. Not my problem, Lucas said flatly. He rubbed her earlobe with his thumb. What, you feeling bad for her now? I'm not worried about her, Claire said, looping her arms around his waist. I just thought, becoming a captain isn't easy, you know? The time and effort it takes from training to cockpit, it's insane. Lucas studied her face, then chuckled quietly. He honestly loved that about her. She really was too kind sometimes, which only made him more convinced he needed to keep a closer eye on her. Someone like that could get hurt way too easily. So he laid it all out for her. From the dinner party, to the crash, to the emergency hospital run, Lucas told Claire exactly what'd gone down with Isabella that night. His original plan was to make her more realistic, less soft-hearted, but things didn't go exactly as planned. Lucas blinked, stunned, as Claire's face completely changed. Crack! Claire! Even someone like Lucas, who rarely lost his cool, was frozen. His gaze locked on the blood trickling from Claire's hand. Emily! His shout echoed through the entire villa. Emily Dalton rushed in breathlessly. What happened? The moment she heard her brother shouting like that, her first thought was that something had happened to Claire. And sure enough, she was right. Lucas Dalton was gripping Claire Alton's wrist, trying to shake off the shards of broken glass from her palm. Get the first aid kit now. He tugged Claire to sit down, tension written all over his face. Seriously, what were you thinking squeezing a glass toothbrush like that? Claire looked blank. Why didn't you tell me that day? She'd noticed the cut on Lucas's forehead before, but never imagined it was from Isabella Ross going off the rails and ramming his car. The thought of Isabella being that clingy and finally losing it made Claire's usual calm unravel. Emily came back hurrying with the first aid kit. Lucas kneeled down in front of Claire, carefully tending to her hand. Call the clinic. Tell them Claire will come a couple days later. If the doctors saw the injury, there was no way it'd pass. That meant automatic disqualification. And if she missed the assessment window, she'd have to wait until next year. Now that the new pilot ranking system was global, not hitting that mark meant she couldn't even fly domestic routes as a lead. She'd be lucky to qualify as co-pilot. The standards were brutal. Claire took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. Isabella and Kevin McFerson are two of a kind. If things don't go their way, they just snap. So we're both terrible at picking people. Lucas joked lightly. Claire shot him a glare. You never told me you were having dinner with Isabella at your place. Lucas immediately raised a hand, half laughing. I swear, I didn't know either until it was too late. The chairman of Muno International actually kneeling to soothe his girlfriend. It was quite the sight. Emily couldn't deal and slipped out of the room. What is it? What is it? Sophia McFerson had been waiting outside, her neck stretched out trying to get a glimpse. Emily pulled her downstairs. My goddess is pissed, found out Isabella tried to crash into my brother with her car. She was so furious, she crushed a glass toothbrush in her hand. Now her hand's hurt. Her hand, Sophia screeched. Emily instantly clamped a hand over her mouth. Shh! Not so loud. To a pilot, their hands are everything. If word got out, the media would go crazy. Best to keep this one under wraps. Well, if Claire can't fly overseas for a couple days, that means we get time off too. Emily exhaled. Paid leave's a blessing. A slap landed on the back of Emily's head. She turned around, ready to fight. But when she saw it was her brother, she instantly switched gears, grinning. What can I do for you, big bro? Go make something to eat. Claire hasn't had breakfast, Lucas ordered, cool as ever. Sophia. Instantly straightening her clothes, Sophia followed the chairman upstairs. Once inside the study, she noticed two others were already there. Benjamin Hart was slumped on the couch, barely keeping his eyes open after pulling an all-nighter, while the mysterious woman near the window looked oddly energized. Sophia stood to the side, posture straight, waiting for Lucas to speak. He lit a cigarette, then glanced over. "You talked to your brother recently?" Sophia knew he meant Kevin. "No, we don't talk unless we have to." He looked up, eyes sharp. "I've got something for you to take care of right now." "Just say the word, Chairman Lucas," Sophia said with a loyal as hell look on her face. Lily, standing nearby, shot her a sideways glance. Lucas Dalton leaned back into his chair. "Someone just told me Isabella Ross got in touch with a lawyer." "Yeah? And then? What's that got to do with her? What's any of this got to do with that bastard Kevin McFerson?" Sophia waited, clearly expecting more. Right after calling the lawyer, she contacted Kevin. Not even half an hour later, he popped up at the police station. Sophia frowned. "Wait, Kevin and Isabella know each other?" "Doubt it." Sophia paused. "I really don't think they do. I barely ever talk to him, and I know zilch about who he hangs out with. But from what I do know, if he actually knew some hotshot pilot like her, that guy would have bragged nonstop by now." She added dryly, "Especially to me." Lucas went silent. The tension in the study thickened. Benjamin Hart was off in dreamland, doing a little nod head dance from drowsiness. Lily, though, looked wide awake and full of energy. She took a step forward. "Based on my experience, they're definitely cooking something up together." She'd said it before. Isabella was definitely the vengeful type. And if this was just a misunderstanding, why in the world would Isabella team up with Kevin out of all people? "Smells fishy," Lily said, throwing on an all-knowing look. Sophia, ever the temporary language teacher, corrected her with a stone face. "Suspicious." "Oh," Lily obediently changed her line. "They're definitely suspicious. Their target? Most likely Claire Alton." Lucas's frown deepened. Lily noticed his silence and stepped forward again. "Boss." He looked up. Lily's face practically lit up. "Let me take them out." Sophia whipped her head around, eyes nearly bulging out. Lucas wasn't unfamiliar with Lily's, let's say, unique background, so her suggestion didn't entirely catch him off guard. He rubbed his temples with a sigh. "We don't go around killing people here." "But isn't that exactly what the underworld's about?" Lily asked, dead serious. Sophia broke into a cold sweat. "How many times do I have to tell you, stop watching so many Hong Kong gangster flicks? This that chick and the triad fights? What even?" While the other two were still brainstorming next steps, Lily kept murmuring beside them, "Boss, consider me." Sophia corrected, tone dry. "Think about. Take out both of them, permanent solution," Lily continued. Sophia corrected again. "You mean once and for all?" Unbothered, Lily kept going. "Hey, I'm not even from here. My country doesn't have the death penalty. Even if I mess up and get caught, I just go to jail. I do my time and come right back for them. No regrets, ever." Sophia closed her eyes, fed up. It's perseverance, not no regrets. Lily froze. For the first time, a slightly sheepish look flashed across her poker face. "Same diff." Sophia gave her a long look. "Please don't go around telling people you learned Chinese from me." "Then who should I say taught me?" "Him." Sophia immediately pointed to Benjamin, who had just dozed off completely. Lily glanced at him with open disdain and said flatly, "If I say that, people would think I'm brain dead. You kinda are already, only I can cure your stupidity." Lily blinked. "Wait, you're saying fixing my stupidity means you're taking away my right to be stupid?" Sophia nearly fell over right then and there. She took a deep breath. "No, it does not. Just the fact that you asked that question tells me you're not fully cured of being clueless." Lily stayed stone-faced. "If I'm not cured, doesn't that make you a lousy doc? Totally off topic." Sophia squinted at her like she was examining a rare bug. "Now I'm seriously wondering how low the bar is for your past job." "What do you mean by bar?" "The minimum requirement to get in," Sophia explained calmly. "No requirements," Lily said bluntly. "You just gotta have the guts to kill." The moment her job came up, Lily lit up like a Christmas tree. She stepped up to Sophia, face full of sincerity. "Miss Sophia, to show my appreciation, I'll return the favor. Let me teach you how to kill people." Ahem. Sophia's heart almost jumped out of her chest, faster than the first time she got caught in a thunderstorm. "I appreciate it. Really, I do." She backed away a few steps. Lily closed in again. "Don't be shy. I'm generous like that." "I'm not being shy. I honestly don't need the lesson." Sophia was practically running away from her. Just then, Lucas Dalton cut in. "Sophia, take her with you to Kevin McFerson." The second she heard that, she got what he meant. "Got it?" Lucas snuffed out his cigarette. $100,000 a day. Bonus of $1 million if you bring back anything useful. Sophia almost shot into orbit from excitement, eyes practically glowing. "Thank you, Mr. Dalton." With that kind of bonus on the line, Sophia got hype real quick. By lunchtime, everything was packed. She brought Lily along, now dressed in normal clothes, and headed home. It had been a long time since she went back. Even Lily sensed the occasion. "Is there anything I should watch out for at your place?" "Yeah, try not to mess up your idioms," Sophia muttered. "Otherwise, my parents might think I brought back a total weirdo." Lily heard her but didn't quite get it. "Huh? Forget it. At the McFerson house." Sophia's grandma was over the moon when she found out Sophia was coming home. She immediately had the kitchen whip up all of Sophia's favorite dishes. Though Sophia wasn't exactly tight with the family, she still brought some gifts as a courtesy. As soon as the door opened, Sophia slapped on a textbook smile. Mom, Dad, Grandma. Then she saw Kevin lounging on the couch like he was glued there. "Hey bro," she said flatly. "I brought my apprentice with me," she added after a pause. "Her name's Lily." "Lily?" That name, Sophia's mom kept her grace. "Lily, come on in." Lily gave a small nod, then walked right in without much fuss. She plopped herself down on the living room sofa. Kevin glanced her way, but didn't think much of it. He was too busy handling business with Isabella Ross's lawyer. He and Isabella had exchanged some key details through legal channels. As long as he helped her get out, she'd agree to join his airline venture and coordinate with some foreign aviation partners to move against Clare and Lucas Dalton. The thought of the beating he took a few days ago still lit his anger like a gas stove. He swore Lucas was going to pay. Clare too. They'd both regret this. "Wow, the look on your face. Did you swallow rat poison or something?" Sophia jumped in with a jab the moment she opened her mouth. Kevin's eyes went dark. "Don't think I don't know where your loyalties really lie." "Crack!" Lily suddenly twisted her left arm with a calm expression. Was this the direction it turned? Kevin flinched and scooted deeper into the couch. "What the hell?" At that moment, Lily's arm was twisted into a shape that no normal human bone structure should ever manage. It looked downright creepy and brutal. Sophia McFerson swallowed hard. Hurry, hurry, just pop it back in." Lily calmly snapped her arm into place like it was no big deal. Kevin McFerson instinctively rubbed his own arm. He was thinking, if it were him, just imagining it gave him the chills. But he snapped out of it quickly. With nobody else around at home, Kevin shot a look at Sophia. "What are you doing back?" Sophia forced a smile. "Hate to break it to you, but I'm your sister. Why wouldn't I come home? What, this place suddenly yours now?" Kevin clenched his jaw so hard you could almost hear his teeth grind. Sophia, secretly on an undercover mission assigned by her boss, had no intention of picking a fight with this jerk right now. If she ticked him off and he left, who was she supposed to spy on? So she changed her tone. "Wow, business must be rough lately. Got so much free time you're just lounging at home?" The McFerson siblings sniping at each other was nothing new to the family. As long as no punches got thrown, it was all par for the course. Kevin couldn't be bothered to argue. He just threw back, "Mind your business." Watching him walk off, Sophia gave a little snort before happily skipping off to the kitchen. Mom. No matter how annoyed she felt inside, Sophia always wore the perfect smile. Call it experience, call it people skills, whatever worked. Their mom, in the middle of making dinner, turned around. "You've lost weight again? Not eating properly?" Her daughter was a total workaholic, always flying around the globe, barely ever home. The family had gotten used to it. Sophia leaned in to help. "No way, I'm one of the heavier ones on my team, you know?" "How long are you staying this time?" her mom asked. "I'll try to make some time to be with you." "Ah, no need, really." Sophia waved it off. "Besides, Kevin's here too, right? I'll hang with him." Mrs. McFerson blinked, wondering if she heard that right. Since when did these two start getting along? Hanging out? Still, she didn't dig too deep. "All right then. He's not too busy these days anyway." "He quitting his job or just planning on mooching off you?" Sophia asked, popping a carrot chunk in her mouth. As she stirred the food, their mom replied, "It's not that. It's just... Sophia perked up. Finally, some juice on that jerk, Kevin. He went through another divorce. Sophia gasped in mock shock. Seriously? Inside, she was positively thrilled. Their mom sighed. Her stirring slowed and her expression darkened like she didn't know how to even begin. It's okay. If you'd rather not talk, we can switch to happy stuff, Sophia offered sweetly, playing the part of the caring daughter perfectly. Realizing Sophia barely came home, Mrs. McFerson decided not to hide it. After a moment, she said, I never liked Olivia Brooks. I tried to stop them back then. They both had already moved on. Why stir things up again and make everyone miserable? As soon as she brought it up, their mom let out a long sigh, instantly looking years older. Sophia couldn't help reaching over to smooth a strand of her mother's hair. Emotion taking over, their mom started venting again. They went through all that mess, finally got together, even registered their marriage. But before they could even plan the wedding, something blew up, Sophia finished. That baby she was carrying, not even your brother's. Sophia nearly choked, only it wasn't from shock. Nope, it was that kind of surprise that makes you want to cheer. But she had to hold it in, no laughing aloud. Her chest was actually hurting from the effort when she finally forced a pained look onto her face. How did that happen? She asked, managing a half-convincing expression. Kevin found out? But the baby wasn't even close to term yet, right? Kevin overheard Olivia on a call with someone. At first, she tried to lie, but, well, lies fall apart eventually. She gave up the act and went full-on crazy, even started threatening your brother. Said if he dared file for divorce, she'd take even more of his assets. Their mom threw the veggies into the pan, slapped the lid on, then dragged Sophia to the little tea nook for a private chat. Anything related to Kevin's train wreck of a personal life? Sophia was all ears. Their mom sneakily glanced toward the living room, checking if Kevin was nearby. They had a fight. The baby didn't make it. What? Sophia's eyes flew wide. He hit her? No, Olivia went after him first. He just shoved her away, but her belly was already huge by then. The hit was bad, so yeah. Their mom sighed. After that, Olivia tried using the baby to hook that other guy, but without it, no leverage. So she turned all the rage on your brother. Now she's refusing to divorce him. That's why Kevin came back here, just trying to escape. Awesome. But their mom clearly wasn't done stressing. Olivia drops by every other day, won't leave unless she sees Kevin. Sometimes she just parks herself here crying or yelling nonstop. Your grandma got so stressed over this that she got sick a few days ago. Ugh. She should have just stayed with Claire and lived a boring but calm life, right? Why mess around like this? Sophia could feel her mom's frustration, guilt and anger all tangled together. She patted her hand, offering a little comfort. So what's he planning now? Olivia's not exactly the type to walk away quietly. She'd totally make a scene at work. Would? Her mom scoffed. She already did. Business isn't doing great right now. Kevin says he's working on a partnership or something, claims he's got it under control. That made Sophia's ears perk up immediately. Jackpot. Mom, you really have to ask about that. You know how impulsive he gets when he's sure he's right. Can't have him screwing up again. You got to keep an eye on him. How am I supposed to ask if he doesn't want to talk? Their mom looked helpless. You're his mom. If you can't put your foot down, who can? What do you mean? Check. She frowned. His phone, obviously. After dinner, their mom had to go deal with some mess at the company. She'd basically shut down Sophia's plan earlier, not because she was unwilling to poke around, but because asking Kevin directly was a no-go. You couldn't just snatch his phone, right? So yeah, that little mission got passed down to Sophia herself. What's got you so deep in thought? Lily asked, eyeing her curiously. Sophia heaved a sigh. Trying to figure out how I can get a peek at Kevin's phone. Wait, huh? Lily blinked, clearly not getting it. Isn't that like super easy? Simple? Sophia McFerson had thought Lily had some clever, high-tech plan up her sleeve, or maybe something shady enough to make your skin crawl. But nope. Late at night, with the whole house dead quiet, Sophia crouched at the landing of the stairs, peeking around the corner. Meanwhile, Miss Killer walked right up to Kevin McFerson's room like she owned the place. At least Lily had the decency to knock. Kevin's voice came from inside, sounded super annoyed. Lily didn't bother answering and knocked again. Who is it? From where she was hiding, Sophia saw the door crack open. Heart pounding, she waited to see what magic Lily would pull off. As the door swung wide, Lily stepped to the side, pressing her back to the wall. And right when Kevin leaned out to check who was knocking, wham! Lily's punch landed square on his high and mighty nose, the one he always bragged about. The sound, the force. Anyone watching would believe that nose was done for. Kevin hit the ground hard, phone slipping out of his hand. Lily calmly picked it up and walked over to Sophia. Sophia stared up, stunned silent. "This is what you meant by simple?" she asked, dazed. Lily looked confused. "Wasn't that simple?" "Simple, yeah." Sophia propped herself up against the wall as she shakily took the phone. Too simple. Not just simple, this was plain savage. Dragging the unconscious Kevin back into his room, Sophia started working on the phone lock. He should have fingerprint unlock, right? She knelt beside him, lifting his hand and trying finger by finger. Bingo, unlocked. While she scanned through his texts, Sophia kept one eye on Kevin just in case he came to. "Why are you staring at him?" Lily asked. Sophia's fingers flew across the screen. "If he wakes up, our undercover mission is toast." And so was all her money. Lily didn't even blink. "So just knock him out again." She had a point. With a killer buddy like Lily, what's there to be scared of? Still, Sophia was pretty nervous. This was her first time snooping through someone's phone. Every message that looked remotely shady, she snapped a photo. Click, 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 non-stop. "Aha!" Sophia suddenly blurted out, eyes locked on the screen. "He really met with Isabella Ross, and he's trying to bring her into his aviation company." What was he thinking? Clearly, he was plotting something against her future sis-in-law and her lovely boss. "That's pretty messed up," Lily said, dead serious. "Right?" Sophia scoffed. Lily narrowed her eyes, and before Sophia could react, Lily threw another punch, right at Kevin's busted nose. Clean, sharp, brutal. When she moved in for punch number 2, Sophia quickly jumped to stop her. "Kevin's skull is practically made of glass. You keep hitting him like this, and he might bleed to death from his own nose. Lily, come on, let's be mad, not murderers." Lily stared at Sophia for a moment, then said in this spooky, calm voice, "If people across the globe feared the law like you do, the world would be a peaceful place." Sophia chuckled nervously and kept scrolling. "But hey, I always wondered, why'd you get into that line of work anyway?" She looked super young and pretty, though. Lily stayed deadpan, voice flat. "Because I'm not good at anything else." "You mean killing people's your only skill?" She nodded. "Exactly." Then she suddenly leaned in, practically breathing into Sophia McFerson's ear, her tone turning conspiratorial, trying to sell it like a product. "Sure you don't want to learn from me? I've got all kinds of killer moves down to a science." Sophia coughed. "You mean you're skilled at it?" Lily paused for half a second. "Same thing, right?" "Not even close." Ignoring Lily's B-movie pitch, Sophia focused on rooting through Kevin McFerson's phone for dirt. Once she figured she'd gotten enough, she wiped the screen clean and stood up, heading for the door. She carefully set the phone back on the floor. "Drag him over here." Working together, they faked a scene like Kevin had passed out on his own. Barely 2 minutes after they'd returned to Sophia's room, Kevin started waking up. The pain had jolted him conscious. His nose throbbed so badly he almost teared up. First thing he did when he opened his eyes was touch his nose, only to find blood all over his fingers, just as expected. "Mom! Mom!" Their mother was nearly asleep when she heard Kevin yelling at the top of his lungs. Sophia, in her room, sat bolt upright. "Crap!" Lily, still on the couch, blinked open her eyes. "What? There are cameras in the house!" Sophia scrambled off the bed in a panic. "Snip the wires already." Sophia froze mid-step and whipped her head around. "When?" "While you were chatting with your mom." "She's called Mother," Sophia snapped without thinking. "Sophia, you still awake?" Their mother's voice came through the door. "Your brother hurt his nose. Can you take him to the hospital?" Sophia sighed dramatically, hands on her hips, her face dark with frustration. "Fine." 10 minutes later, Lily was driving, Sophia stretched out across the back seat. Kevin looked over, frowning. "Why am I in the front? The passenger seat's not safe." Sophia, wrapped in her coat, eyes shut, didn't even open them. "No one said you had to sit there. You think we're your Uber or something?" Kevin wanted to argue, but vanity won out. Whatever preserved his image. Grudgingly, he climbed in up front. Before he could finish buckling, Lily floored it. Kevin flew forward with the sudden acceleration, smashing back against the seat in agony as pain spiked through his nose. Lily and Sophia both, silently and in sync. Serves you right. For screwing over a good girl, for lying, for being a world-class jerk. Can you even drive? Lily slammed the brakes all of a sudden and threw her hands up. Be my guest. Kevin glared at her. If you're enjoying the ride, maybe don't act like a... Lily stumbled, unsure of the word she wanted. From the back, Sophia mumbled, drama queen. Enlightened, Lily nodded. Yeah, don't act like a drama queen. Kevin scoffed. It's being picky, genius. Lily didn't miss a beat. So you admit you're a drama queen? Kevin's eyes practically popped from his head in rage. Soon enough, the three of them pulled up to the ER. Just as they were about to walk in, Kevin got yanked violently backward. Smack. The slap came out of nowhere. Sophia's jaw dropped into an O shape as she watched Olivia Brooks storm up and let Kevin have it, yelling straight into his face. Hiding from me? Ghosting me? So this is the new girl, huh? Olivia's glare fixed on Lily like steel. Lily's expression shifted, her face freezing over, inch by inch. What are you staring at? Olivia Brooks looked totally drained, her stomach flat, cheeks sunken. After losing 2 major backers, she'd pretty much lost all her shine. There wasn't a trace of the glamorous celeb she used to be. Now she lashed out like a wild cat, fierce and out of control. So much for elegance. Watching the drama unfold, Sophia McFerson crossed her arms and took 2 steps back, thoroughly entertained. Across from them, the usually blank-faced Lily now stepped forward, heading straight for Olivia. Kevin McFerson, meanwhile, was desperate to bail. He was itching to get to the ER and get someone to look at his busted nose. Vanity clearly ran in the McFerson bloodline, but Olivia had her claws locked into his shirt and wasn't letting go anytime soon. Lily didn't even take a full 5 steps before she stood face to face with Olivia. What? You want to throw hands? Olivia's tone was sharp. Let me remind you, Kevin and I are still married. I'm the wife, you're just the side piece, got it? She turned to Kevin, voice getting louder. You better believe I'll take every penny from you in the divorce. Kevin instantly looked panicked. Money talk hit a nerve. He shook her off hard and snapped. You've got some nerve? Want me to walk away with nothing? After everything you lied to me about? But Olivia tilted her head, totally unfazed. Lied? Please, you were the one who insisted on raising a kid that might not even be yours. You said you'd marry me no matter what and love me forever. Now you found someone prettier and want to toss me aside? Dream on. Even Sophia had to stop herself from clapping. That level of shamelessness? Impressive. You two are coming with me to the police station, Olivia shouted suddenly, gripping Kevin with one hand and Lily with the other, trying to drag them both. Only, Lily didn't move an inch. Olivia blinked, thrown off. Why aren't you even wearing glasses if your eyesight's that bad? The curveball question had Olivia completely dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Lily calmly pried Olivia's hand off and pointed, first at Kevin, then at herself. Disgust laced her voice. Exactly how blind would I have to be to sleep with someone like him? Kevin froze. He'd never been insulted so directly before. Pride, dignity, crushed into the dirt, and Olivia felt that sting too. Lily gave Kevin another once-over and said short, ugly, greasy, and dumb. She looked at Olivia, serious as ever. You marrying him, that's just tragic. You've got zero taste. Olivia's fury faltered just a bit. Then came the kicker. Lily glanced at Kevin and said, and you actually married someone who runs on rage mode 24/7? What do you have a thing for chaos? Pfft, Sophia lost it. Ha ha! Now 2 people had their egos thoroughly crushed. Say that again! Olivia lunged toward her, ready to throw hands. Kevin, red-faced, stared daggers at Lily. Lily didn't flinch. She just sighed and said, honestly, you two kinda deserve each other. Right, Professor McFerson? Sophia McPherson's smile froze. It wasn't part of the plan to get dragged in like this. Sophia! Kevin McPherson snapped. Sophia quickly tugged Lily closer and straightened her back. Are you going to the hospital or not? 'Cause if not, I'm out. I'm not wasting my night playing around with you. My time's worth more than this. You? Kevin was shaking with anger. He stormed off toward the emergency room. Seeing him leave, Olivia Brooks practically bolted after him. You're not leaving me behind again." Back and forth, bumping into each other, the two finally disappeared into the ER. Sophia didn't follow. Instead, she slung an arm over Lily's shoulder. "We're basically done here. Let's bounce." "Where are we heading?" Lily looked genuinely confused. "Duh, back to our dear boss to report a job well done." When the two of them got to Lucas Dalton's office, Claire Alton had already left. "Didn't you say your hand was hurt and you were going to be late?" Sophia frowned. "Just a scratch. Flashed a report and I was good." Emily Dalton leaned in, all curious. "So? Spill the tea. How'd it go?" Sophia folded her arms, grinning smugly. "Come on, is there anything I can't handle?" Behind the desk, Lucas frowned as he flipped through pictures Sophia had taken. His scowl deepened with every swipe. Just that morning, he'd gotten word Isabella Ross had been released. He hadn't planned to go nuclear, just quietly send her overseas later. Didn't expect her to buddy up with Kevin McFerson, and now Samuel Dalton was with her too. Thinking about the intel Matthew White had dug up made Lucas want to lose it. Emily was half sprawled across the desk now. "Big bro, so what if Isabella's out? Just ship her off now. What's the big deal?" "It's too late," Lucas said flatly. By the time he'd found out, she was already gone. Now, she was probably rubbing shoulders with a dozen other pilots at the rating facility. Lucas had nailed it. Somewhere overseas. The assessment site wasn't in the home country. Muno Airlines' pilot squad had just arrived, with other carriers' pilots trailing behind. Technically, it was called a rating, but it might as well have been an exam or a full-on competition. Pilots from all over the globe, with nearly identical uniforms save for the color, started scoping each other out. Everyone was silently sizing up the crowd. It wasn't match play, but if there was an S rank on the table, who wanted to settle for a C? The pilots arriving today were the top flyers from each airline. Each company only sent half the team first. The other half stayed back to keep operations going. When this batch finished, the rest would come. Not surprisingly, every airline had brought out their aces for round one. With egos on the line, no one wanted to fall behind. There were so many people that even confirming everyone's identity took forever. While the crowd waited and chatted, the name suddenly rang out through the air. Isabella Ross, representing Huame Airlines. Heads turned toward the check-in desk. At the same time, Isabella, wearing a black baseball cap, was silently scanning the room through the light. It'd only been a few days, but somehow she already felt different. Her gaze had this icy sharpness, like she didn't care about anyone at all. "Round America?" Samantha was trying to recall something. "Why does that sound so familiar? Which company is it again?" Clare Alton lowered her eyes, absent-mindedly fiddling with the Band-Aid on her finger. Isabella Ross went to Round America? That's not the point. The real question was, how did she get out? Based on normal procedure, Isabella shouldn't have been cleared that fast, unless someone pulled some strings. Round America, was it Kevin McFerson? Claire closed her eyes for a second, her breath growing a bit heavier. She just couldn't wrap her head around how someone like Kevin, scum, honestly, could always find a new way to make life harder, and every move he pulled seemed more disgusting than the last. Worst part? Now he and Isabella might be working together? Samantha picked up on the change in her breathing. "You okay? Feeling sick or something?" "I'm fine." Claire's gaze shifted toward the team Isabella was leading. "Sam, I don't want her stealing the spotlight." That was the first time Samantha had ever heard something so competitive come out of Claire's mouth. It wasn't just her. Some of the nearby pilots from Woodfield Air looked up too. Daniel Brooks and Mr. Thompson exchanged surprised glances. Samantha paused for about 5 seconds, then answered softly but firmly, "All right, I've got your back." Claire gave her a small smile. Then Samantha leaned in a little and asked, "But isn't this assessment purely based on individual skills? So how were they supposed to stop Isabella from standing out, unless one of them was just straight up better than her?" But credit where it's due, Isabella's flight skills were seriously next level. Even Mr. Thompson had said she was a rare talent. Claire murmured, "It's a 5-person team format. Everyone goes through the same preset tasks at the same time." 5-person teams made things move faster. If they had to assess every pilot one-on-one, they'd be here till next year with the sheer number of people. As they talked, the officials across the room had already started calling pilots over for random groupings. Same nationality pilots drew groups together. When Woodfield Air or National Airlines pilots ran into fellow countrymen, everyone was all smiles. After all, they were representing home, and even if someone secretly didn't think much of another, no one wanted to make a scene. It was all just fake nice politeness. Everyone insisted on letting others draw first, and the other side always replied with exaggerated friendliness. The whole scene looked super harmonious on the surface. God, all this fake politeness, isn't it awkward? Can we not waste time with this hand-holding nonsense? These big company folks are so into pretending they're better. The snide remarks came from pilots working at smaller, independent airlines, not yet bought out by Woodfield International. But even as they talked trash, their eyes were all locked on the Woodfield Air folks. They didn't dare mess with National Airlines pilots. As soon as those comments floated over, even the National Airlines crew exchanged confused looks. No one said a word because none of them got it. What was that all about? Why'd they just get dragged into this unprovoked shade from fellow nationals? Don't like what you see? Samantha, who never backed down, suddenly fired back. Then maybe switch nationality and go fangirl around over there. The guys who'd just been mouthing off all looked like they'd been slapped. Yeah, they'd been throwing shade, but no one actually had the guts to make it into a real argument. Especially since the Civil Aviation Administration and directors from both home and overseas had shown up. Two middle-aged deputy directors walked toward their respective national teams. Mr. Collins frowned. What's with the weird vibe? Did something just happen? At Munio Airlines, Clare Alton was always the center of gossip, while Samantha had the kind of vibe that made people think twice before messing with her. Standing behind Clare, Samantha lazily tossed out, "Someone thinks we're dragging our feet. Guess they're talking about us." Mr. Collins instinctively glanced toward the Air Union crew. Samantha quickly stepped in to block his view, flashing a diplomatic smile. "Not them, it's the group behind." "Behind them?" Mr. Collins looked over his shoulder. Trailing them were dozens of pilots from small domestic airlines. Logically, they should have been tripping over themselves to get close to the big players, not throwing shade. Mr. Collins turned to face the same direction as everyone else. "Ignore it. Focus on yourself and stay calm. I genuinely hope our first S-level pilot comes from China's civil aviation," he added with weight. And just like that, the pressure on every Munio Airlines pilot skyrocketed. Everyone's eyes landed on Mr. Thompson. The man nearly lost another hair or two. "I'm no spring chicken. Why's everyone acting like I'm the one in the running?" Claire piped up, "You're a pro, Mr. Thompson. Sure, you've got more years on us, but your experience is unmatched." Samantha gave a polite smile. "You're our senior, we're just trying to follow your lead." Daniel Brooks nodded like he was afraid his neck would snap. Others from Munio Airlines even started clapping softly. Mr. Thompson looked like he was on the verge of tears. "Come on, let me live a few more years in peace, yeah? I'm too old to be competing with you lot. A little respect for your elders, please." His dramatic plea cracked everyone up, and the tense vibe finally lightened a bit. Claire quietly took a couple of deep breaths. Just then, someone called out instructions to the local pilots. Line up by gender. Everyone understood English, so pilots quickly formed two tidy lines. Claire and Samantha stood side by side. They both turned to see where the voice came from and froze. Neither of them could quite put a name to the familiar face right away. With her ponytail swinging and arms crossed, Gabriella Reed raised an eyebrow. "Wow, already forgot me?" "Oh, right. Gabriella Reed, captain from Song Airlines, and their teammate in that international air show." Claire reached out with a smile. "It's been a while." Samantha did the same. After a round of cheerful greetings, Gabriella pulled a woman forward. "Let me introduce. This is Katie Lane, a pilot from Air Union." Katie had sharp monolids but big eyes, looking crisp and sharp in her white captain's uniform. Claire suddenly remembered, way back, Lucas Dalton had pointed out two fierce women in domestic aviation. One was Gabriella, the other, clearly, was the woman in front of her. Katie hadn't joined the air show back then, for some reason. Claire extended a hand. "I've heard so much about you." Katie smirked. "Pretty sure I should be the one saying that." With Gabriella in the mix, the four women clicked easily. As they chatted in a tight group, Katie suddenly dropped her voice. Just now when I was walking over, I heard that crowd back there gossiping. Isabella Ross, Claire finished for her as Katie looked at her curiously. You two have beef? Samantha immediately frowned. What were they saying? Oh, the usual, just hyping Isabella up like she's a shoo-in for being the first female S-level pilot. Katie said it offhand like it was nothing. Man, she's got some ego, huh? Gabriella Reed crossed her arms and shot a look behind her, tone dripping with sarcasm. But seriously, how do you even know Isabella Ross? Who is she supposed to be? Katie Lane hadn't known Gabriella long, but they clicked well enough to skip the formalities. She rolled her eyes. You don't even know who she is, yet you're already throwing shade. Gabriella blinked. Do I need to know her, though? I mean, her name does sound kind of familiar. Katie sighed and summed it up plainly. She's better than you. Gabriella's eyes widened. Wow, you really went there? All those female pilots standing over there were from some small-time airline. If Isabella were all that, wouldn't she have joined a top-tier company already? And then Samantha chimed in slowly. She really is. Samantha added, Captain Lane's not dissing you. She's just being real. Gabriella's competitiveness instantly flared up. She pulled the three of them into a small huddle. All right then, who is she, really? She's a well-known international female pilot with a killer resume. Until today, she was with Kuno Airways. Katie explained everything she knew. Samantha added, I looked up some of her flight videos from when she worked overseas. She's legit. Gabriella's heart broke a little hearing that. She glanced toward Clare Alton, who had been quietly standing by. Claire was the gentlest one here. Surely she'd back her up. But no, Claire just gave her a small nod. Gabriella nearly dropped to her knees. Katie pulled her back up. Come on, don't take it so hard. You walking in here thinking you'd be the first to hit S-level was your first mistake. With the rest of us here, did you really think that was happening? Just getting an S at all is already a good outcome. Fair enough. Gabriella quickly straightened up, adjusting her uniform like she meant business. She was the only female pilot representing Songhang. She couldn't afford to be that fragile. No way she was going to let the girls from Muhan or Guohang look down on her. Hey, your team's over there. How come you're not with them? Gabriella just couldn't resist saying something. Katie glanced that way. Different group. Don't really know them. There were 5 female pilots from Guohang. One had to skip the event due to illness, but the other 3 were standing together. Even so, rivalries among pilot crews were pretty normal. Samantha totally got it and patted Katie on the shoulder. Gabriella, however, was confused. Wait, what's with the eye contact thing between you two? Claire finally stepped in, unable to watch her confusion anymore. She gently explained, Captain Lane's kind of being left out. La! Gabriella barely got the word out before Samantha quickly slapped a hand over her mouth. The sound cut off immediately. Just 2 meters away, the male pilots from Muhan all turned to look around, curious. Daniel Brooks, looking amused, said, Guess people from overseas really are more open-minded. Mr. Thompson had no clue what he was talking about. Huh? Didn't you hear? Sounded like a chicken just now. A chicken? You didn't hear that soft box sound? Mr. Thompson looked completely lost. When? I didn't catch anything. Daniel sighed. Uncle, how are you even passing hearing tests like this? Mr. Thompson joked, unless it's plane-related, everything else goes right over my head. Daniel laughed and added, a rooster still counts as G machine. The male pilots burst out laughing instantly. Not far away, the 4 female pilots. Are they talking about me? Gabriella Reed's brain finally kicked back online. Katie Lane gave her a little shove forward. Nope, they're talking about chickens. Now hurry up and draw your lot. The box had already been brought over, and Gabriella stared at it like she'd just set up some spiritual ceremony in her head. Honestly, she had no idea what good it would do in a professional assessment, but hey, couldn't hurt. She drew a slip, opened it, and said right away, Group 13. Then the rest of the girls went up one by one. Once they were done, the staff needed to record the results on the spot. Clare Alton turned to hand in her number, but just as she moved, a sharp jab shot through her shoulder. She looked up and locked eyes with Samantha. Isabella Ross had done it on purpose. That bump wasn't light either, smacked right into a nerve spot on Claire's shoulder, sending a wave of sharp pain through her. Samantha noticed right away and pulled Claire to the side. "Captain Ross, did you leave your eyes at home or glue them to your forehead?" Isabella just smiled faintly, shot a glance at Claire, and then stepped up to draw her lot. Shortly after, Gabriella shuffled over to them. "Well, guess what? Miss Thorns and Roses over there pulled 26 too." 26? Gabriella raised her brow, glancing at the three standing in front of her. "Well, best of luck, ladies. Probably the papers weren't shuffled too well either. Turns out Samantha, Katie, Isabella, and Claire were all in group 26. There was just one more person from a regional airline to round out the five. It's all good, just the first round," Katie said casually. After all, they weren't exactly rivals, just showcasing what they could do individually. Claire chimed in, "Is the first session in the evening?" "Yup," which meant everyone could head back to their hotels and chill for a bit. Mr. Collins had sorted the accommodations way earlier. "Are we rooming together?" Gabriella asked, walking with them. "Sure," Katie replied without hesitation. The whole way there, Claire didn't say a word. Then, inside their hotel room, while the rest were still chatting about the evaluation, Claire suddenly yanked off her uniform jacket the moment she got in. Gabriella's eyes went wide, her tone half joking, half concerned. "Claire, whoa, what are you doing? Our orientations are all perfectly straight, you know." Katie narrowed her eyes, watching her closely. Samantha walked right over. "What's going on?" Claire pressed her lips together, staring at her shoulder where a maybe 5 mm long shard was stuck in. She yanked it out. "Where the hell did that come from?" Gabriella's tone turned serious. Samantha frowned. "You think it was from that bump Isabella gave you?" Claire didn't say anything, just pulled out her phone and called the team doctor overseeing the domestic squad, asking them to bring some disinfectant over. As soon as he heard it was her, the doctor came in person, bringing along supplies and prepping to deal with the wound. 5 or 6 minutes later, when Claire took her jacket off again, the other three women were stunned. "Why's it so red?" Gabriella blurted out, shocked. The doctor frowned. "Don't move." She squeezed around the wound a bit. What oozed out didn't look right. "Is that poison?" Samantha guessed. The doctor mixed up something from her kit and applied it generously. After a long moment, she stood up, expression turning grim. "I need to speak with Mr. Collins. Sit tight and don't move. Also, don't drink anything." The on-site doctor looked serious, and even Gabriella Reed sensed that something might be off. Samantha stayed close to Claire Alton. "Are you feeling anything weird now?" "Not yet," Claire replied, her tone a bit flat, because she remembered something her grandpa once told her when she was little, something about how some foreign pilots, when they couldn't win things fair and square, would get dirty in secret. Especially in certain countries, using underhanded methods wasn't exactly rare. One of those tricks? Poking someone with something tiny covered in bacteria. It wouldn't kill, but it'd sure make you feel like crap. And once you're not feeling right, you'd have to take meds just to function. But here's the thing. With this international pilot certification, they ran 2 medical checks before the actual test. That way, they'd make sure no pilot was using banned meds or flying sick, which could be dangerous during evaluation. So none of that stuff was allowed. Claire never imagined Isabella Ross would stoop that low. Everyone in the room went quiet for a moment. Soon, Mr. Collins walked in with Mr. Wilson and the doctor, all of them rushing in. Mr. Wilson's expression changed the second he saw the red swollen patch on Claire's shoulder that looked just like hives. "What happened?" Samantha jumped in. They bumped into each other during the draw. Claire was with Isabella, and right after that, her shoulder started hurting. Once we got back, we saw this tiny needle-like thing stuck there. "Where is it now?" the doctor asked quickly. Katie Lane, who was standing close, grabbed a tissue and carefully picked up the little thing. Using tweezers, the doctor held it up to the light and examined it. Not long after, he said, "It's definitely the stuff." The stuff meant what exactly? Everyone was confused, except Mr. Wilson, who clearly got it, his jaw clenched. How could Isabella actually pull a stunt like this? He'd heard the gossip about Isabella lately, and he was aware of her issues with Lucas Dalton. Still, he never thought she'd go this far. Claire asked, "So I can't take the exam this time?" There was a short silence. The doctor and Mr. Wilson exchanged looks but didn't speak. Finally, Mr. Collins stepped in. "Just take it easy for now. We'll figure things out later." The three of them left quickly. In the room, Gabriella glanced from one person to another. "Claire, honestly, are you okay?" Claire shook her head. Not because she was fine, but the bacteria probably hadn't kicked in fully yet. Samantha leaned against the cabinet, arms crossed, her face dark with anger. "Seriously, you should have let Lucas take her down while he had the chance." Claire shifted slightly in her chair, staring up at the chandelier. If she missed this certification, then next year, when Mueno Airlines might be getting an Airbus A380, she'd be out of the running entirely. She only found out here that this international test happened once every 2 years. If you miss it or blow it, that's a full 2-year wait. Samantha sat beside her, tone casual but eyes sharp. "You're thinking about that A380, right?" That got Katie and Gabriella to turn their heads at once. "A380?" Samantha didn't bother hiding it. "Our company's probably buying one next year." Katie raised a brow. "So you're planning to go for lead pilot?" Flying wide-body jets or taking on international routes all required that S-class certification. That's why even some foreign pilots who were close to retiring still showed up to try and pass this exam. Without the S-class badge, they couldn't fly the big routes. Gabriella's eyes lit up. She squatted in front of Claire and said, "Captain Claire, how about I switch over to your airline? No biggie. You're caught up in a competition? I'll step in for you. Give it 2 years. Once you're done with all this, I'll hand it back to you." "Excuse me, and where does that leave me?" Samantha gave Gabriella a smack on the shoulder. Suddenly, Claire snapped her fingers. "Wait, doesn't your airline have an A380? Gabriella spread her hands, offering a polite but fake smile. "It's been converted into a cargo plane." "You could still fly a cargo plane," Samantha suggested. Gabriella pulled a sarcastic grin. "The thing barely even flies anymore. The main pilot retired earlier this year. It never even has a full load. How do you expect it to take off?" That plane was just way too massive. Regular routes couldn't fill it up, and even one shift as a freighter was hella expensive, not something most people could afford to use. Hands on her hips, Gabriella huffed. "Yeah, looks like I really should jump ship. I've hit a dead end here." "You better hope your boss doesn't hear you say that," Katie chimed in with a smirk. "He'd probably lose it." Listening to their banter made Claire feel slightly better. "I'm all right now. You guys should rest. There's still the assessment later this evening." As if they could possibly rest. Knock, knock. Samantha called out, "Come in." Mr. Collins walked in briskly, wearing a grim expression. He looked like he had rushed over, still catching his breath as he began. "You need to rest. The team doctor will come by later to give you a detox shot. The assessment's been pushed back to tomorrow evening. If you make good use of the time, you should be fine." Samantha's eyes widened. Postponed? This was huge. Who even had the pull to delay an international pilot exam? All 4 women were stunned. Mr. Collins caught his breath, hesitated for a moment, then pointed at Claire and gave a small smile. "You've got some serious luck." While everyone was still trying to wrap their heads around it, Mr. Wilson came in with the team doctor and 2 more physicians in tow. Next thing Claire knew, the doctors had her lying down, taking blood samples and getting her on an IV. While they worked, Gabriella looked like a cat dying of curiosity, and Mr. Wilson finally clued her in. It was Mr. Dalton from Muno International. He talked to the assessment board. He paused, then added, "Word is, he dropped at least $1 billion US. A delay in an international flight assessment for just one person? That messes up a lot more than schedules. These people weren't moving the test just for the heck of it. Something serious had to be offered in return." Lucas had contacted the international board from back home, working around the clock just to buy Claire time to recover. He knew too well what it would do to her if she had to miss out. And to him, even that kind of money was worth it. Claire's chest tightened when she heard that. She couldn't help clenching her fist. The team doctor gently reminded, "Hey, relax, deep breaths." She forced her hand to loosen. Mr. Wilson said, "Focus on getting better. Once this is all over, we'll make sure to give you answers." Keep your mindset steady. Do your best tomorrow. Claire managed a tired smile. Thanks to you and Mr. Collins for everything. Mr. Collins waved it off. We should be thanking you. Because it wasn't just Claire, several other pilots had been feeling off since arriving, and just now, a few even came down with stomach issues out of nowhere. Nobody knew if it was something in the water, food, or what. This extra day of grace gave them a shot at damage control. But it also meant the Civil Aviation Administration owed Lucas Dalton, big time. If it had been anyone besides Claire, he might not have lifted a finger. That money wasn't pocket change. Later on WeChat, Claire stared at the message that had just popped up and her eyes stung suddenly. Lucas, don't be scared. I'm with you always. Her fingers hovered for a second, wiping at the corners of her eyes, then she typed with one hand. Claire, Lucas Dalton, when I'm back home, let's get married. After Claire Alton hit send on that message, the team medic dragged her off for more bacterial testing. She left her phone on the side, totally unaware of the chaos back home, especially how Lucas Dalton, who had just spent a staggering $1 billion, was spiraling. The moment the news broke about Claire being attacked, everyone rushed to Lucas's study. But before anyone could speak, they all saw him just frozen, phone in hand, like he'd entered statue mode. Hello? Benjamin Hart waved a hand in front of his face. Still no response. Even Emily Dalton stepped up and called his name twice. Nothing. Katie Lane gave him a couple light shoves, thankfully avoiding her usual no-nonsense vibe. He finally blinked awake, frowning at everyone huddled around him. What? Benjamin looked genuinely spooked. Dude, are you okay? You were just stuck there. I'm fine. He cleared his throat, trying to sound normal. Then he turned to Matthew White. You stay. The rest of you, out. No one dared argue. One by one, they quietly left the room. Matthew leaned in. Yes, Mr. Dalton. Start working on the wedding tomorrow. Okay, and double take. Wait, what? A wedding? Lucas glanced up. Who else, Benjamin? No, got it. Matthew straightened up, face lighting up. Understood. I'll make sure it's the biggest, most epic wedding Pine Song's ever seen. And the budget? Lucas was still staring at Claire's last message, checking it again and again like he couldn't believe it was real. No cap, just make it perfect. Got it. With his head high, Matthew walked out, already fired up. Spend money? Please. That's his area of expertise. As the night dragged on, Lucas never ended up sleeping. Part of it was work, but mainly that barbecue line from Claire. Just thinking about it kept him way too excited to shut his eyes. Overseas. Claire finally wrapped up her bacterial detox. Apart from a slight fever, she felt fine. Because the assessment had been pushed back a day, the 4 women ended up with a free day. It wasn't even time to fight jet lag yet. Want to order something? Samantha suggested. Gabriella Reed bounced over. Why not? The room had 2 beds on each side, just right for the 4 of them to crash. Claire and Katie were on the beds by the window. Since she was still hooked up to a drip, Samantha asked, You probably need something light to eat, right? Of course, Gabriella said, poking Samantha's phone. I'm getting this. Samantha didn't argue and handed over her phone. Go ahead, pick what you want. By the time they all put in their orders, Claire had settled for a cozy bowl of pearl soup. The barbecue total hit nearly $2,000, but Samantha didn't bat an eye. Worth it. Gabriella rolled her eyes. Why is this stuff so insanely expensive abroad? Katie laughed. Come on, we're not in Kansas anymore. Meanwhile, Katie had already set up a WeChat group chat for the 4 of them. The group name? Simple and clear. The most badass women pilots. Gabriella had changed it just a second ago. Samantha shot a glance. Gabriella Reed, if you can't make it to S-rank, you better just quit. Only S-rank captains deserve to be here. You looking down on me? Gabriella's face didn't move an inch. Yup. Gabriella hugged a pillow like her world just collapsed. Since training camp days, you've been looking down on me. Boo-hoo-hoo! Oh my God! Everyone. Claire Alton and Samantha looked at each other, totally baffled. Neither of them expected Gabriella to be this dramatic. Hey! Samantha nudged her arm. Wait, you're crying for real? I was just messing with you. Can't you take a joke? Gabriella suddenly popped her head up from the pillow with a mischievous grin. Hey, I was just yawning. Tears came out on their own. What the? Samantha couldn't help it, kicked her. Go back to your own damn bed. But with all their pilot training, Gabriella didn't feel a thing. Holding the pillow tight, she scurried back across the room. With nothing better to do, Katie Lane broke the silence. You guys ever think about your future? They were all around the same age and stars in the aviation world. Gabriella piped up first. I want to fly the Airbus A380. Same here. Yep, me too. Katie. She rolled her eyes. Can you guys have dreams that aren't copy-paste? Gabriella thought for a second, blinked, then grinned wide. Okay then, how about being the first female captain in China to fly the A380? The other two pilots. Same. Yep, same here. Katie gave up. Samantha chuckled. What about you? Lying on the bed, Katie hesitated for a moment. No real plans. That's why I asked. You don't want to fly the A380? Gabriella asked, dead serious. Katie glared. Will you stop talking about the damn A380? Gabriella held her pillow tight and declared, a pilot who doesn't want to fly the A380 isn't a real captain. Fair point. True that. Katie was officially done. As they kept chatting away, the barbecue they ordered finally arrived. Once their trays were set, the three of them gathered on Katie's bed, starting the Korean barbecue session. Claire looked on quietly and mumbled, Honestly, I thought high-flyer types like you wouldn't go for such street food. Right after she said that, Samantha and Gabriella immediately turned to her. Katie, busy chewing skewers, turned a bit slower. Why would you think that? Claire thought about it. 'Cause you guys literally fly high. All three. Ha ha! Laughter broke out instantly. When the laughter died down, Katie explained, It's precisely 'cause we're not supposed to eat this stuff often, that we crave it more. I mean, what kind of Chinese person doesn't love good old barbecue? Gabriella, chewing happily, nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Exactly. Then she added, How much was it? Let's split the bill. Katie didn't even bother responding. You ate the most. No one's splitting with you. Claire had to stick to her light food, just a plain broth with some pearls, and watching the others chow down was kind of painful. She grabbed her phone and sent a WeChat message. Chairman Dalton, I kind of want barbecue. She thought he'd be asleep by now, but to her surprise, his reply was instant. You can't have it yet, but I'll have the best barbecue chef waiting at home for you. Whole spread ready when you land. Want anything else? Seeing her smile gently like that, Samantha let out a sigh. Hey, Gabriella leaned in toward Samantha. Is she really dating your boss? Samantha wasn't the kind to gossip. I don't really know. Shh. Gabriella rolled her eyes. Come on, we're at least friends. Can you not be so fake? I seriously don't know, Samantha repeated. Don't know what? Claire Alton set down her phone. Katie Lane filled her in. Gabriella asked Samantha if you're really dating the CEO of Dalton Airlines. Samantha said she doesn't know. Claire took a sip of her pearl soup, then slowly nodded. Yeah. Gabriella's eyes widened like saucers, and she literally stopped breathing. For real, it's not some PR stunt? She'd always assumed the rumors were just for clout, to boost Dalton Airlines' visibility. But now, you're dating your boss and you don't feel pressured or anything? Like, doesn't he ride you harder at work? Gabriella looked genuinely confused. Claire thought for a second. Nah, he never pushes me. Sometimes he doesn't even want me to work. So, he's down to just pay your bills? Samantha asked, raising her brows. Claire remembered Lucas Dalton actually had said something like that. I think so. Katie smacked the table. And you said no? Nope. The way the three of them stared at her was almost tragic. Claire was baffled. Gabriella, never afraid to speak her mind, blurted, Girl, you really don't know how lucky you are. He's literally offering to take care of you, and you don't jump on that? Do you enjoy stressing yourself out for fun? Claire said, I just don't want to stay at home all day. Plus, flying's my passion. She had given up her dream once for the sake of family and wasn't about to make that mistake again. If you like flying that much, ask him to buy you a plane. Set your own route and cruise around the globe for fun. Why kill yourself doing it professionally? Gabriella suggested. Claire looked completely thrown. She turned to Samantha. You feel the same? Samantha pondered for a moment before giving a serious answer. Whatever makes you happy, but I'm all for you building your own career. Doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl. Once you lose your worth, someone's going to toss you aside sooner or later. Gabriella muttered. Man, I just want to chill and coast. If it weren't for my pilot parents giving me something to live up to, I'd be slacking at home right now. Katie chuckled. Your mom would kill you. Mind your own food and zip it, Gabriella grumbled. Oh, right, Samantha suddenly remembered. We're in the same group as Isabella Ross for tomorrow's evaluation. If today's any indicator of her personality, think she'll try to stir the pot again? Katie, who was from Air China, just shuddered at the thought. Didn't expect she could stoop that low. Claire set down her spoon, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. If she's still showing up for the assessment after everything that's happened, either she still wants to be in this line of work, or she's up to something. Given their past conflict, Claire couldn't help but feel Isabella had an agenda. Meanwhile, when Isabella Ross found out the assessment got delayed by a day, she clenched her jaw in frustration. Captain Ross, you all right? Huh? Isabella snapped out of it, gripping her phone tighter, just thinking about the assessment. You're amazing, Captain Ross. No doubt you'll pass with flying colors. Probably the first S-level pilot in the country. Some Ring American pilots chimed in, obviously buttering up Isabella Ross. Ring American only had one female pilot, Isabella, and the women throwing snide remarks today were mostly from those tiny, barely surviving local airlines. After Mingye International started dominating the field, those small companies started sticking together, hoping that would protect them from getting stomped out. What they didn't realize was that Mingye and Air China couldn't care less about them. Isabella just chuckled casually. Any of you know why all of a sudden our evaluation got pushed back by a whole day? Hearing that, a few pilots quickly brought their late-night snacks over to her table, glanced around, and whispered, I heard some chatter, don't know if it's true. Someone from Mingye apparently ran into something, and next thing you know, the International Evaluation Committee actually agreed to delay the test. Under the table, her hand dug into her thigh. Jealousy, rage, all because of Claire Alton? She was the reason this got postponed? Seriously? More people trickled in, grabbing seats and chatting with their own circle of gossip. Captain Ross, why'd you leave Mingye for Ring American anyway? One of the small airline folks asked, genuinely curious. At least that's how they meant it. But to Isabella, every word felt like someone rubbing salt in a wound. She forced her expression to stay neutral. I had a good connection with Mingye's chairman. When I came back to China, I was flying international routes straight away and even got to lead a team. Guess some people didn't like that, so I moved on. Doesn't really matter where I fly, right? But that sounded a lot like she got edged out by Mingye's other pilots. No way, really? A buddy of mine used to fly at Mingye too. He said everyone there was super chill. She glanced at him. Men and women, different stories. Cue the awkward silence. So it was the female pilots at Mingye who couldn't stand her and pushed her out? In their world, it's all about skills. Nobody likes someone who climbs up without proving themselves. But you're friends with Mr. Dalton. Who'd even dare mess with you? Why didn't you just talk to him? Isabella sighed, looking put out. A friend is just a friend. How could that ever compare to someone's girlfriend? Anyway, it's whatever. They glanced at each other, sharing a silent, oh moment. Next morning, the four women walked out of their rooms and headed down together for breakfast. The domestic pilots were all staying in the same fancy hotel, just on different floors. But the dining area was shared. As soon as they arrived, Samantha couldn't help keeping an eye on Claire's condition and finally seemed a little reassured when she looked okay. She pushed someone out just because she couldn't measure up. Please, using someone else's power to boss people around is nothing new. Especially women, it's not rare at all. But aren't we women too, fighting our way into this industry on our own merit? Why is she so special she can just trample others? When I first heard she became a captain so young, and even won that international show competition, I just knew it had to be shady. Guess some big shot really did throw loads of money at her. No wonder, money talks, right? Who can compete with that? Every snide, passive-aggressive line made it crystal clear who they were talking about. Samantha's smile vanished. Katie Lane furrowed her brow. Only Claire remained unfazed. Gabriella Reed was the first to act. She walked over with a grin, bent down a little, and said with a bright smile, Good morning to my awesome Songhang teammates. Care to share what kind of nonsense you're all spewing this early? A bunch of pilots got publicly called out at breakfast, not just folks from Songhang, but also some from Ring America and a few smaller airlines. Probably met yesterday and decided to sit together for breakfast. But once they looked up and realized it was Gabriella Reed speaking, the Songhang crew's faces shifted. After all, Gabriella wasn't just any pilot. She was Songhang's top female pilot, the only one in the entire company worthy of being compared to folks from Guohang or Mokuno Airlines. Her reputation wasn't something to mess with. She glanced at them and said sharply, "You're not young anymore. Why spend your time gossiping about the younger ones behind their backs? Isn't that just asking for trouble? You want to ruin your own reputation?" Gabriella had a sharp tongue and didn't hold back. When she spoke like that, people usually shut up. Predictably, the table went quiet, everyone pretending to focus on their food. Gabriella scoffed, turned, and walked off. Once they sat down, she picked up her chopsticks and told Clare Alton, "People like that only pick on those they think are weak. If you push back a little, they'll back off." But before Clare could respond, someone nearby passed by the table and threw out a snide comment. "Must admire how someone can get the big boss to spend money and mess with evaluation schedules. Jealousy won't help you, though. If you've got what it takes, go find yourself someone that powerful. Not all of us can. We're not that good at playing pretend. Using connections to push others down, why do people like that even still exist? Makes it so hard for the rest of us who don't have backup." They were all wearing Guohang uniforms, the same as Katie Lane's. Katie glanced at Clare, who was still quiet and calm, then slowly looked back at the women who'd settled at the table just behind them. "We're here to be evaluated, not to dissect someone's personal life. And next time you feel like causing a scene, maybe change out of the company uniform first. Don't drag the team down with you." Katie's tone was clear and firm, instantly making the group of pilots who had already distanced themselves from her flush and pale in turns. But you know how prideful Guohang pilots can be. The short-haired one immediately fired back, "Wow, Captain Lane knows how to read the room. Always heading straight for the strongest backer. Impressive. Some of us just don't have the guts to cozy up like that." Gabriella looked about ready to jump in, her hand halfway to pushing herself up, but Katie quietly placed a hand on hers, signaling her to stand down. Getting into a physical argument now could mean disqualification. Clare, meanwhile, had heard every single word. Same old story. Whether she did well or not, people always found something to say. Always doubting, always judging, and she never seemed to have a real chance to hit back. Then, in the middle of all that noise, Sophia McFerson's voice popped up in her head. "Having backup is a skill too, you know. Not everyone has someone with power in their corner. Even if they wanted, the big shots might not even bother with them. And you and Lucas Dalton are dating. For real. Helping each other is normal. Clare, you're dodging in all the wrong ways. Getting picked on like this just makes Lucas look weak. Don't you get that?" Those words kept looping in her brain, growing louder, more intense, as if Sophia were yelling right beside her. As the mocking around her reached its peak, Clare suddenly stopped what she was doing. She looked up, gaze sweeping over the Guohang crew. "Are you done?" That one sentence, though not exactly loud or forceful, instantly silenced everyone eating within a few meters of Clare Alton. All eyes turned in her direction. The short-haired female pilot from Air China crossed her arms, her smile laced with sarcasm. "What? You messed things up for everyone and now we can't even talk about it?" Surprisingly, Clare spoke up. "Then why don't you tell me exactly what I did?" That caught the short-haired woman off guard. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Right. What had Clare actually done? Nothing, really. It was all based on rumors they'd heard secondhand. "The assessment was postponed because of you, wasn't it? Feeling unwell or off your game is part of the challenge. Why should everyone have to wait another day just because of you? Our time doesn't matter now." She was clearly trying to stir up support from the other pilots. "Exactly. Right? Staying another day messes with our flight schedule. Maybe you don't care about the money, but we sure do. Everything has to go your way, huh? What's all this noise about?" A male voice cut in before more voices joined in. A group of male pilots stepped into the dining hall one after another. They had just come back from getting IV drips overnight, pulled in by Mr. Wilson to rest and recover before the assessments kick off tonight. Some were from Air China, some from Songhong, others from Mounier Aviation. All of them men. The man who spoke up was none other than Air China's captain. He was just over 40, looked sharp and full of energy, and carried himself with clear authority. Not far off, Isabella Ross watched the chaos unfold with smug satisfaction. This was exactly what she wanted, to drag Claire down, make her look like a total outcast. Seeing the captain, the short-haired pilot quickly stood up, offering her report. "Captain, we heard the reason for delaying the assessment was someone from Mounier not feeling well. But everyone's got a full plate. Luck's part of it too. This just doesn't seem fair." Pilots from Mounier immediately frowned at that. Even some from Songhong started looking visibly annoyed. The captain gave the short-haired pilot a firm look. After a pause, he raised his voice a bit. "First off, this rating assessment doesn't just involve us. It's international. Today, half the elite pilots from around the world are gathered here. This isn't just about individual qualification. Like it or not, it's also a comparison of how countries train their talent. To be blunt, the real reason for the delay is that nearly a quarter of the participating pilots weren't physically up to it yesterday. We were all getting IVs, that's why we just arrived." Silence rippled through the room as everyone started exchanging shocked glances. The captain lifted his hand to show the bandage from his IV, still on the back of his hand. Sure enough, most of the male pilots also had white medical tape on their hands, proving they'd just come from treatment. The short-haired woman flushed deep red, standing awkwardly, unsure what to do next. The captain then scolded them in front of everyone. "You've been trained and invested in by the country, yet you spend your time scrapping with your own teammates instead of thinking about the bigger picture. You got no sense at all? Embarrassing yourselves in front of an international crowd? Seriously? If you're looking to mess with someone, go pick on those pilots from other countries over at that huge hotel across the street. Don't stir up drama in your own house." The Air China captain's tone was commanding, sharp enough to make everyone shut up instantly. The Air China pilots quieted down so fast you could probably hear a pin drop. No one even dared to breathe too loud. Kiniro Airlines didn't have a chief captain, just squad leaders. So naturally, no one stepped up on their behalf. Maybe they simply didn't want to cause trouble with other airlines. So they just sat quietly, choosing silence over getting dragged into some low-level drama. Trying to smooth things over, the captain from Songhong walked forward, clearing his throat. "All right, enough. Enough." He'd had a rough night, stomach issues and all, finally managed to get an IV and some rest, just barely found the energy to stand here now. "Let's all just cool it a bit, okay? We've got the rating test tonight. Now that we're out of the country, we're one team. No point tearing each other apart before we've even shown the other countries what we've got, right? Don't give them a reason to laugh at us." The crowd reluctantly sat down again. Things calmed down, at least for now. As he passed Gabriella Reed, the Songhong captain shot her a glare. Gabriella immediately snapped. "Hey, what was that for? I didn't start this. Can you, not stir the pot just once? Do you have to bring drama wherever you go?" he huffed, giving her a light poke to the forehead. "I didn't stir anything. They were the ones running their mouths," Gabriella replied, clearly annoyed. Sure, you're the queen, okay? I can't win with you anyway," he muttered, heaving a tired sigh. Back there, the reason those guys were sticking up for Claire Alton? Pure gratitude. Even though she hadn't directly helped them, she was the reason they didn't miss out on the rating test. Most of those male pilots who showed up late were actually big shots from major airlines. If they hadn't made it in time for the cargo test and failed to get their certificates, they'd have been grounded by the International Aviation Authority the moment they got back. Grounded. Seriously. It wasn't just about putting food on the table, it was about pride. Being a professional pilot without a proper rating, that would have been a major slap in the face. So it makes sense why even those low-profile old pros, the ones who usually avoided the spotlight, all came out for this test. No rating certificate meant no takeoff. End of story. This new policy had a lot of folks feeling the heat, especially the non-specialist pilots, or those who got their jobs through connections and flew short domestic routes. They were seriously freaking out. Captain Alton, a male pilot from Songhang, approached, his voice full of gratitude. "How are you feeling?" Of course, they couldn't come out and say, "We're here because of you," but they had to show their thanks somehow. Claire set down her chopsticks, responding politely, "Just Claire is fine. I'm doing pretty well. How about you?" "I'm all good now, too," the man replied. "If you ever need anything, just say the word." Then, one after another, more pilots came to check on Claire. They were the ones who'd been sick the day before. The whole scene looked a lot like a bunch of people lining up to back Claire up. Watching it, some of the women who had been throwing shade earlier were burning with envy. "She really knows how to win people over, huh?" Someone muttered under their breath. A young female pilot from a small airline sat next to Isabella Ross, muttering under her breath, clearly upset. Isabella was practically grinding her molars. She couldn't believe it. Those guys were all standing up for Claire Alton? Seriously? Frustrated, she lowered her head and silently fiddled with her phone under the table, sneakily recording a clip of the male pilots crowding around Claire. Breakfast ended, and everyone had most of the day to head back to their rooms and rest. One after another, the doors of the 4 women's rooms were knocked on. Guys from various airlines brought food, snacks, treats, whatever they'd packed to share with them. Totally out of nowhere, someone even dubbed them the nation's 4 most beautiful women pilots. In just over half an hour, their rooms were stacked with an impressive pile of goodies. When Mr. Collins and Mr. Wilson stopped by to check in on Claire, they were both taken aback by the mountain of food. "Wow, look at this," Mr. Wilson chuckled. "I asked for some yesterday, and nobody budged. So turns out they were all saving it for you." "Huh?" Mr. Collins laughed. "Guess your people skills just don't match hers, buddy." "Fair enough," Mr. Wilson shrugged, glancing at the 4 women. "You 4 have kind of become the sweethearts of our whole flight industry." Claire stood up, her tone serious. "Mr. Collins, Mr. Wilson, sorry we've caused you extra trouble." "Oh, don't be like that." Mr. Collins quickly stepped aside, clearly avoiding a polite bow from Claire. He knew better than to act formal with her. Her boyfriend's influence alone carried significant weight, way more than his own status at the Civil Aviation Authority. Right now, his plan was to stay on Claire's good side and maybe pull a few strings with Muno Airlines through her. "Just relax and do your best. With your usual performance level, there's really nothing to worry about," he said reassuringly. Then Gabriella Reed, always quick with a thought, chimed in. "So if all 4 of us land an S rating, are you treating us to dinner or what?" That got Mr. Collins to pull up a chair and join them. Mr. Wilson shut the door and sat down too, ready for a good chat. "Okay, here's the situation," Mr. Collins said. "There's a total of 176 captains from our country here. After looking things over with Mr. Wilson yesterday, we figured if 1/5 of them get an S, that's already a lot. Most will probably qualify for an A, because from what we've heard, the bar for S is super high. Only military-grade flight training gives you a solid shot." The room fell into a thoughtful silence. The 4 women now looked a lot more focused. He added, "But seriously, even an A lets you fly all the international routes. S isn't the only way to go." None of them responded. Back home, in their fields, each of them had always been ahead of the curve. Now that official rankings were a thing, who wanted to come out second best? After chatting for a little while longer, Mr. Collins and Mr. Wilson headed out. The 4 women each went back to their beds to rest, taking a breather to prepare for the tough assessment scheduled for later that evening. None of them had any idea that, while they lay quietly recharging, fresh rumors about pilots were already blowing up online back home. At 5 p.m. sharp local time, all domestic pilots had gathered outside the hotel. They boarded the assigned vehicles and, with local police escort, were driven straight to the assessment site. Out of nowhere, Gabriella asked, "Are you guys nervous?" The other 3 glanced at her, then casually shook their heads as if it were no big deal. Gabriella pulled a face. "Ugh, why am I the only one freaking out?" She was covering her face, muttering under her breath, I used to be so confident. I always thought I was the best, unbeatable in any competition. I never thought I'd lose. Not once. Until... The three women beside her didn't react at all to the first part, but the second she said until, they all turned to look at her, in perfect sync. Gabriella Reed clenched her fists so tightly they were trembling. Her expression twisted with frustration and bitterness, like she was holding back tears. Until I joined that civil aviation performance competition and met Clare Alton. That guy totally wrecked my ego, just shattered my confidence. And now, every time I face something like this, I can't help but fear losing. Claire blinked, confused. I didn't do anything to mess with your self-esteem. You didn't? Gabriella practically screeched. You seriously don't remember that simulated crash drill when you looked me dead in the eye and said, I graduated from the Top Flight Academy, I'm now with Kino Airlines, my name's Clare Alton? I swear, in that moment, my confidence just evaporated. Wow, your confidence must have been made of glass, Claire replied weakly. Samantha nudged Gabriella quietly, whispering, Okay, chill, stop there. She's about to cry, seriously. But clearly, Samantha wasn't the only one with a mouth. Katie Lane casually patted Gabriella's shoulder and said slowly, Honestly, outside of us, you're definitely one of the top female pilots in the country. Don't let this get you down. Stay calm. Don't psych yourself out. Sis, this kind of comforting is making it worse. As they continued their scattered chatter, they soon arrived at the exam venue. It was a sea of uniforms. The moment the women stepped out of the car, they caught the eye of quite a few international male pilots. Height-wise, they weren't lacking at all. Paired with their uniforms, their figures were highlighted in the best way possible. I'm going to get in line first, Katie waved to the others. Pilots were grouped according to their airline and had to wait until their group number was called for testing. The outdoor area was massive. Everyone sat in the back, watching the planes lined up ahead, huge machines that loomed like eagles in the sky. 5 in a row, all matching in model. The evaluators were from all over the world, top professionals in their field. 2 of them were even lifetime award winners, legendary pilots now brought in as judges. Among Kino Airlines pilots, whispers went around. What exactly are they going to test? Nobody's given us any clues. Yeah, to keep things fair. Sucks for the first group, no heads up at all. Nearby, pilots from other countries were chatting too. That woman, she won the international performance competition, right? Back when he lost in that competition, M Country's squad leader Tom had taken the defeat pretty hard. Now he was silently eyeing the Kino team with intensity. Ever since losing to a woman from Z team, he had spent countless hours reflecting. All he wanted was a chance to face her again, to fight for redemption. It was Claire's flight that had first made Tom drop his prejudice against female pilots. That's her? One of Tom's colleagues gasped. She's gorgeous. Tom replied honestly, her skills are even more impressive. A fellow female pilot from the same airline, sharp-eyed and confident, grumbled softly, clearly not convinced. She looks so young, makes me question if she's really that capable. Tom glanced at her. All I'll say is if you're lucky, just pray you don't end up in the same category as her. Because the moment that woman's in, her skills are so damn sharp, she makes everyone else look like they don't even belong. The blonde pilot clearly didn't think much of Tom's warning. As they chatted, a voice suddenly rang out over the loudspeakers, echoing across the field. The whole place, nearly 1,000 people, instantly went quiet. Every eye turned toward the distance. At the same time, professional drones started taking off nearby, a clear sign. Everyone's hearts instantly tensed up. Sure, it was just a rating test, but nobody wanted to fall behind. They were all in the same circle. No one liked being shown up. Even Isabella wasn't in the mood to be snarky anymore. Then the massive screen to the left lit up, with categories for S, A, B, and C. Beneath each heading, flags and names would show up. Everyone was secretly hoping their name would land in that top S column by the end. The PA system began announcing in clear, universal English. Group 1, 5 pilots, please proceed to the starting line. Group 2, 5 pilots, please get ready. Group 3, they called out 10 groups in one go. From the crowd, 50 people stood up. Men and women, different hair and eye colors. Among them were pilots from Kinoya Airlines too. "Let's go, stay calm," their coworkers shouted encouragement toward the three who'd been called. Their faces clearly showed nerves. Even Clare Alton had a bit of stiffness to his expression. From the row ahead, Mr. Thompson turned back and whispered, "Good thing you're in the 20s. Gives you time to watch and prep." The staff had already verified the pilots' identities against the registry, preventing any swapping or impersonation. Everyone held their breath, thousands of eyes focused on the track ahead. Once the ground commander gave the signal with a flag, all 5 rows of 10 planes took off at once. The scene was epic. The engine's rumble shook your chest. First test, guiding the plane through ground-level physical obstacles, and these barriers, each was coated in a gluey paint. Even the slightest touch would leave a visible smear. Pilots still waiting looked on in disbelief. Holy crap, those things are packed so close and tiny. There's no way you get through that without touching something. Exactly. No wonder they say S-level is like climbing Mount Everest. Compared to the size of each plane, the obstacles were like ants to elephants. And given pilots already had blind spots when it came to ground positioning, this challenge required top-tier distance judgment. "Looks like 10 obstacles. How confident are you?" Samantha frowned, looking worried. Claire shook his head slightly. "They're too small. You'd need to have every distance mapped out in your head before even stepping into the cockpit." Nearby pilots nodded in agreement. Over by the Song Aviation crew, Gabriella Reed looked just about ready to explode. "I'm sorry, are we training pilots or giving out driver's licenses? What kind of dumb test puts airplanes through a land obstacle course? What idiot came up with this?" "Lower your voice." Their squad leader tugged at her sleeve, panicked. Gabriella furiously yanked on her tie. "What? You think those green-eyed folks understand a damn word I'm saying?" Just then, from barely 3 meters away, a few pilots from Country M all turned at once and replied, in fluent Mandarin, "Actually, we understood just fine." Gabriella Reed paused for a second, but honestly, she looked anything but embarrassed. She even turned to the pilots from Country M and said in fluent English, "Don't you guys think this task is just plain dumb? Who the hell hangs wooden planks in midair like that?" Oh wow, there it was, the national flavor in full swing. Surprisingly, Gabriella's words hit home. Pilots from different countries started nodding like bobbleheads, and a few hot-tempered ones even started cursing with her. That outburst actually helped ease some of the tension everyone had been carrying up till now. As soon as the obstacle course ended, 50 aircraft swerved in unison toward the ground crew's direction. "Damn," one of the male pilots mumbled, struggling to keep a straight face. Because what lay ahead was wild. Those 50 planes were lined up neatly, heading toward these 2 massive boards strapped to trucks far away. No clue what kind of material those giant boards were made from, but clearly super thin. They shook like crazy whenever the wind blew. Each board had a cutout dead center, matching the exact size of the aircraft. The rule was brutal. Fly through that slot, keeping within an 8-centimeter vertical clearance, like those silly foam board games where people strike goofy poses to pass through. Hit the edges? Game over. With how heavy these planes were, the boards would snap instantly. This is nuts. Some pilots looked like they were on the verge of a breakdown. A few foreigners just chucked their caps to the ground, muttering who knows what, but their frustration was written all over their faces. "Mr. Thompson, do you think you could make it through?" Clare Alton suddenly leaned over to ask the older pilot sitting a row ahead. The second she spoke up, everyone nearby turned their eyes to Mr. Thompson. He was a veteran military pilot, highly respected and known for precision. Looking at the swarm of aircraft ahead, his weathered face showed the wear of time, but his eyes still burned with passion. He thought for a moment before calmly replying, "Can't promise 0 errors, but honestly, this isn't that tough for me." Now that's what confidence looks like. The key challenge wasn't just lining up perfectly. No, it was compensating for every tiny shake the aircraft made because of uneven ground. They had to factor in each wobble, maintaining perfect balance. Kind of like if you've ever seen a plane take off in real life. You'd notice the front wheels don't roll down in a perfectly straight line. So yeah, even tiny side-to-side deviations were a nightmare to manage. With a plane's size and weight, There's just no way to handle it like a car. While people speculated and whispered, 10 planes were already on the move, closing the 50-meter gap from start to board in seconds. As tension tightened, the ones waiting could only hold their breath and stare. Then came the inevitable crack. One of the boards shattered. Too heavy, too much force, one bad angle, and it split like paper. A wave of regretful sighs echoed around the area. The pressure was climbing fast for those yet to fly. Soon all 50 returned with disappointed looks, energy totally drained. Next group up, the other 50. That's when they realized that even being briefed ahead of time wasn't much use. This test wasn't something you could just know your way through. Claire quietly watched every flight in front of her, soaking in what went wrong for others. Every slip-up, every misjudgment, she was memorizing all of it. Half an hour passed, and now it was time for groups 21 through 30 to get ready. As Claire stood up, you could feel the shift in the room. So many eyes immediately fell on her. Isabella Ross drew even more attention. The international pilots clearly remembered her from past glory. Her reputation overseas had never been small. What took Claire completely by surprise, though, was realizing she'd be flying in the same round as Tom. Tom walked ahead with a grin, tossing back, "Let's see what you've got, Captain Clare." That Captain Clare made Claire Alton chuckle. "Good luck to you too, Captain Tom." Tom grinned wider. "Appreciate it, you too." After the ID checks were done and the planes got assigned, everyone started boarding one by one. The first task, navigating obstacles, didn't really stress people out. Everyone pretty much expected some bumps along the way. The goal was just to hit as few as possible. As she passed the setup, Claire mentally measured the gaps between the barriers with each step she took. But when it was their group's turn, they realized those gaps weren't uniform at all. Seriously? What a trap. Claire took note of the rough distances and glanced down at the plane's wheels for a quick sense of their diameter. Once the ground crew waved the flag, all 50 planes fired up. Soon enough, obstacles started getting knocked over. Some even got completely crushed. But everyone quickly noticed, barely any got hit by the group from Z country. Once that round wrapped up, no one left their plane. Instead, they reversed and lined up for the plank challenge. Inside her cockpit, Claire stared sharply at the flag in the ground controller's hand, tracking every flick of movement to calculate wind speed and direction. She was reading it like a pro, already working out just how violently the planks were likely to sway. Claire was in the front row. About 7 or 8 planes to her left was Tom. Samantha was immediately to her right, and Isabella Ross was on Samantha's right. All 3 women moved forward slowly, in sync. From the Woodfield Airlines side, everyone was clenching their fists, barely remembering to breathe as they watched the faint outlines of the planks ahead. "Please don't crack. Please don't crack." Their 3 planes reached the planks at the same time, just about to push through. Crack. All over, planks were snapping and shattering. Claire blocked out the chaos. She slowed her speed to a crawl, laser-focused on the direction the plank was shaking. Right at the moment of maximum sway, all 3 planes stopped dead. Pilots from other nations watching it go down were floored. Are they calculating the wind flow? That's actually smart. Impressive, really impressive. Everyone was genuinely impressed. Then, just as the planks stilled for a brief 10 seconds, the trio made their move, bursting forward at the exact same time. "Oh my God! No damage! How's that even possible?" International pilots were stunned. Back on the domestic side, pilots from various airlines were jumping to their feet. "That's insane! Truly amazing! We're making a name for ourselves now," someone shouted in excitement. 2 of them are from our own Woodfield Airlines. Looking down the line, most of the planks had been totally destroyed, others partially cracked. But the 3 that stood untouched? They grabbed everyone's attention, standing out like champions. In that moment, past rivalries didn't matter. Everyone from the same country shared something raw and electric: pride. Mr. Wilson's eyes practically glowed. Mr. Collins, bound by his position, didn't rise or applaud. Still, his smile gave everything away. When the 3 women stepped out of the planes, they glanced back at the planks, and the look they exchanged was pure surprise. Even Isabella had to reevaluate what she thought she knew about Claire. "You're seriously impressive," Samantha said first. coming over with a grin. "You only hit 2 obstacles, right? I nailed 3. She leaned in and whispered, "Isabella got 2 as well." Claire smiled back. "You nailed it too." Back at their seats, they were met with rows of raised thumbs and a proud shout from their crew. "You two really showed how badass women can be." Compared to Isabella and Samantha's outstanding performance, Claire didn't feel the slightest bit of jealousy or pressure. In fact, before the assessment even started, Claire had specially reminded Samantha to pay attention to wind resistance to avoid wrecking the target panel. "Thanks for that." Samantha bumped her shoulder lightly as they sat down. Claire turned her head to look at her, and all of a sudden, she remembered the day she applied at Mouillet International. Back then, she was sitting nervously in the hallway, waiting her turn, and happened to see Samantha walking by in her captain's uniform. "I remember when I first saw you," Claire said. "I thought you looked so cool and confident. I told myself right then, I'm going to be like her someday." Samantha's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, seriously? When did that even happen? Where'd you see me?" She was clearly proud, but more than that, she was curious, wanted to rewind the clock and relive that moment. "It was during my interview at Mouillet," Claire said with a soft smile. "You walked past in your uniform and just had this amazing presence about you." Samantha's heart practically melted. Usually the aloof type, she was now all sunshine and giggles, leaning in closer to Claire, their smiles mirroring each other. Their assessments were already done, and technically they could have left to rest. But since most of their colleagues hadn't gone yet, the ones who finished early stuck around to wait and leave together. "What should we do for dinner?" Samantha asked. "My treat." "I'm easy," Claire replied, glancing over in the direction of Songhang. "But I doubt Gabriella's in the mood for food right now." Samantha followed her gaze. Gabriella had taken her test earlier than them, but since everyone was focused on tracking the flyers with the most mistakes, no one really saw which plane she flew. Messing up always sucked, partly because it was embarrassing. But more importantly, only pilots who earned an S or A grade were eligible to fly on international routes. The only difference between the two? S-grade captains could fly any aircraft. For someone like Claire, who's dead set on flying the Airbus A380, it was all or nothing. She couldn't afford a single misstep. Hard as it was, she had to get that S. Samantha and Gabriella were aiming for that in their first year too. And right then, in that quiet crowd, you could feel it, hearts burning with determination like it was day 1 of flight school all over again. "You spaced out," someone said, tapping her on the shoulder. Claire snapped back to reality and replied, "Just thinking about how tough tomorrow's going to be." Mr. Wilson had come over to speak with Claire, Samantha, and Mr. Thompson about it. Since Mr. Thompson hadn't gone up yet, he held back a bit, not wanting to mess with the old pilot's focus. About 30 minutes later, Mr. Thompson finally stepped in to take his turn. Only then did Mr. Wilson get serious. "Tomorrow's test will be way tougher than today. Since this is the first year for this new policy, your results will help shape how future ratings are set. So stay sharp, but don't stress too much. Even if you don't make S, the company will still guarantee all your compensation." Claire and Samantha both nodded firmly. While Mr. Wilson was chatting with them, a wave of gasps suddenly spread through the crowd. The 3 of them turned around at the same time. They saw Mr. Thompson's plane fly cleanly through the obstacle course, without nicking a single one of the boards. "Now that's impressive, Thompson!" Mr. Collins couldn't help getting to his feet, clapping enthusiastically. Everyone else around was buzzing in shock, applause erupting all over. Claire Alton had a grin on her face, a determined gleam in her eyes. Deep down, she made herself a silent promise to slowly but steadily catch up to Mr. Thompson. When the old pilot walked back with that cheerful smile of his, Claire spoke up, "Mr. Thompson, you really are our role model." Their teammates were all congratulating him too. Mr. Thompson just waved them off. "No need to make a fuss. I've been flying planes for decades. If I can't clear a basic drill like this, then I've got no business calling myself a former military flyer. It's just fundamentals, nothing worth getting hyped about." He didn't care much for praise or titles, but when it came to flight skills, he definitely held himself to a high standard. Judging from those 2 evaluation rounds, he was easily hitting A grade. As long as tomorrow went smoothly, his chances of getting the S grade were looking real good. Having someone this solid in the potential S rank made Mr. Collins noticeably pleased. After the assessments wrapped up, he told everyone they could head off, and if they wanted to go out for dinner, it was on him. The team left in high spirits, chatting left and right. On the other end, Isabella Ross was practically grinding her teeth, still stuck waiting for her slowpoke teammates to finish up. Why did they all get along so well over there? But when she was around, they acted like she didn't exist. Why was everyone circling around Claire like she was the center of the universe? Probably just because of Lucas Dalton. No doubt they were sucking up to Claire because of him. Hey, wait up! Behind them, Gabriella Reed broke off from most of the Songhang group and ran toward the others. Katie Lane was already outside, clearly having finished earlier. Since she'd been assigned to a spot pretty far off during the test, Claire and Samantha hadn't noticed her before. Samantha was the first to speak up. So, how'd it go? As Gabriella caught up, Katie answered instead, only clipped one obstacle, scraped the edge of a board and chipped off a little piece, but the whole thing held together. Honestly, that was a pretty solid result, but Gabriella's face immediately darkened. So basically, out of the four of us, I'm the only one who hit like half the obstacles. What about your board? Katie asked. Gabriella replied flatly, pretty much the same as yours. Then it's still respectable. Respectable my ass. Gabriella was losing it. They didn't hit a single board, not even a scuff. I'm doomed. What if I'm the only one who drags the team down in the end? She looked like she wanted to vanish into thin air. The three girls walked away from the main group, sticking close to the deeply frustrated Gabriella. Meanwhile, Claire was chatting casually with Lucas Dalton. He hadn't brought up the evaluation at all. But Claire did, saying, getting an S grade isn't exactly easy. Lucas paused for a few seconds before speaking, his tone calm and reassuring. First of all, have a little faith in yourself. Second, even if you don't get the S, your boyfriend still believes in you enough to carry you through the skies. Right then, Claire felt like a fort had formed inside her heart, strong, grounded, impossible to shake. Look at that smile, Gabriella mumbled, completely miserable. Figures. Some people are glowing while the rest of us are falling apart. You're always acting like the queen of the skies, but when it's time to brush up your skills, you say you're too tired, Katie Lane sneered. I really don't have time, Gabriella Reed said, counting on her fingers. You have no idea how many hours I fly every month. Any free time I get, I'm barely catching up on sleep. You think I should sacrifice my life to squeeze in extra practice? Katie shot her a sideways glance. We're all in our 20s, all standing about the same height. What makes you the exception? There's always someone better out there, Captain Reed. Feeling the burn now, huh? Gabriella mumbled. Honestly, I don't think it's on me. I think it's my company's problem. They're just not great at training talent. So, yeah, I've made my decision. Let me guess, you're aiming for a comeback? Katie raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Gabriella shook her head firmly. Nope, I'm transferring to Skywood. The other three women. On the phone, Lucas Dalton casually asked, who's jumping ship to Skywood? Claire Alton held back a laugh, lowering her voice a bit. Gabriella Reed? Gabriella Reed? Lucas thought for a moment. The pilot I pointed out that time? She's with Sunrise, right? Exactly. Lucas paused. The CEO of Sunrise. He grew up with her. Claire raised her brows. Really? She glanced at Gabriella, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. They close? She asked, unusually nosy. Lucas said, Benjamin told me the guy's been chasing her forever, but she won't give him the time of day. Oh, Claire replied, never one to judge or comment much on other people's business. You guys heading out to eat? Lucas offered. If you want dinner on me, just use my card. Claire chuckled. Thanks in advance, Mr. Dalton. You don't have to be so polite, babe. Just stay safe, all right? Will do. After the call ended, Samantha leaned over. Feeling any better? That cut still hurting? Nope, doesn't bother me anymore. Still, Claire wasn't about to forget what happened. She might look soft on the outside, but when she sets her mind to something, she's sharp and calculated, just biding her time before she strikes hard and clean. Should we do Chinese? Samantha suggested. No one objected. Claire wasn't picky. Katie didn't really care either, and Gabriella was probably too moody to fuss over food. So Samantha booked a place known for authentic hot pot. Then, just when Gabriella was acting all mopey, she suddenly perked up. Wait, is it Sichuan style? Samantha blinked and double-checked the restaurant info. Yeah? Gabriella's eyes lit up. Let's go, let's go! At the restaurant, while they were settling in, Katie casually mentioned, "Oh right, I heard from someone at Air China. They spotted someone from an overseas airline talking to Isabella Ross the other day." Isabella had been abroad for a while, so knowing international folks wasn't strange. Still, considering the shady stuff Isabella had pulled before, Katie kept a mental note. Claire asked thoughtfully, "Do you know which airline?" They said it was a company from country M. Claire held on to that info, deciding not to go further. It wasn't worth souring their meal. While digging into the hot pot, Gabriella suddenly turned to Claire and blurted out, "Hey Claire, if one day you got super good and some foreign airline came offering crazy money, would you go?" "Not a chance," Claire answered without hesitation. "You always dreamed of flying?" Samantha chimed in. Claire paused for a moment. "I wouldn't really call it fate. My grandpa used to be a pilot, and growing up around him just made me think being like him was the goal. After a while, I genuinely started to love it." "What about you?" Samantha didn't even hesitate. "I just thought flying was super cool. I remember this news headline from back then, first female fighter pilot. That title totally got me hooked." "You were a total fangirl?" Gabriella looked genuinely surprised. Samantha scoffed, unfazed. "What's wrong with being a fangirl? The plane's what I'm crushing on." "You've got time to tease others. Maybe use that time to go review some training videos. Nobody knows what's coming for the test tomorrow," Katie chimed in, staying true to her role as Gabriella's personal critic-in-chief. The heat of the hot pot made them all momentarily forget their worries. All focus shifted to just surviving that spicy kick. Watching each other's faces turn red and puffing like steam engines in sync, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Claire only took a few bites, though, not just because of the spice, but her injuries from Isabella's attack weren't fully healed, and she had to be at her best for tomorrow. "Everyone full?" Samantha asked. The other three nodded together. "Yeah, stuffed." Samantha got up to go pay the bill. Meanwhile, on a floor used by pilots from a smaller regional airline, Isabella stepped out into the hallway with her phone, looking for a quieter spot. "So they agreed?" she asked in a low voice. "Confirmed. They're in. I don't care what the test is tomorrow. Claire cannot pass it. I'll handle it if anything goes wrong. Just make sure the person you found doesn't mess it up." "You got it." She hung up and gripped her phone tightly. Lucas had to see this. Choosing Claire over her was beyond stupid. She'd proved she was simply better in every way. "Captain Ross?" A male pilot from Pan America had just come up the stairs and spotted her. Isabella startled but quickly smiled politely. "You're really quiet. I didn't hear a thing. Nearly gave me a heart attack." The guy scratched the back of his neck, looking a bit sheepish. "Just got here. Saw it was you. Thought I should say hi. You need anything?" "Nothing serious. Just called a friend." "All right. I'll leave you to it then." She nodded. She watched him leave, anxiety knotting in her stomach. Did he hear anything? But thinking about Claire's tiny social circle, Isabella figured even if he did, what were the chances it would spread? Between the two of them, most people would likely side with her anyway. Convinced, she went back to her room. The next morning, Samantha was the first to wake and started waking the rest. "Rise and shine. It's almost time." Her voice cut through the room like an alarm bell. One by one, everyone snapped awake. Claire had barely slept, tossing and turning all night, worrying about what Isabella might pull. Her head was still foggy. "You guys have got to snap out of it. How are we supposed to do a test like this?" Samantha nagged, visibly stressed. Gabriella slapped her cheeks a few times to try and wake up. Katie didn't look like she got much rest either. This half-asleep vibe stayed with them till they reached the testing site, until the proctor finally spoke out the test for the day. Memory Dimension Assessment. Right as the words hit the air, confusion struck like lightning. Everyone turned to each other in complete shock. "Wait, what now? Did he just say, what?" "I've got no idea what that means. What do we do?" The so-called memory latitude exam wasn't all that different from dodging obstacles while flying. It still boiled down to basic piloting skills. Most evaluation tasks were built around that core idea. Like the 2 sessions yesterday, they were just testing the pilot's fundamentals, nothing fancy. The unique thing about today's memory test? No physical objects involved. Each pilot just gets a special pair of goggles. Once they put them on and face the big display screen, they'll see virtual markers, like ghost obstacles floating in midair. Then inside a designated area, they have to fake dodge those markers, relying only on what they saw on screen. No real shapes, just their memory. Word is, this kind of test was once standard for stunt pilots, but it's never been used in commercial flight training, at least not in any of the top institutions back home. And this was just round 1. After the second round today, the main screen would update with the ranked results, showing everyone's name and country of origin in real time. One shot to prove yourself. But once the rules were explained, almost 90% of the pilots watching completely freaked out. Most people had never even touched anything remotely like this before. Of the small group that had, some felt ready, some had already mentally checked out, and a few just looked lost in space. Take Gabriella Reed, for example. She finally got it. There's always someone better out there. Back in Songhang, she was top tier, young but crazy talented. But ever since she met Clare Alton, Gabriella realized Songhang wasn't the ceiling. There was Muhan. Above Muhan, there was Guohang. And above that, you had international heavyweights. Watching the foreign pilots gear up, they might have looked just as unsure, but their calm and focus under that pressure, Gabriella couldn't compare. Any pride she'd been holding on to slipped away without a trace. "Captain Reed, are you feeling nervous?" the squad leader from Songhang asked carefully. Gabriella slowly shook her head. She looked unsettled, a bit lost in thought. More and more young pilots were showing up, and they were all stellar. She was starting to see the gaps in her own skills. Right now, it was Group 13's turn, hers. Just like yesterday, except this time it was 20 teams going at once. The field could handle it, and for the areas too far to see, a drone captured everything live and fed it to the big screen so the crowd could follow along. The order in which you went really made a difference. Some folks who drew the first batch had already given up on this round entirely, just bad luck, and they'd have to wait for the next international rating event. Planes moved in all directions, some to the left, some to the right. No patterns, no repeats. Seemed like the virtual markers were randomly assigned, completely different for everyone. No special tricks here. It all came down to your memory, mental math, and pure technique. "Nervous?" Samantha asked. Clare Alton shook her head. If it was just about skills, she wasn't worried at all. Either you've got it or you don't. If you're not as good as others, then watch and learn. See how they do it, figure out what works, and level up from there. That's how you close the gap, bit by bit. Clare Alton's biggest strength, she could bend when needed. That flexibility kept her cool no matter the pressure. Just a short distance away, Isabella Ross cast a quick glance in Clare's direction, her lips twitching into a cold, unreadable smile. The current candidates were wrapping up, and Clare was getting ready for her turn. Just as she stood up, Mr. Wilson tapped her on the shoulder. "Clare, come with me for a second." She followed him into the back room. There, a male pilot was already seated. As soon as he saw her walk in, he immediately stood and gave a polite bow. "Captain Alton, hello." Clare waved it off. "No need to be so formal. We're all colleagues here." The guy gave a sheepish laugh. "You probably don't recognize me, but I know you. I'm with the America Air team." America Air, that's when Clare noticed the logo on his uniform. Yep, he was telling the truth. But Clare didn't let her issues with Kevin McFerson cloud her judgment. She kept it professional. "So what's this about?" Mr. Wilson motioned for her to take a seat. The young pilot glanced at the clock, clearly aware that her turn was coming up, so he got right to the point. "Yesterday, I stepped out to call my family from the stairwell at the hotel," he said, speaking fast. "After the call, I didn't head straight back. I lit a cigarette at the smoking area. There was a window open and the stairwell echoed a bit, so I overheard a phone conversation." He paused, visibly nervous, fingers nervously squeezing at his knees. "I heard Captain Ross mention your name. It sounded like she was planning to mess with your assessment today. I don't know what exactly they're trying to do, but I figured I had to warn you, just in case." Mr. Wilson slammed the table and stood up. "She's pulling this crap again? I haven't even dealt with her after the last stunt." His sudden outburst startled everyone, startled the young pilot, and even made Claire flinch a little. But this wasn't the time to get into it. Claire stayed calm. "Our group's up next. I'll keep it in mind and be careful. Thanks for giving me the heads up." Isabella was with America Air now. If she or Kevin found out about this leak, given how ruthless they both were, this guy could be in serious trouble. "It's really nothing, Captain Alton. I should get going," the pilot said quickly, making his exit. After he left, Mr. Wilson turned toward Claire, his voice lowered but firm. "I'm going to try and talk to the coordinators, see if we can put some distance between you and Isabella during the test." Normally, teammates weren't separated much during assessments. If Isabella was really planning something, she'd probably rope in someone from Group 25 or 27. That'd give her more cover to mess with Claire's test. Meanwhile, in the seats designated for the M Country team, Tom looked at a teammate who had just returned after slipping away. "We're about to go in. Where were you? You need to take this seriously." The guy didn't argue, just nodded quietly. The last group came back, some shaking their heads, some grumbling about how ridiculous the test was. Not many looked happy. Claire's group started lining up to get their info checked. As she stepped forward, she spotted Tom again. He gave her a friendly nod. "Good luck." Claire smiled. "Same to you, Captain Tom." His grin stretched wider. "You got it." Hearing their conversation, Isabella Ross scoffed under her breath. Tom, who didn't miss much, turned his head and gave her a sideways glance. Sure, Isabella had made a name for herself abroad, but not to the extent that everyone knew her. At least for someone like Tom, a top dog in M Country's aviation scene, she was just nobody. "Ma'am, care to explain what's so funny?" Tom asked, already unimpressed. Of course, Isabella knew exactly who Tom was. She used to be curious about how skilled he really was, but the moment she found out he had actually lost to Clare Alton in an international airshow solo round, she immediately wrote him off. "It's nothing," Isabella replied offhandedly, her casual tone not escaping Tom's notice. Still, the test was about to begin, so he let it slide for now. The test kicked off. Clare Alton's assigned plane wasn't far from Samantha's, just one plane between them. Claire wasn't super stressed about it. With all eyes on them, Isabella wouldn't risk sabotaging anything publicly. That said, Claire threw a glance at the pilot to her left. He hadn't been there during yesterday's test. Maybe the organizers had shuffled some placements around. She kept half an eye on him. And what a coincidence, Tom's plane was right across from hers. From a distance, Tom waved at her, friendly gesture. Claire lifted her hand to wave back, polite but calm. Once on board, each pilot got a special pair of glasses from their co-pilots, official staff from the host side. With the glasses on, Claire and the others could see the virtual pinpoint, coordinates, directions, all there, except it didn't show any real-life scale. They had 90 seconds to observe. After that, the glasses were taken back, and pilots had to guide their planes on the real field to fly a loop around that invisible mark. To pass, they had to find the exact spot, calculate the right radius, and complete a full circle without so much as grazing the virtual mark. Not exactly easy. Claire took a deep breath. At the starting signal, she eased the throttle and got the plane rolling across the field. Everyone had a different mark. Claire's was to the left, while Samantha had to reverse. Dozens of planes moved at once, circling awkwardly like a swarm of flies. Most of Claire's focus stayed on her own search, but she couldn't stop tracking the motion of that plane on her left. She wasn't sure if that sudden new neighbor might have been planted by Isabella. At first, the guy seemed like he was just doing his test properly, so Claire started letting go of her suspicion. She'd located her mark and was steering the plane steadily around it. The co-pilot beside her gave a small nod, clearly impressed. The pilot he'd assessed in the last round hadn't just missed their mark completely. Half their plane ended up right on top of the wrong spot. Total fail. Each test score got uploaded to the system in real time, ready to be tallied after the final round. Just as Claire was midway through her loop, Something in the corner of her eye twitched. Her instincts flared. She almost yanked the lever to dodge left, away from the plane on her side that was suddenly getting way too close. But her mark, the one she'd just found, was right beside her left wing. If she veered to avoid impact, she'd brush against it, and that meant a 0.
What the hell?
Her co-pilot blurted out. He'd seen it too, but the pilot in that other plane clearly wasn't listening. He stubbornly kept swinging the tail of his plane toward Clare Alton's aircraft. Her options? Either dodge and get a big fat 0, or hold position and wait for a collision that'd take the other guy out on the spot. She hesitated, but it was already too late. His tail was practically brushing her wing. Then, clunk! The co-pilot examiner's eyes widened, rattling off fast-paced English. You move now, you'll hit the check mark. That's an automatic 0. Claire backed off instinctively, skimming her left wing right over the virtual marker just to keep her aircraft safe. Her voice was calm, almost emotionless. I can always retake the test, but this aircraft belongs to the nation. No matter which country sponsored it, it's protected countless lives. That's worth defending. That short speech somehow got the burly examiner beside her misty-eyed. Meanwhile, the pilot in the other plane saw her retreat and grinned, smug satisfaction all over his face. Unfortunately for him, every second of it was caught by the aerial camera. Down near the big screen, the spectators suddenly stirred. 2 planes froze mid-flight. One pilot even jumped out and started waving toward the international judge's booth, a clear signal to halt the assessment. That pilot was Tom. His unexpected move triggered a message to all crews. Assessment paused. Dozens of planes slowly came to a stop. Every pilot disembarked. Just as the judges came to see what was going on, Tom stormed across the field and socked a male pilot straight in the face. Referees and nearby pilots, all from Tom's home country, rushed in to separate them. The head judge tried to get a read on the situation. Claire said nothing. Her face was cold, her eyes emotionless, fixed on the guy taking punches. She had no idea why Tom had suddenly stopped all this. As they finally pulled Tom back, he pointed at the battered pilot, voice burning with rage. Ranking is earned by skill. You intentionally sabotaged another test. Is this what they teach you back home in training? You've completely disgraced M Country's flight team. His words, in plain English, were loud enough for every pilot there to understand, and it showed on their faces. Tom turned to the head judge. I had a clear view. He deliberately forced the plane next to him into evasive action, and his tail went beyond field limits. Why didn't the field judges step in? Tom despised corrupt judging in skill tests more than anything. If this were a competition, a little scheming might slide, but this was supposed to assess individual ability. Stuff like that made his blood boil. Claire's examiner also came forward. As the examiner, I saw the whole thing. That pilot tried to push mine into dodging, so she brushed the precise marker, and after it worked, he even pulled that sick smile. That was all it took. The accused guy instantly became the target of disdainful stares from everyone around. He tried to defend himself, teeth clenched. I just didn't want to hit my check mark, so I took a slightly wider path. That's not wrong. Tom snapped back. But once your tail crossed the boundary, your examiner and the field refs should have stopped your next move. You affected everyone around you. Then he jabbed a finger at him. You don't deserve to wear the same badge as me. The guy's eyes searched the crowd. Spotting Isabella Ross, his usual ally, he looked at her like a silent plea. She spotted the glance, then instantly slipped into the crowd, no intention of helping him whatsoever. The whole thing dragged on for quite a while. After some discussion, the international judges finally agreed to let Clare Alton retake the test. As for the pilot who tried to mess with her earlier, thanks to the testimony from Tom and the examiner who'd been on the same flight with Claire, he was immediately disqualified from the rating. Since a ton of other pilots were still waiting to be tested and time was tight, the guy was taken away separately for questioning while the rest of the assessments resumed. At the very back of the crowd, Isabella Ross stared so hard at Claire's back it felt like she was trying to burn a hole through her. Rumors started to make their way to the seating area, and people began throwing some odd looks at the pilots from Tom's country, especially the domestic pilots. They were not holding back. Wow, seriously? Just a rating test and they're already playing dirty? Maybe they're still salty about the mock competition. I heard from someone that one of Tom's people testified against their own. Who knows, maybe one's acting like the good guy while the other's pulling the strings. If they could get rid of Claire, that's one less threat for them. Hard to say. Good thing she's getting another shot. Back at the testing site. Claire was definitely a bit on edge after what had just happened. One of the examiners noticed and quickly tried to put her at ease. Relax. Just do your thing. You've already proven how capable you are. You wouldn't be here otherwise. You got this. Foreigners really didn't sugarcoat things when they were trying to encourage someone. Claire cracked a small smile and nodded. Thank you for backing me up just now. She couldn't even bring herself to fully think about how close she was to getting unfairly tanked. If the judges had sided with the other pilot just to keep the peace, she'd have had zero chance to defend herself. That thought alone made her stomach twist. Still, even with that on her mind, her hands were steady. She flew the test without a hitch, finishing even quicker than last time and landing just 5 minutes after the others. Before leaving, Claire gave a small, respectful bow to the examiner. Really, thank you for speaking up for me. The examiner, a sturdy-built guy, looked quite proud. Don't mention it. You're impressive, hands down one of the best pilots I've seen so far. I can't wait to see you shine on the global stage. I'll do my best. Not far off, Samantha and Katie Lane hadn't left. They'd stuck around for Claire to finish. Claire, Samantha called out. Claire walked toward them. You okay? Samantha asked, clearly worried about her getting shaken up. Claire shook her head. That tiny hiccup wasn't enough to throw me off. Don't stress. Good, Samantha let out a breath. Out of the corner of her eye, Claire noticed Tom talking to the other international examiners. Tom caught her gaze too. After saying a few words to the judges, he made his way over. Captain Claire, Tom said in slightly broken Chinese. Claire stepped forward, tone respectful. Captain Tom, I want to apologize for what my team member did. Really sorry about that. As an internationally recognized pilot, Tom could speak multiple languages, though not fluently. Still, he made the effort. No need, Claire smiled and gave a firm shake of her head. It wasn't your fault. She knew exactly who was pulling strings behind her back. Tom stepped closer again, and making sure no one was paying attention, quickly said in his native tongue, he was told to do it, by one of your own pilots. Think it through. Claire Alton hadn't expected him to be so blunt about it. She thought that no matter what, they were from the same country, and in situations like this, people usually tried to save face publicly. Whatever anger or disagreements they had, they'd deal with it later, behind closed doors. But instead, Tom laid it all out right in front of her, like it was nothing. That alone made her pause. Suddenly, Tom raised his hand slightly in a kind of salute. Captain Alton, I've got serious respect for you as a pilot. I won't stand by watching unfair things happen to you. You nailed that assessment. Hope I get to see you in the main pilot competition one day. I'll make sure I beat you. With that, he turned and left. Claire was left there a bit stunned, while Samantha and Katie Lane both gave her a little shrug. On the way back, Claire asked, "What's he talking about? That official pilot competition?" "Never competed in one," Samantha replied. Katie added, "Me neither." Then Katie said, "I think it's a tournament for those selected from military aviation schools. Top-tier winners get ranked globally. Military flying?" Just hearing that made Claire lose interest. But Katie continued, "Thing is, most military pilots are older when they discharge, so there aren't many candidates. I heard last time they picked people from civil aviation, trained them through military flight school, and then selected a few for the competition. Winner takes the Hawk Trophy and gets international ranking points. The rules are pretty much like those for commercial flight showcases. The current number one is from Country M, and yeah, no women have ever cracked that list." "When was the last competition?" Claire asked. Samantha raised a brow. "Are you seriously a pro pilot and don't know this stuff?" Claire just smiled. Back when she was still co-pilot, she was too focused on becoming captain to care about competitions like that. "Every 8 years, Samantha told her. "So, next one's coming up next year. Next year, huh? Why does everything seem to be happening next year?" When they got back near their seats, Mr. Wilson pulled Claire aside. Inside the lounge, a bunch of civil aviation officials were already there. Mr. Collins was among them. He started by checking on Claire's condition. Once she said she was fine, he got straight to the point. That male pilot? He cracked under pressure and confessed. Said someone told him to do it. We got that person too. But they're tight-lipped, won't budge on naming who was behind it all. What do you want to do about this? Claire stayed quiet for a moment. So Mr. Wilson chimed in. Don't worry about the consequences of your choice. Just tell us what you want. If you want to push this and find out who ordered it, no matter how tough it gets, Mr. Collins and I will make it happen. Sounded like they were ready to back her up. But that no matter how tough it gets, yeah, that said a lot. If this blew up, it wouldn't look good for anyone, and it could even sour things with Country M's aviation department. Claire looked down and gave a small half-smile. Honestly, that kind of thing happened in every field. Big picture first wasn't exactly surprising. Let's just drop it, she said. Drop what? Everyone froze and turned at the sound of a new voice. Mr. Dalton? Someone exclaimed. Lucas Dalton's sudden appearance flipped a switch in Claire Alton's heart. She hadn't even thought she felt that upset before, but now her emotions were all over the place. From getting backstabbed by Isabella Ross, to enduring the snide remarks from her own teammates, and then having to deal with interference during the joint assessments with pilots from other countries, Claire had been holding back the whole time. She was used to playing it cool, avoiding conflicts wherever she could. Never once did she expect someone would step in just to back her up. But then Lucas came. Her eyes were slightly red, barely noticeable unless someone was really looking. Lucas had rushed over as soon as she told him about their plan to get married once they returned home. He dropped everything, finished his work, and made his way over without any hesitation. He'd been there a full 30 minutes before she saw him, but didn't say a word. He didn't want to distract her from the assessment. Who could have guessed something so messed up would happen in between? From the second Lucas walked in, his eyes never left Claire. That tiny bit of redness around her eyes, caught it immediately. His chest tightened with a wave of guilt and heartache. Right then, he felt glad he didn't stay behind and not make a big deal out of things. If he hadn't come, who knows how much more she might have had to put up with alone. Come here. Standing about 2 meters away, Lucas held out his hand toward her. Claire didn't even hesitate as she reached out. He took her hand firmly. With a quick sideways glance toward Mr. Collins and Mr. Wilson, he gave them no room to interrupt, simply turning to lead Claire out. As soon as they disappeared from view, Mr. Collins smacked his thigh. Wilson, you really said the wrong thing back there. Mr. Wilson was quick to respond. That's not what I meant. Well, that's exactly how it sounded to me, Mr. Collins shot back. I was trying to say, no matter how tough things get, if she wants to keep going, we'll have her back. We're in the right. We're not afraid to step on any toes. Why should our pilots suffer in silence? Go tell that to Mr. Dalton, Mr. Collins replied, pushing him toward the door. By then, Lucas had already led Claire into another office, though honestly, it felt less like an office and more like a full-on international conference room. Flags from various countries lined the table. A raised airplane sculpture hung on the front wall. The room was packed. As Lucas walked in with Claire, the people inside began standing up one by one, offering polite handshakes and greetings. Lucas's expression was calm but stern. When he undid a button on his blazer and took a seat, Claire felt the shift right away. He was in full command now. He pulled her down to sit beside him. Sure, her showing up here might have been a bit over the line, but she wasn't about to ruin the moment or contradict him in front of everyone. So she sat still, her expression composed and serious. People didn't realize it, but when she got serious, the quiet strength she gave off was just as intense as Lucas Dalton's. Right behind Lucas were Benjamin Hart and Matthew White, both following him in looking all business. Lucas jumped right into fluent foreign speech. We were in a rush and didn't bring gifts for the directors, but we'll make up for it next time. The directors looked a little confused by his sudden appearance, but no one dared show it. After all, their company had just received a good sum of investment from his side. Couldn't exactly offend him. so they all quickly put on polite smiles and exchanged some small talk. When the pleasantries died down, the room fell into an awkward silence. Then Lucas's tone sharpened. "The pilot next to me here flies for Mounier Aviation." Everyone nodded. That much they knew. "She's also my fiancée." That wiped the smiles off the directors' faces. Leaning back in his chair, Lucas carried a calm but imposing air. "It's been days since my fiancée was targeted during the assessment, and your International Review Board hasn't given a single proper explanation. I get that the director of ICAO must be swamped with work. I can wait. But what happened today on the assessment field? That's not up for debate. Yet those two pilots from Country M still haven't been banned permanently from future evaluations. Why?" Matthew White instantly translated his words for the older directors in the room who didn't follow the original language well. Once the message sank in, the director of the International Civil Aviation Organization forced a smile. "There's been a lot going on during the evaluations. But Lucas's patience was visibly running out. "Is it that you're too busy, or that the bribes just weren't big enough?" That hit hard, leaving the director flushed with embarrassment, his mouth hanging open. Lucas stood up. "If fairness isn't even a basic requirement here, then honestly, there's no point in us taking part. You all carry on. I won't waste any more time here." He grabbed Clare Alton's hand and walked straight out. No matter how loudly everyone behind called out, Lucas didn't even pause. If something like this had happened to him, maybe he would have let it go. But this was about Clare, and he'd promised she'd never face it alone. Not long after they stepped out, Mr. Collins's phone buzzed with a message. He shot up on the spot. "What? They're leaving just like that? Not finishing the assessment?" He rushed toward the field, only to see over 100 Mounier Aviation pilots in full uniform, solemnly turning and walking off in formation. Lucas had already contacted their overseas aircrafts. Private jets had flown in to take every single one of their pilots back home. His unwavering stance lit a fire in his team. It gave the whole crew a sense of pride and confidence. The AKO director chased after him down the hallway, stumbling over his words, trying anything to make him stay. To avoid dragging Clare Alton into the mess, Lucas Dalton had her step out of the crowd's line of sight ahead of time. He personally approached the ICAO director. "Mr. Tate, don't get me wrong. It's not that I don't respect you, but China's known for its manners, and showing manners doesn't mean respecting everyone blindly. If someone disrespects us and tries to take away our right to fair treatment, we won't just sit back and swallow it. Your system is honestly too ambitious. At least for us, our pilots can't and won't comply. Sorry, but that's that. Given all this, we'll be reevaluating our cooperation on global cargo transport." Lucas took a step back and looked directly at the Mounier Airlines crew. "Everyone, let's board." With his word, the whole team headed straight toward the nearby runway without looking back. That's when panic hit Director Tate. He had originally planned to brush things under the rug just to stay in M Country's good books. He figured the local team wouldn't dare stir up trouble since making a fuss would only backfire on them too. But now... "Director Tate," someone chimed in urgently, "Mounier International has 1/3 of the world's largest cargo planes under its wing. I heard they're adding 50 more this year. If they really pull the plug on our freight partnership..." Yeah, Tate knew then. He'd run into someone not afraid to push back hard. Seeing the envy on the faces of the national airline folks, Daniel Brooks cracked a smile. But then a thought hit him. If we're unranked, are we even allowed to fly international routes anymore? Just then, Matthew White stepped onto the plane and answered, "Their certification only limits routes within Asia. We've still got the green light to fly to Europe, South Africa, basically anywhere else. Worst case, we take a longer way around. Mr. Dalton's made it clear none of you are losing your jobs." "Long live Mr. Dalton! Long live Mr. Dalton!" Their cheers echoed throughout the massive airliner, filled with renewed energy and fire. Clare clutched Lucas's arm and asked softly, "Are you sure we'll be okay doing this?" He gave her a calm look, eyes flickering briefly to her shoulder. Chinese pilots have been brushed aside on the global stage for decades. No one's ever really stood up to challenge that. Since I plan to take Mounier International global, I need to make sure they know we're not here to play nice. Worst case, some restrictions. And besides, they went out of their way to bully you. You think I'd just let that slide? At that moment, Claire felt something click inside her. If you want respect in this world, you need the kind of strength that makes others think twice before crossing you. And right now, Lucas had that in spades. This man and woman, standing side by side, about to shine on the global stage, ready for the blaze of spotlight ahead. The moment all pilots from Kino Airlines pulled out of the rating assessment, the news spread like wildfire. Within a day, it had reached the desks of major airlines worldwide. Top executives from global carriers started putting pressure, some openly, some behind closed doors, on Tai, the head of the International Civil Aviation Authority. Lucas Dalton had already built solid ties with many international airlines during his early ventures abroad. If his pilots couldn't fly, their profits were going to take a hit. Some more outspoken CEOs, after digging into what really happened, even dropped some blunt comments to Tai. That's just how people are. When their own interests get touched, the ones who preached fairness and big-picture thinking all start flipping. Amid the buzz, quite a few voices began speaking up for Kino Airlines, and just like that, the rating assessment got abruptly put on hold. Tai had bigger problems to deal with. That same afternoon, around 5 p.m. local time, Kino International dropped an announcement. The gist? They were unilaterally suspending all cargo flights outside of Asia, claiming the aircraft had to undergo a half-month safety inspection. Within an hour, every single owner of airlines operating outside of Asia was personally blowing up Tai's phone. He was drowning in calls, completely overwhelmed. Meanwhile, no one dared to dial Lucas Dalton. No one here was stupid. Everyone could see what Lucas was up to. First, he was laying the groundwork for a solid international presence. Second, well, that female pilot who'd been wronged, word was she was his fiancée, Clare Alton. Some foreign CEOs deep down totally respected what he was doing, especially those who valued their wives or had a protective streak by nature. And of course, there were those who'd had enough of the U.S. hogging the spotlight in aviation all these years. Right now especially, the enemy of my enemy was basically my best ally. And when money's involved, no one's acting like a spectator. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of this shutdown. That's massive. Airports were receiving nearly 100 cargo jets daily, each and every day. Now all that pressure was slamming straight onto Tai. He slammed down one call and let the others go on ringing, clearly over it. So what do we do now? He barked at the deputies standing nearby. You guys told me they wouldn't push this far. Now look, everyone's walked and I'm left cleaning up this mess. One of them shuffled nervously. Director Tai, they really did say she was just some rookie, no powerful connections. We never thought the Kino chairman would handle it personally. I'm sorry, this was on me. Kino just hit us with their own sanctions. Tai snapped, face clouded with worry. He thought they were just some up-and-coming airline. At most, he figured national carriers would keep them in check. Surely they'd know their lane. But now? The national airline leaders hit him with nothing but a cold shoulder. Don't know, not close, not our problem, sorry. Great, just great. Tai felt like his head was about to explode. Why didn't anyone tell me that female pilot had such a big shot behind her? He shouted, slamming his palm on the table. The two deputies lowered their heads, too scared to say a word. They really didn't know. Mainly because that woman hadn't mentioned a thing. She looked so sure when she promised them, and they just bought it. After Director Tate kicked them out in a rage, one of the deputies left with a grim face and made a call somewhere quiet. As soon as the line connected, he snapped. Were you trying to screw me over? You didn't tell me she had that kind of backing. What the hell were you thinking? Isabella Ross sounded unfazed. What backing are you talking about? The chairman of Kino Airways just personally shut down all overseas cargo flights. The deputy was so furious he could have smashed his phone or Isabella's face if she'd been there. Isabella froze when she heard that. Her blood went cold. Lucas Dalton cut off international cargo shipping? For Clare Alton? She slammed the call shut and immediately dialed Lucas. Seeing the caller ID, Lucas didn't hesitate to pick up. Captain Ross. His calm, distant tone made Isabella uncomfortable, but now wasn't the time to bicker. Are you out of your mind? You really shut down global cargo flights for Claire? Do you have any idea what this could cost you? What if you bet on the wrong horse? Everything you've worked for, gone." Her tone was sharp, every word like a slap. But she wasn't wrong. Lucas glanced back. Claire was helping co-pilots from their squad, still in her Kino captain's uniform. She must have felt his gaze because she turned to look at him. That one look made him throw consequences out the window. Maybe everyone would tell him to be rational, to not act on emotion, but he did it anyway. In his eyes, if he couldn't protect what mattered most, how could he call himself a leader? How could he ask his employees to trust him with their future? He'd enjoyed privileges ordinary staff never would, so he'd carry the weight and backlash they never could. "Isabella, out of respect for my mother, I'll let the past go, but what you did to Claire, I won't let that slide. Still, I appreciate the heads up. Shows you cared enough about our old ties." Lucas pulled his gaze back, his tone growing firm. "But for her, I'm not afraid to lose anything." And just like that, the call ended. Even knowing he might be blacklisted by most airlines, Lucas didn't take back the announcement. Later that day, as soon as they landed at Pingsang Port, Benjamin Hart dragged him off. The two men headed to one of their old haunts, a lounge they'd often visited in the past. Sitting across from Lucas, Ben looked dead serious. "You don't think you've acted a little recklessly here?" Lucas poured himself a glass of red wine, sipping slowly, like none of it bothered him. "Lucas, if you've misjudged this, you could lose everything." "Ben," Lucas cut him off in a low, quiet voice, but it hit hard. His eyes were calm, but there was something intense behind them. "The whole damn world is coming down on her. Anyone with eyes can see she's being targeted, but has anyone bothered giving her even one word of explanation?" He set his glass down with a snap, the sound crisp and clear. "Not one person has. You can call me impulsive, reckless, immature, or even say I've lost my mind because of love." Lucas Dalton's face was blank, tone low. But at that moment, in that situation, no one else would have backed her up but me. "Benjamin, have you honestly forgotten what it was like when everyone treated me like dirt?" Yeah, most of his reaction was because of Claire Alton. But part of it was also about the company's future, and because he knew exactly how that felt. "You ever felt that?" Lucas's gaze lost focus for a second. That helpless feeling when you're swallowing every bit of your pain and anger with no one there for you. "I've walked through those days, stood by you when things sucked the most, so maybe you just don't get it." And what did she do wrong? Why the hell should she be the one sacrificed? If I can't even protect her over something like this, then how am I better than that bastard Kevin McFerson? His voice suddenly flared with emotion, catching Benjamin completely off guard. Maybe it's because Benjamin mattered to him that Lucas was finally letting the truth spill out. Lucas knocked back a shot, the alcohol scraping his throat, making his voice hoarse. Since the day she joined Muno Airlines, she hasn't messed up once. Never used any special treatment I gave her. I get her gifts, she shrugs them off. Never asked me for anything. And ever since she became captain, she's been making me look good nonstop. What have you been reading lately to think I should just toss women aside like they don't matter? Too many cheesy romance novels messing with your brain? So now all guys are just heartless when it comes to choosing between ambition and women? Benjamin had nothing to say. "Let me tell you something, Ben. I used to make money for myself so I could live like a decent person." Lucas's eyes were deadly serious. "Now I make money for her." That one sentence hit harder than anything else and shut Benjamin up real fast. He sat there, quietly nursing his drink. In the back of his mind, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of wild magic does Claire Alton have, huh? That she turned a guy like Lucas, once all about logic and hustle, into this? Benjamin's eyes drifted to Lucas's pants, gaze a little off. Lucas practically threw a bottle at him. "What the hell you staring at?" You're looking kinda good right now." Benjamin leaned in, grinning. "Be real, have you and Claire been syncing up so well lately that you're already—" Smack! Benjamin's eyes went wide. "You just hit me on the head? Lucas, really?" "What did you just say?" Lucas squinted at him. "Me and Claire, it's just pure feelings between us. Whatever crazy stuff's playing in your head doesn't apply." "For real?" "Buzz off." Lucas stood up. "Hey, come on! We haven't even finished this bottle of wine. I think Claire might be upset. I'm heading back to be with her. Benjamin watched his hand fall back empty. Man, getting a girlfriend really does make a guy forget his bros. Timeless truth. Lucas said he'd go home, and he meant it. Claire wasn't expecting him back so early. When the door opened and he walked in, she sat up in surprise. "You're back already? Thought you'd be out late." Was just hanging with Benjamin. Lucas changed into his pajamas, then came to sit on the bed, pulling Claire so they were face to face. He looked a little too serious. "What's wrong?" Claire tilted her head. He stared into her eyes. "Are you feeling down?" Claire shook her head right away. "Nope, not at all." "Don't worry about those headlines," Lucas Dalton said. "People love gossiping. If it really messes with your mood, I'll take care of it." The reason he hadn't done anything yet was because public opinion lived in people's minds. Even if one storm passed, another always followed. Claire Alton had figured that out a long time ago. "I'm not living for their approval. I want to live a life they can't even imagine." Hearing her say that made Lucas quietly exhale in relief. He quickly changed the subject. "I'm guessing you've heard I stopped flying international freight?" Claire answered with silence. Lucas explained, "Don't put pressure on yourself. Yeah, you're a big reason why, but I did it for both of us. What's happening to you is exactly what every local pilot goes through when flying abroad. But this can't go on forever. The national airline might play nice to keep the peace, but I won't let my pilot stay stuck under someone else's thumb forever." Think of it as a wake-up call. And even if none of that was going on, I'd still make the same decision, just for you. Claire, being there for each other isn't about clocking every hour of the day. It's about being there when it actually counts. Lucas knew how easily she got caught up in her thoughts, and he didn't want this to weigh on her. "I get it," Claire said, stretching out her arms and suddenly hugging him tight. "Lucas Dalton, you're really too good to me." He chuckled. "That's it? That's your definition of good?" "Yup. Well, there's more." "Like what?" He lightly squeezed her waist. "Did you forget what you said the other day?" Suddenly, Claire remembered what she had blurted out in a moment of emotion. "You." He cut her off with a grin. "Can we get engaged first?" Engaged. She could feel how deeply his insecurity ran. Lucas might have had power and money, but that didn't change the fact that he craved certainty. He was always so grounded because that was the only way he knew how to feel safe. He only relaxed when things were locked in. Claire bit her lip, forcing her overthinking brain to step aside. "Okay." The moment the word left her lips, Lucas froze for a second. Then he held her by the shoulders, eyes locked on hers. "Say that again?" Claire met his gaze without flinching. "Let's get engaged first." Engaged. Claire never imagined that one little yes would get her grounded. 3 days later, she found out she'd been personally grounded by the big boss himself. Most other pilots, after being benched from international flights, were switched to Asia routes. Even Mr. Thompson had been reassigned to freight. But she was just stuck at home doing nothing. "Lucas Dalton, seriously?" she complained. "I agreed to an engagement, not to being grounded. Until the International Aviation Board comes to us to make peace, you're not flying anywhere," Lucas said calmly. "And when they do, you'll be the first one they request. That'll completely change how you're seen. They'll finally treat you like you deserve." He broke it down for her slowly. "I want every major airline out there to take you seriously." Claire tried to hide the wave of warmth that hit her, stealing a glance at him. "So this is the big reason you dragged me out for a date in the middle of the day instead of going to work?" Lucas gave a lazy grin. "What? That's not a good enough reason?" Just when Lucas Dalton was about to take his girlfriend out for their date, a whole group showed up at Mulak Vistas. Matthew White walked in and called from the stairwell downstairs, "Boss Lucas, someone from the International Air Transport Authority is here. It's the tower chief and a few deputies." Claire Alton looked surprised. "That fast?" Lucas, on the other hand, looked totally unbothered. "Tell them I'm busy," he replied, colder than ice. Claire wasn't used to business stuff. "Wouldn't they get mad and leave?" "They won't," Lucas said with firm certainty. Then, right in front of Chief Tatai, he got into his luxury car and simply left. Tatai was scrambling, flipping through calls the minute he got off the plane. Airline bosses were blowing up his phone, begging him to convince Mulak Air to resume cargo flights this morning. Some seafood items needed urgent export. Just one day's delay and they'd spoil. But Lucas had paperwork from the Civil Aviation Authority pausing cargo flights legally, so the exporters had no grounds for claims. Legally, Mulaki was in the clear. What could they do? Dump all the pressure on the man in charge, Chief Tatai. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Think of all the life-saving medical equipment held up. This was about lives, not just business. Lucas's luxury sedan cruised down the wide road, with Tatai's car trailing behind. No one dared stop him or even reach out. It might only push Lucas further away. Chief Tatai, we have to stay friendly right now, his assistant whispered nervously, worried he might blow up and mess everything up. I know, Tatai sighed. No matter how mad he was, now wasn't the time to offend Lucas Dalton. And sure enough, this young businessman, only recently making waves in the international aviation scene, did seem to know what he was doing. So Lucas, with Claire by his side, went off to have fancy French cuisine in downtown Pingsung Port, watched a light show, sampled fine wine, and even attended an auction. By the time they wrapped up, it was already night. As they were leaving, Claire saw Tatai's car still parked by the road, and the chief staring their way with what looked like a hopeful smile. Lucas said, "Hop in, let the driver take you back to Mulak Vistas." "You're heading to the office?" "Yeah." Lucas helped her into the car and stood there until it drove off. Just then, Matthew White pulled up in another car to pick him up. Lucas walked toward Tatai calmly, not arrogant, but not fawning either. Tatai looked visibly relieved and stepped forward politely, asking, "Mr. Dalton, do you have a minute to chat now?" Lucas didn't keep him cold. "Why don't you get in the car, Chief Tatai?" Tatai was more than happy to and smiled as he climbed in. Whatever was said inside, nobody knew. But when they got out, Tatai was bowing and thanking Lucas nonstop, clearly full of respect. "Chief Tatai, care to hang around Pingsung for a few days? I'd be happy to show you around," Lucas offered. No, Tatai waved it off quickly. "Still a lot of pending business. Sorry to drop by unannounced, Mr. Dalton. I'll let you get back to your work." Lucas Dalton gave a polite nod. "Take care, Director Tate. No need to see me off." Director Tate turned and got into the car. The moment he sat down, he pulled out a handkerchief and wiped at the sweat on his forehead, sighing repeatedly. "Sir, how did the talk go?" the secretary asked. Finally relaxing a bit, Director Tate leaned back in his seat. During the conversation with Mr. Dalton, he'd practically exhausted every Chinese phrase he could recall. The guy looked young, but every word he said was like stepping on a landmine, sharp and straight to the point. The aura he gave off was no joke. There's a Chinese saying, "Not one to be confined to a pond." That definitely fit. After calming himself down, Director Tate gave a few firm instructions to his secretary. Get the assessment program up and running again ASAP. And one more thing, reach out personally to all the major international airlines. That pilot named Claire Alton, make sure they know to treat her with extra care. News of this spread quickly, giving a much-needed breather to the airline executives who'd been freaking out like ants on a hot pan. The next thing they did? Scrambled to check their shipment schedules from China. That's when all the major airlines made the same discovery. Every single high-value air freight shipment being restarted, anything over 100 million in total value, was being piloted by someone with the surname Alton. Especially the much-anticipated inaugural shipment set for tomorrow, flying out from Pingsung Port International Airport to the capital where the assessments would take place. And the pilot? Yet another Alton. Suddenly, every airline head was paying close attention to this Alton pilot. Sure, to profit-driven business folks, this kind of move might have seemed irrational, but you couldn't argue with the results. It worked. When Claire Alton found out, she was obviously a little rattled. "Wait, this is my first cargo flight." "So what? It's still a flight." Lucas handed her the official orders himself. "Tomorrow, your cargo plane's taking off side by side with the passenger flights." He ran his fingers gently over her hair. "Guess what's in the cargo?" Claire shook her head. No way she could guess that. "Come find out when you land tomorrow." Lucas pulled her toward the bed. "Now go get some sleep." Since she had a flight to fly, Claire couldn't stay up late, even if she wasn't all that tired. She had to force herself to get some rest. Next day, 12:20 p. Claire completed her pre-flight checks and boarded the cargo aircraft with 2 former co-pilots and the freight crew. Wearing Muye Airlines' captain's uniform, she was carrying the pride of the country's largest civil airline. At the same time, Samantha was climbing into the cockpit of her passenger jet. Just as Claire was preparing for takeoff, she heard Samantha's voice over the radio from the tower. They'd be flying back to back. "Stay safe up there, Captain Samantha," Claire said with a grin. Samantha shot back, "Don't leave without me." Claire's cargo plane was the first to take off. Despite it being her first ever cargo flight, she handled it with calm confidence. The pilots on the passenger flight behind her had a clear view of her plane lifting into the sky. Painted clearly on the side was the Muye Airlines logo. Something about it sparked a quiet sense of pride in everyone watching. That's our company's aircraft up there. Soon after, Samantha followed Claire into the sky, taking the same route to the same destination. "Captain Alton, we owe you one," said Mark Olson with genuine admiration in his voice. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't get to witness this prestigious assessment firsthand." Mark Olson and Jack were both co-pilots, so naturally, they weren't qualified to take part in the captain evaluation. Honestly, if Claire Alton hadn't been flying the cargo plane and needed both a first and second officer with her, they wouldn't have gotten the chance to come at all. "Are you eligible to apply for the captain's assessment next year?" Claire asked. Mark nodded like crazy. "Yep." Claire gave a small smile. "I don't have much seniority, but if you need someone to co-sign, I've got your back." Mark's eyes went wide. "For real?" Getting a recommendation from your own captain was a huge deal. It pretty much meant you'd be promoted. Claire nodded again to confirm. Even though Lucas Dalton's airline, Kino Aviation, was short on seasoned captains, after 2 rounds of hiring, the positions were almost full. That naturally raised the bar for new promotions, a lot. When the airline assessed pilots for a captain upgrade, they brought in a specialized review panel. Experts, all of them. There's no such thing as cutting corners there. Eventually that led to a saying in the industry. Kino's pilots, you could pull any one of them out and they'd go toe-to-toe with the top dogs at National Air. Sure, it was technically a civil airline, but in the last 2 years it had basically climbed to stand shoulder to shoulder with National Airlines. They each ruled their turf. After a long flight, Claire reflexively reached for the mic to make an announcement, then realized, this was a cargo run. Once on the ground, a team came to check the goods. She followed protocol to log everything, and when that wrapped, she headed back to the hotel with the 2 co-pilots. In the car, she turned to them. "Do you guys know what exactly we were flying just now?" Mark glanced at her. "You don't know, Captain Claire?" Claire honestly shook her head. Jack filled her in. It was an organ for transplant. "Wait, what?" Claire couldn't hide her shock. Mark confirmed, "Yep, that's what it was." Claire kind of zoned out for a second, her mind spinning. The weight of what they'd just carried started sinking in. If she'd made even the tiniest mistake up there, someone down here waiting for a shot at life might have lost it forever. That thought hit her like a truck. No wonder Lucas hadn't told her beforehand. And once word got out that it was Claire Alton who flew that organ in, a lot of big-name executives started paying attention. After all, if Kino trusted her with a flight that sensitive, she had to be damn good. Just like that, her name blew up across the industry. "So this whole building is just for pilots?" The 3 of them walked up to the hotel, and it wasn't even that Mark was inexperienced. He had just seriously underestimated the scale. "Must be, what, over 1,000 pilots packed in here?" Jack asked. "I think it's like 1,200 or so," Claire said casually. "Damn." Mark and Jack trailed behind her like 2 nervous sidekicks. Once Claire got them situated, she headed back to her own room. It hadn't even been checked out, still sitting just as she'd left it. She got in first, and within a couple of hours, Samantha arrived. Katie Lane and Gabriella Reed had never even left. "There you guys are finally," Gabriella practically cried out. "You wouldn't believe it. Ever since Kino's squad left, the national air leader has been chewing us Songhang pilots out non-stop." Samantha chuckled. Why would he yell at you guys? He said we didn't show solidarity or jump ship with the others. Gabriella flopped onto the bed with a big dramatic sigh. Katie Lane shrugged. I mean, you can imagine how much pressure we've been under these past couple of days at National Airlines. Samantha and Clare Alton exchanged a look and gave a helpless smile. Gabriella Reed sat up, raised her thumb, and said, But seriously, your chairman totally crushed it. That slap in the face was so satisfying. I was cheering inside. Hearing someone praise Lucas Dalton right to her face, Clare couldn't help but blush a little. She didn't want to chime in and make it seem like she was bragging, so she just kept quiet. Samantha, though, wasn't shy at all. Of course he nailed it. Otherwise, how could we all dare to just walk away from the project like that? Katie clapped right on cue, clearly impressed. Now, with only one last part left to go in the evaluation process, and based on how tough the first three had been, everyone was bracing for the final test to be even more brutal, maybe something none of them had ever dealt with before. Even Clare was starting to feel the heat, though she kept it to herself. Saying it out loud would only make things worse for the others. I heard your chairman Dalton totally cornered the International Civil Aviation Authority. Girl, doesn't that kind of make you unstoppable now? Gabriella leaned in with a smirk, looking like she was ready to dish some serious gossip. I'm not a crab, okay? Clare joked, sidestepping the question. As they chatted away, the not-quite-shut door was suddenly kicked open hard. Bam! The loud noise jolted all four women. Before Clare could even turn around, a whole cup of liquid was thrown at her. The sourness that hit her mouth made her cough. Lemon juice. What's your problem? Gabriella shouted. Samantha quickly tried to block Isabella Ross from storming in, but Isabella was completely unhinged. She shoved Samantha aside and went straight for Clare, grabbing a fistful of Clare's soaked hair. Hey, what's with the violence? Gabriella rushed in to stop her. Caught off guard, Clare winced in pain as Isabella yanked her up by the hair. And just like that, her anger exploded. Nobody expected Clare, usually so chill and non-confrontational, to suddenly fight back. She knocked Isabella's hand away with her arm, freed herself, and slapped her across the face. There was a fire in Clare's eyes now, cold and sharp. Returning the favor, she seized Isabella's hair and flung her hard toward the wardrobe. Thud! Isabella hit the wardrobe, pain shooting up her back. You think I'm just someone you can mess with? Clare's voice was completely different now, low and icy. She grabbed Isabella's slender neck, fingers digging firmly into her skin, and slammed her against the wardrobe again and again. The whole scene left the other three women frozen in shock. They had never seen this side of Clare before. That calm, terrifying anger, it was chilling. Gabriella was the first to snap out of it. She rushed over and locked the door. As for Samantha and Katie, even once they came back to their senses, they didn't move to break it up. With no one stopping her, Clare let all that bottled-up emotion burst free, unleashing her frustration and pain right on the one who poked the hornet's nest. Grabbing Isabella's hair, she yanked her close. Water dripped from her wet hair down her cheek. Her eyes were ice cold, sending a chill down anyone's spine, and her voice was barely louder than a whisper, but it cut deep. Since you keep asking for it over and over again, guess it's time you had a little peek at hell. Isabella Ross was briefly stunned by the slap, but she quickly snapped out of it, rage surging. She lunged forward without hesitation. This is all your fault. Every damn thing. You must have told Lucas Dalton to kick me out. He even got me blacklisted globally. Isabella screamed, yanking at Clare Alton as they grappled. Clare didn't bother listening. She was way past the point of caring. All those years of bottled-up frustration were now flooding out. From the crap she'd taken when she first entered the industry, to that ridiculous mess of a marriage with Kevin McFerson, to the nonsense she'd endured when restarting her career, and now Isabella pushing her yet again. That balloon of so-called grace Clare had been holding, it finally popped. She wasn't thinking, didn't care what happened next. All she knew was, she was done being the one people picked on. Someone had to pay. Smack! Even the onlookers flinched when Clare brought down another slap. The sound stung like a whip. Isabella's uniform was a mess, half shredded from the scuffle. They stumbled into the restroom. Claire twisted open the faucet and shoved Isabella's head under the stream with force. Isabella coughed, fighting to pull her head up. Claire, stop. But Claire was gone, mentally checked out, lost in her fury. She wasn't stopping. Their upper bodies were soaked. Claire's eyes were disturbingly calm in their wildness, her tone icy. Think you could push me around just because you've been around longer? You act like you're better than me just because you joined the game earlier? We never had any beef, but from that very first day, you were on my case, planting stories about me, twisting the media to paint me as some homewrecker, pulling shady moves and filming behind my back to stir up online hate. And now that you failed, what? Show up at my door chucking water like some drama queen? Seriously, where do you get the guts? Claire's eyes gleamed red under the restroom light, terrifying. Her hands clamped around Isabella's throat, pushing her against the edge of the sink like a cornered predator. Isabella, I didn't act because I was being noble. If I ever really wanted to fight, you think you'd stand a chance with the stuff you bring to the table? Isabella shoved her off with trembling hands and collapsed to the floor, drenched and humiliated. She looked up at Claire, so different from the soft-spoken girl everyone thought they knew. And then she let out a laugh, low and bitter. I knew it. You've been faking that sweet act all along. Look at you now. This is the real Claire, folks. And don't kid yourself, Claire. You think Lucas Dalton actually loves you? She grabbed the sink, struggling to stand as her swollen cheek throbbed, a twisted smile playing on her lips. When someone picks someone else, there's always a reason. Either it's emotional, they get something comforting from you, or it's physical, plain attraction, or... She leaned in close to Claire's ear, voice icy. You're just useful. Lucas probably never told you this, but his mom's last wish before passing was for him to marry a pilot. And honestly, Moonair was already on the rise. You popping up just gave them the perfect PR tool. Think about it. Ever since you joined Moonair, haven't there been non-stop headlines? Otherwise, how else would a twice-married woman like you, who wasn't even on his radar before, end up with him? Isabella's voice grew sharper with every word, bitterness practically dripping from her tone. Honestly, some parts hit a little too close to the truth. How much of it was real? Hard to tell. Claire's mind, finally pulling itself out of the haze, stopped her from actually slapping Isabella's mouth shut. But Isabella didn't care she'd just been smacked. Instead, she laughed like she'd just won a round. Claire, you're seriously pathetic. First Kevin made you his little housewife, now Lucas turns you into his cash cow. You've always just been someone's sidekick. Gabriella stormed in, grabbing a fistful of Isabella's hair and dragging her out. Shut up already. Isabella screamed the whole way out, but Gabriella kicked her out of the room without hesitation. The second the door clicked shut, the three of them rushed to Claire's side. Her top was still damp, her hair near her temple clinging to her face in soaked strands. Her skin had gone pale, and even her soft pink lips were starting to lose color. Isabella's words were spinning on repeat in her head, stuck on loop like a broken record. Because she had hit a nerve. Just like that time Claire couldn't stop asking Lucas, over and over, what does he even like about her? What about her stood out? Nothing really. So then, why her? If she were being honest, those posh, elegant girls from big families, they all would have made more suitable wives. Was it all part of some agenda? One part of her still held out hope. Maybe don't rush to doubt someone's feelings just because a toxic person ran their mouth. If it's genuine, you'll only end up hurting someone who meant well. But deep down, an old sliver of her reason echoed louder. Lucas never actually had a solid answer for why he wanted to be with her, did he? Are we supposed to believe it was love at first sight? Let's be real. For people with that kind of money, what are the odds of falling in love at first glance? Or maybe she was just that brilliant, really stood out? If that's the case, then isn't she just being used? Statistically, how many wealthy guys out there would choose a twice-married woman to marry into their empire? Her knees almost buckled under the weight of those thoughts. Her mind was a chaotic mess, screaming at her from every direction until her head started to throb. Then it hit her. In today's world, just being a divorced woman somehow instantly dims everything else you are. No matter how capable or shining you might be, with that label, people's perceptions of you shift in a bad way. That's the reality, like it or not. Nobody can just will away deep-rooted prejudice. But why? It's not like she asked for a second marriage. She was the one who got hurt. Kevin, meanwhile, had no problem moving on and marrying someone young and gorgeous. And yet it's her who's stuck under this spotlight, constantly judged because he was trash. This world isn't built for women like her. Whether it's day-to-day life, a workplace, or the bigger system, it's always a rigged game. Claire, you okay? Samantha crouched down in front of her with a warm towel, gently wiping at her face. Slowly, Claire came back to herself, shaking her head lightly. I'm sorry, must have scared you. I shouldn't have interrupted your night. Katie frowned. Come on, stop it. We don't say stuff like that between friends. Friends? So friends don't need to be polite? Don't need to worry about crossing the line? Claire Alton always thought that no matter who you're dealing with, you should be respectful and mindful, never cause trouble for others. That's the right way to behave. Which is probably why all those older colleagues always praised her for being well-behaved. But now she was wondering, was putting up with everything just another name for being well-behaved? Gabriella Reed stood there with arms crossed, clearly pissed off. That bitch totally crossed the line. You did the right thing, Claire. You should have just smacked her harder, put her in her place. The three of them hadn't stepped in during the fight. Not stopping it was as good as helping out in their book. Because let's be real, Isabella Ross was no match for Claire in that moment. None of them had seen it coming. Sweet, let it go, Claire. Usually calm and never arguing with anyone, had gone off like a storm. Just thinking back on it gave Samantha chills. Thank God she'd never picked on Claire back in the day. Claire, where'd you learn to fight like that? Gabriella asked. Claire took the towel from Samantha and wiped her face. My grandfather had this student who used to be in the special forces. He trained me a while when I was younger. By a while, she actually meant 5 whole years. And she still remembered what that guy told her clearly. What I'm teaching you is for protecting yourself. Don't use it unless there's no other choice. Never to hurt people lightly. She had always been the obedient, good kid, the type to never talk back to elders. But did that mean she was just an easy target her whole life? Maybe growing some thorns wouldn't be such a bad thing. Claire asked the others not to spread what happened today. She grabbed a quick shower and lay down on her bed like nothing had happened. The other 3 didn't bring it up again. They sure as hell weren't going to go blabbing about it either. But if Claire ever decided to report Isabella, they'd back her up as witnesses without hesitation. As Claire laid there, trying to get some rest, Isabella's hateful words kept echoing in her head. No matter how hard she tried to block them out, they stuck. She had to force herself to recall all the good Lucas Dalton had done for her, hoping it might mute those toxic voices. Lucas had always been good to her, never once hurt her. She couldn't let someone else's bitterness make her doubt him. But still, the unease stirred in her chest anyway. That bottomless sense of insecurity, it had become a constant in her life. And with her history with Kevin McFerson, she'd become even more guarded, always tiptoeing around. Part of her didn't even believe someone could love her just for who she was. She didn't sleep at all that night, but she stayed perfectly still, not letting herself toss and turn. She didn't want to disturb the other 3 who needed to be sharp for tomorrow's evaluation. Next morning, local time, exactly 8 a.m. When the others started waking up, they saw Claire already sitting at the little table eating breakfast. She'd even brought back food for them. Claire, what time did you get up? Samantha asked as she rushed to the bathroom. Pretty early, Claire replied, her voice a bit raspy. But she looked totally normal, like yesterday had been some weird dream only they remembered. Samantha watched her for a moment, then asked carefully, You ready for today's assessment? Claire looked up with a slight smile and answered with just 2 words, Of course. The 3 women brushing their teeth in the bathroom stopped and exchanged wide-eyed glances. They were genuinely stunned. But what exactly had them so shaken? Something like that happened, and she still came out looking completely unaffected. Even if she did feel torn up inside, she was incredible at keeping it all in. That level of self-control, they had to admit, None of them could hold a candle to it. Someone like her, supposedly all about reason and logic. If she ever managed to drop the mess of emotions and love stuff, she'd crush it in her career. And turns out, they weren't wrong. After a restless, sleepless night, Clare Alton finally sorted through her thoughts, and the road ahead became clear. She realized she shouldn't keep getting caught up in emotions. They never brought her anything worth the cost. The returns didn't even come close to the gains she felt when she worked on herself. Why should she rely on someone else to give her anything? Why let Lucas Dalton's emotions and actions mess with her focus? She wasn't going to take people judging her for being divorced lying down, not anymore. If they wanted her to keep quiet, she was going to speak louder. Starting now, she was done accepting anything she didn't want. Period. Being a pushover had never gotten her further, let alone made her happy. That morning, she showed up in her Mokuno Airlines uniform, looking more alive than ever. The smile she wore wasn't joyful. No, it had a different kind of edge to it. But what was that feeling exactly? The three women tried to figure it out all morning, right up until they reached the test site. Then suddenly, Gabriella Reed snapped her fingers. Guys, isn't she giving off that vibe? Like she's ready to take on literally anything? That fearless kind of energy? Samantha and Katie Lane paused, glanced at each other, and nodded slowly. Yeah, that was it. Over 1,000 pilots had gathered again for the test. Director Tate stepped up before they started, saying a few things about why the test had been delayed for 2 days. Of course, he didn't exactly tell the full truth, just tossed out some official-sounding reasons. Soon enough, the test was ready to begin, but no one expected what came next. They just waited. Another 4 hours gone, just like that. The sky's turning gray. At this rate, it'll be too late to fly, someone muttered. Everyone worried about flying in that kind of weather. An overcast sky could really mess with performance. Then the clouds completely rolled in, and just then, the examiners appeared. One of them briefly apologized for the delay. Then they laid it out. You'll be flying a fixed route through storm conditions. Everyone recognized that specific challenge. But the moment the examiner finished speaking, the giant screen lit up with the current conditions. Most of the assigned airspace covered in thunderstorm activity, and the areas glowing red, constant thunder cracking. Later they found out every pilot had to fly straight through that red zone and finish the route in under 3 minutes. No way! How is that even doable? Most of them had never flown in weather like that. And to make it worse, the screen showed a telltale mark. A tornado was edging closer to the red zone. Silence fell, because deep down, they all knew they weren't going to make it. The examiners, maybe sensing the tension, changed things up. They wouldn't go by groups anymore. Anyone willing to be in the first batch? Crickets. Over 1,000 people and not one sound. Who'd want to be the first to crash and burn? If something went wrong, this was the kind of challenge that could actually kill you. A long beat passed as the examiners scanned the crowd. We've got 2 volunteers, right? Thousands of eyes darted around. Then Clare Alton slowly stood up, her face calm as ever. At the same time, from the opposite side, Tom smiled. Only the 2 of them stepped up first. And just that one move, the international judges already marked both down with extra points, though no one else had a clue. Samantha looked a little uneasy. Claire, you sure you don't want to wait a bit? Just watch how the others do it first? I mean, if something goes wrong, there's no take 2. I know, Claire replied, her gaze locked on the massive aircraft looming in the distance. Mr. Wilson and Mr. Collins exchanged nervous glances. Claire had already started walking toward the identity check station. Someone's got to go first if we ever want to get ahead. Her voice floated back, carried by the cool breeze. She passed in front of over 1,000 pilots, a lone figure dressed in neat black slacks that accentuated her long legs. Her steps were steady, almost relaxed, no sign of nerves at all. Besides the pilots, there were hundreds of test supervisors, staff, and media crews on site. Overall, close to 2,000 people were watching. Only 2 had the guts to sign up to go first, and the organizers had allowed just the 2 of them to take the lead. Once their credentials were confirmed, the test official spoke to them slowly and clearly, going over the rules with precision. Then, a Chinese official stepped over, adding in Mandarin for Claire's benefit. "Captain Alton, is anything unclear? I can go over it again if needed." He was just making extra sure she didn't miss anything. It wasn't every day a Chinese female pilot volunteered to go first. She carried not just national pride, but also the banner of what women could achieve. "I understood everything." Claire nodded firmly. She'd paid close attention, and she was confident she got it all. This final test wasn't a cakewalk. They needed specific weather conditions to even attempt it. Right now, it was the rainy season in this city. No one was getting out of this one easy. Once both Claire and Tom were set, the organizers seemed to discuss something among themselves. Then someone jogged over, bent slightly, and asked, "We're allowing you to use aircraft from your own countries. Are you okay with that?" Claire and Tom exchanged a glance and nodded. Nobody wanted to risk unfamiliar systems under pressure. It only made sense to trust what you knew. When Mr. Collins got the news, he immediately signaled the standby team to bring in their prepped aircraft from the giant hangar. They were all the same model, as had been agreed on and announced in the pre-test instructions shared with civil aviation authorities. After a bit, 2 aircraft were slowly towed over, and the moment they caught sight of them, both Claire and Tom couldn't hide their surprise. What rolled into view wasn't the usual Airbus A340. Nope, it was the Airbus A380. The A380-800, to be exact, currently the biggest wide-body passenger jet on the planet. 73 meters long, 15-meter wingspan, 24.07 meters tall, and a takeoff weight around 560 tons. Range, up to 15,000 kilometers. Basically the boss of the skies, a dream machine for any new-gen pilot. Even Tom, who had touched the thing before, hadn't actually flown it professionally. It was the ultimate prize. I mean, what pilot doesn't want to fly the biggest plane in the world? It's like asking a chef if they want to use the best cookware out there. Of course they do. Claire's heartbeat kicked into overdrive. The 2 planes stood side by side. On the left, one's tail was the logo of Muno Airlines, and on the right, the insignia of Tom's home airline. The logo of Kino Airlines popped with its mix of black, white, and deep blue. Black background, blue graphic elements, and clean white letters. Eye-catching for sure. Tom's airline went classic with a blue backdrop and bold red text. "You're good to board now," someone told them. Without saying much, Claire Alton got up and headed straight toward the massive aircraft. Out in the spectator stands, the other pilots started freaking out the moment they spotted the plane. No one expected the final test aircraft to be that beast. As Claire climbed aboard, she couldn't help but wonder, was this A380 sponsored by Kino Airlines? Or did they just slap the logo on? Not much time to keep thinking. The ground control had already given the signal. 2 jets, one with a black tail and the other with a blue one, lined up on the same runway. The signal flag waved, and both aircraft began to move. It was a seriously long runway. No wonder they picked such a giant venue. This test clearly called for it. They launched side by side from left to right, perfectly visible to the crowd in the stands. The tower was also staying in the loop during the test. Claire and Tom flew wing to wing, heading straight into a moody, storm-filled sky. The clouds swirled thick and heavy, and even from the cockpit, you could feel how rough the air currents were. As the 2 A380s lifted off together, every pilot watching below broke out into applause. For a brief moment, nobody cared what flag they wore. They were all clapping for sheer guts. The Kino Airlines crew especially, it hit them in the feels seeing their logo airborne. Eyes welled up across the board. That sense of pride, of having each other's backs, it was real. They were all silently wishing Claire a safe flight. Once both planes disappeared into the thick clouds above and were no longer visible, the giant screen on the ground lit up with their radar feed, all eyes glued to it. A few colored lines appeared immediately. 2 white dashed lines, flight paths for Claire and Tom. The 2 red dots, that was them, moving in real time. The white lines trailing behind were their flight paths. Crystal clear. But underneath all that, the map was glowing redder and redder. That meant serious storms in that area. You could almost feel the turbulence off the radar image alone. And it wasn't just on the screen. The wind on the ground had kicked way up too. It was hard to even keep your eyes open. Still, No one budged. Everybody stayed locked on that screen. Once both aircraft reached a fixed point in the airspace, the 3-minute timer started. They had to stick to their preset route and return within those 3 minutes. But with this kind of storm brewing, what if they hit a full-blown thunderstorm? Too late to worry, because just as they hit the route mark, the two A380s flew straight into the storm. On the shared channel, their voices came through. "Ever flown through a thunderstorm?" Tom yelled, his voice crackling a bit through the static. The plane jolted hard. "Twice," Claire replied, holding steady. Tom let out a breath, sounded kind of relieved, and maybe even grateful he had a partner like her on this. He spoke fast, but kept it cool. "This storm cell isn't fully formed yet. Let's stick to the flight path as planned, move fast, and cut back through on return. Sound good?" Claire didn't hesitate. "Go." With that, they both pushed forward on the controls. On the big screen below, the two red dots suddenly split off, zipping in opposite directions. Their flight paths were mirrored, same distance, same arc. Once they flew along the designated route, they'd meet at the same spot. That's also where they had to cross the storm zone. No wonder people say getting the S-level certification is nearly impossible. At this moment, everyone had to admit, it's tough as hell. Most of the other test items were within the Civil Aviation Authority's control. But this, weather, completely out of anyone's hands. Some might get lucky, hit the storm zone when it's all quiet. But Claire, Alton, and Tom, not their day, because thunder had already started rumbling. The rain came crashing down out of nowhere, and this wasn't just a drizzle. It looked like the whole sky cracked open. Ground crew had umbrellas ready, trying to shield the pilots beneath. Still, everyone could feel the overpowering gusts and heavy sheets of rain sweeping through. Just sitting there felt miserable. Imagine what it's like up in the air for those two. Every pilot from Muno Airlines had their hearts in their throats for Claire. The downpour got so heavy that even Mr. Collins' uniform was half soaked. But instead of heading indoors, he stayed put with the pilots, eyes glued to the big screen. The sky at a distance had already turned dark gray, only a sliver of light left on the far left corner. He'd checked the forecast minutes ago. It was a fast-moving thunderstorm. Comes quick, goes even quicker. If they could just hold out a little longer, up in the air. Claire and Tom finished the route in 1 minute 34 seconds, returning to the exact altitude where they started. Now just a 20-meter gap between the two massive planes. Right above them, the storm loomed like it was ready to explode. Tom said, "It's forming faster than I thought." Claire glanced at the clock. "No more time. We need to go now." There was no guarantee. Who knew if they'd get hit by lightning that very second? If that happened... Tom caught a brief hesitation in the clouds around the storm. Without blinking, he barked, "Go, now." Both A380s surged forward, aiming straight for the landing corridor. On the ground, the screen showed their markers speeding toward the storm zone. Some people screamed, some covered their mouths, others couldn't bear to watch, but not one Muno pilot looked away. Every single one of them had their eyes locked on the left side red dot on the screen, the one that stood for Claire. Outside, thunder cracked over and over, rain whipped sideways, winds howled, everyone held their breath. Then, crack! A bolt of lightning ripped through the sky. Ah! Oh my God! The room erupted. Where are they? Where'd they go? Right after that deafening crack, both red markers vanished from the screen. The evaluation board jumped to their feet, pale-faced and frantic. Radios buzzed nonstop trying to reach the two pilots. The control tower kept calling out their names. The timer showed 40 seconds left, but no trace of them. Panic set in. If lightning hit them, wouldn't the debris start falling? Or were they just somewhere outside the radar range? The sky churned. Clouds pushed low. Winds raged. To anyone unfamiliar, it would have looked like the end of the world. Eyes searched the clouds, hoping for a glimpse. Emergency units were mobilized. Ambulances and rescue vehicles raced out. Everyone's nerves were stretched thin. Had something gone terribly wrong? Only 30-some seconds remaining. Samantha had turned ghost white. Where's Claire? And the plane? Why is there no signal anymore? What kind of messed up test is this? Mr. Wilson tried to calm her. Keep it together. Over 1,000 pilots began to shift uneasily in place. As the thunder died down, The rain started easing too. Just like the forecast said, fast in, fast out. It was nerve-wracking, to say the least. Mr. Collins had already started to panic. If something really happened to Clare Alton, how the hell was he supposed to explain it to Muyeno International? Captain Alton's gonna be okay, right? She has to be, right? Someone go get a rescue team already. The crowd started to get restless. Over on the M countryside, people were already arguing with the Civil Aviation Administration. A seasoned pilot like Tom cost the country years of training and resources. Losing him over a test would be insane. The same anxiety filled the folks at Muyeno Airlines. Just then, someone came running over, out of breath. Manager Carter? Completely soaked from head to toe, it was Ryan Carter. His flight had been delayed because of the thunderstorms, and that's why he arrived so late. He couldn't make it to the earlier parts of the evaluation. Half of the company's pilots still needed scheduling, and he couldn't be everywhere at once. But for the final round, as flight ops manager, he had to be there. Where's Claire? Where is she? Ryan's legs were barely holding him up. He'd heard the deafening thunderclap on the way in, and then the panic about the radar signals disappearing. Now that he was here, hearing the worst news first thing, of course he lost it. Say something! Ryan sprinted straight to the officials, barely off the plane, and didn't even take a breath before tearing into them. There's no way this kind of test is legit. What, you want our pilots to die out there? If anything happens to her, I swear I'll make you pay. Mr. Wilson tried to calm him down. Well, more like went through the motions of trying. No one could really stop Ryan in that state. Even the usually composed director Tate froze in shock at Ryan's fury. We're searching, we are, he quickly assured. They were panicking too, but truth was, all the pilots had signed a waiver before the test. Anything going wrong wasn't the organization's responsibility. Even so, no one wanted to piss off the big airlines. The entire scene was falling apart. Then, as the countdown on the screen hit just 12 seconds left, Look up! It's the A380! That's them! Every single person turned their eyes to the steely clouds above. At that exact moment, the Airbus A380 sliced through the dark sky, its wings cutting a path through the storm, charging down toward the runway. People stared, completely stunned. Not a word from anyone. No one even blinked. The plane descended steadily, slowing down as it approached for landing. Eyes locked on the tail logo, black background, blue design, white letters, Muyeno Airlines. Damn! Veteran Mr. Thompson couldn't hold it in anymore. His face was red with emotion as he cheered, eyes glassy. What a legend, he shouted. The plane touched down with just 5 seconds left on the clock. Almost immediately, the second A380 broke through the clouds and nailed the landing. 1 final second on the countdown. Even the roaring engines couldn't drown out thousands of people applauding. At that moment, the thick clouds slowly began to drift away and sunlight spilled in from the left. That very first beam lit up the A380 with the Muyeno logo, making it shine. Then the screen changed. Final test complete. Under the S-Class results for the first time ever, a new entry appeared. Name, Clare Alton. Nationality, China. Pilot rating, S-Class. Airline, China, Muyeno Airlines. Every pilot from Muyeno clapped like their lives depended on it. Some had tears in their eyes. They couldn't help it. They were proud. Clare Alton had done it. She was their pride. One woman, one plane. And she just made the entire international aviation world stop and look. The world's first ever S-rank pilot. As soon as Clare Alton stepped off the plane, she didn't even glance at the screen. Instead, she spun around and sprinted toward Tom's aircraft, which had just come to a stop. Captain Tom. The second Tom jumped down, flames finally started flickering at the tail of his plane. It wasn't until then that everyone realized there had been a malfunction. The ground crew immediately swarmed in to handle it. Watching the white smoke slowly rise, Claire felt the full weight of surviving something so close to disaster sinking in. She turned to Tom, who was also breathing heavily and watching the damage in silence. Thank you, Captain Tom. Tom glanced at her. That one look, it hit her different. It was respect. Real, solid respect. All this way, she'd been underestimated more times than she could count. Even after joining Muyeno Airlines, despite constantly throwing herself into danger to rise up, She knew most people deep down still believed she'd gotten where she was because of Lucas Dalton. But this was the first time Claire had genuinely felt seen by a peer. Tom straightened up and spoke hoarsely. "You'd better keep pushing forward, so I won't regret not being the first S-rank pilot." Just then, on the second line of names on the big screen, Tom's name lit up. Both of them, the only two bold enough to face the final test head-on, had made it. They'd both earned the S-rank certification. That certificate, it would open doors for the rest of their careers like nothing else could worldwide. As they walked back to the holding area, memories of what just happened in the sky flooded Claire's mind. Both of them had dropped altitude at the same time to cut through a thunderstorm. Not too big, not too small. The move was deliberate. Fly parallel so the air currents from the two planes could disrupt the downdrafts, reduce turbulence. But things went south way too fast. Before they even processed it, the storm had shifted right on top of them. Tom's voice had cracked through the radio, loud and clear. "One line, go ahead of me now." Claire's instincts kicked in without hesitation, and she sped up. Tom immediately fell in behind her. Creating a single flight path gave them at least a shot. If the storm struck, maybe one of them could still stabilize. But flying side by side, lightning would likely nail both wings at once. Total loss of control. Instant crash. Tom's decision to protect her, even in that split second, shook her to the core. That's what a real pilot looked like. No matter the situation, Tom would always put the lives of passengers first, even if it meant sacrificing his own. Bias is everywhere, but she never thought she'd fallen into it too. Ever since that civil aviation demo a while back, she'd pegged Tom as the worst kind of fame chaser, doing anything for the spotlight. That's why she had always viewed him as a rival, maybe even an enemy. But in reality, Tom had helped her, again and again. "You killed it, Claire. Total legend, our pride at Keanu. Absolutely crushing it. Unreal. When you flew out of that massive storm cloud, Captain Alton, I swear I got goosebumps all over." It wasn't exactly a life or death moment, but still, when Claire Alton piloted that Mukuno Airlines A380 straight through the storm, hope came flooding back to every one of their pilots. It was like someone flipped a switch, snapping them out of burnout and sparking that long-lost competitive spirit. If Claire could do it, be the first, why couldn't they at least give it a shot? So just as she finally took a seat to rest, Mukuno's pilots started signaling the judges one by one. They wanted in. They were ready for the next round. Meanwhile, the international judges huddled up in serious discussion. What had just happened between Claire and Tom had been intense, no question about it. That kind of turbulence wasn't something to mess around with. One wrong move and it could end with a wrecked plane and lives lost. That's a nightmare for any airline. With the skies still dark and stormy, they finally decided to tweak the rules. The lightning test was too risky, so they scrapped it. From now on, it would be a rain challenge. Stick to a preset route and finish it within a given time, bad weather or not. Anyone still dead set on flying through a lightning storm? Fine, submit a request. Everyone approved would be tested at the same time. Because let's be honest, Claire and Tom earned their S levels by putting everything on the line. Letting others breeze through a toned-down version and still get ranked the same? That just wasn't fair. After that update, a bunch of airline reps quickly organized private meetings. Mr. Wilson gathered all the domestic pilots and said straight up, "If you don't apply for the Lightning Challenge, you'll probably max out at an A level. I think you can understand why. After all, someone risked their life for that S level. They're not just handing it out to anyone." Claire and Tom, meanwhile, were chilling in the back lounge, happily snacking on the official spread while chatting. That's when Claire found out something that genuinely surprised her. Tom was only 30. Tom blinked in confusion, then politely switched to slightly awkward Chinese. "Do I really look that old?" Claire frantically shook her head and waved her hands. "No, not at all. You look super young. I was just surprised. I thought we were the same age." "How old are you?" Tom asked. 25, Claire replied. Tom stared at her for a second, completely blanked, then raised his hands and clumsily held up numbers. 25. His surprise got the better of him, and the English slipped out before he could stop it. "No way? You're only 25? Claire laughed. Let me guess, you thought I was in my 30s? Tom nodded seriously. Considering how good you are at flying, that would make sense. Honestly, you're a genius. Then he repeated the word again, carefully in Chinese. Genius. Genius, Captain. How about we take a picture together? Tom suggested with a grin. Claire nodded right away. Sure. Tom pulled out his phone to snap a selfie. Just before the shutter clicked, he grabbed their brand new certification booklets and practically shoved them into view. Open it. We need to get that S-level badge in the shot nice and clear. Claire held back a chuckle, coordinating with him to open the booklet. The camera focused on their smiling faces and the official certifications in their hands. Click. Tom uploaded the pic right away to one of the most popular apps abroad and captioned it with, "The world's first female S-class pilot and the first male S-class pilot. Talk about a legendary combo." Before posting anything, Tom made sure to get Clare Alton's okay first. Claire didn't really care. After all, it wasn't like they were spreading false info. She lowered her gaze and stared at the small booklet in her hand, similar in size to a pilot's license. It was light, but somehow it felt like it carried the weight of lives and boundless responsibility. Tom pocketed his phone, then turned serious all of a sudden. "Claire, just remember, you're a pilot. As captains, sure, we can be competitive, chase top ranks and stuff. But the moment we're up there flying, nothing matters more than our duty. Passengers' lives always come first, even ahead of ours. Doesn't matter what country they're from." Yeah, this guy was the real deal, a true pilot. Claire stood up and gave Tom a proper bow. "Thank you. Thanks for the reminder, and for stepping in when I needed it, even if it would have caused trouble for yourself." Before Tom left, he gave her a pat on the shoulder. "Hope there'll be a day when we fly together. I swear I'll do everything I can to beat you then." Both times they faced off, Tom had ended up losing to Claire, but he couldn't help but admire her. She was only 25, but insanely talented. He wasn't one to accept defeat easily, but still, respect was respect. Two shining stars walked down the hallway, one veered left, the other right, each carrying their own light, heading into the skies they had vowed their lives to. By 8:30 p.m., the test site had finally emptied out. During the assessments, Claire and Tom had stayed in the lounge, chatting endlessly about flying. They got caught up in the conversation, too hyped to even realize how the others were doing. Mr. Wilson came up and said, "Samantha and Mr. Thompson signed up for the Thunderstorm project. They took off around 4. That batch had 18 planes, split into 2 different air routes with crews from other airlines too." Claire noticed a row of ambulances in the distance and her heart clenched. She glanced around but didn't see Samantha or Mr. Thompson. "Where are they?" she asked. Mr. Wilson paused and then nodded toward a direction. "Over there." Claire followed where he pointed. In the far-off sky, thick black smoke curled upward, almost like it was smothering half the sky. It was pitch dark. Just when she was about to panic, thinking the worst had happened, Mr. Wilson finally let out a long breath. "They're okay." Claire practically choked on her relief. "Next time, maybe lead with that," she muttered. The 2 planes tried to pick up speed for landing after passing through the storm zone, but the clouds were crazy thick and the wind was rough. They were too fast and ended up rear-ending each other mid-air. This kind of test, it's not for everyone. Claire and Tom had pulled through because Claire's reflexes were sharp and her flying rock solid. Plus, Tom had the skill to manage their speed just right. That teamwork saved them from getting too close and crashing. That's when you really understand, it makes all the difference having someone solid flying beside you. From a distance, Tom glanced her way. Their eyes met, both filled with sorrow over the pilots lost in the crash. But beyond that, a deep sense of respect lingered between them. Even though Tom had helped Claire during the test, from his view, it was Claire who made it all worthwhile. If Claire had veered her plane even a tiny bit when lightning struck the tail of Tom's aircraft, the turbulence could have tossed his jet out of control, sending him into a spin and crashing straight down. Only Tom knew how she'd managed, in that critical moment, to shield his plane from most of the turbulent downdraft, absorbing all the drag herself. If it had been any other pilot, someone laser-focused on landing safely without caring for anyone else, he probably would have ended up on that casualties list too. From a distance, Tom looked over and flashed her a thumbs up. That was a silent nod, from one pilot to another. Claire shot back a thumbs up, smiling. Then Mr. Wilson chimed in. By the way, Samantha didn't make it in the time window. She ended up with an A level. What about Mr. Thompson? Claire had figured he might have passed on pushing further, given his age. Mr. Wilson laughed. Are you kidding? He's ex-military, full-on pro. Of course he nailed it. Claire's eyes lit up. S-level? Exactly. He clapped her hard on the shoulder. Congrats, Captain Claire. Out of this whole batch, only 3 made it to S-level, and you're one of them. Which meant, apart from her and Mr. Thompson, Tom was the only other one. Chances are, the next group coming in won't make the S-level. It's brutal, like trading lives for the grade. Mr. Wilson muttered, a bit spaced out. Claire, like the rest standing nearby, glanced over as the wail of an ambulance echoed in the distance. Her mind wandered. Was it worth it, to risk so much for some test? What was the point of flying, really? She looked up at the sky where the clouds were finally breaking apart. Through the clearing, a plane slowly glided by. A memory surfaced. Back at graduation, every pilot had made the same vow. We dedicate our lives to advancing aerospace, protecting human lives, and bringing every passenger home safely. Those words had been etched into her mind since flight school. They weren't soldiers, but they had a duty too, one that couldn't be shaken. At the same time, the official results went public, the top 3 globally ranked S-level pilots. Topping the list, Claire Alton, female 25 from China. Second place went to Tom, the legendary captain from Country M. And third, Mr. Thompson, the veteran military pilot turned civil aviation master. Only 3 got the S-level title, and 2 were from China. The entire industry froze when the news dropped. The International Civil Aviation Administration didn't leave room for fudging. This was the real deal. And just like that, Chinese pilots crushed it on a global stage, without even outright competing. Back at the flight company, those slated to take the next round had been nervous wrecks until this announcement hit like a shot of adrenaline. With 2 from their airline in the top 3, the pressure turned into motivation. All they had to do now was show up and do their best. Suddenly, a Claire Alton wave swept the country and quickly spilled overseas, heating up by the hour. Just 1 day later, her name landed on the radar of the biggest international aviation firms out there. Just when the buzz was getting louder, one of the bigger international airlines took notice of Claire Alton. Her profile was right there in the middle of a large screen in a sleek conference room, that fresh, youthful face of hers now familiar to a room full of foreign eyes. A woman, apparently the meeting host, stood up front and walked everyone through Claire's resume briefly. Nothing too flashy. She hadn't been flying long. But then, that's what made it impressive. Despite the relatively short time on the job, her performance stood out like a flare in the dark, way better than anyone expected. Mr. Robertson, she's from your hometown, right? The woman said with a smile. Mr. Robertson was dressed in a clean-cut gray suit, calm and polite as always. He was reviewing the profile, nodding. Yes, we actually come from the same city. An older man seated on his left chuckled, then said, Well then, shouldn't we try to set up an offer for this brilliant young pilot? High salary, maybe? Robertson paused for a second, then gently shook his head. I doubt that'll work at this point. With the kind of results she'd pulled off, not to mention the international attention, there was no way her company would let her go easily. They'd probably throw out massive raises just to hang on to her. The woman smiled again, switching topics. I heard Mr. Robertson's about to fly back home. Safe trip. Well, turns out they weren't wrong. Claire had barely touched down when she and Mr. Thompson were summoned to the main conference room at headquarters. That room was usually reserved for big-time shareholders only. As soon as they sat down, Mr. Thompson leaned in with a grin. Any idea why the 2 of us got called in? At that moment, a secretary brought them each a drink. Her tone was way more polite than usual, even a little extra. Captain Thompson, Captain Alton, please hang on just a moment. Thank you, Claire replied kindly. The secretary nearly tripped over herself with excitement. The moment she stepped out, she silently stomped with joy and whispered to her coworkers, Oh my God, the CEO's girlfriend just thanked me. She's so sweet and gorgeous. And she's not stuck up at all. Claire was practically a queen to the internet's patriotic crowd, but to the women at Mounier International, she was something even more enviable, inspiring. First off, she was dating Lucas Dalton. And second, she was more than just pretty. She was brilliant, a total standout. Honestly, she was living every girl's dream life. Back inside the room, Claire leaned back in her pilot's uniform, looking a little tired. She responded to Mr. Thompson's earlier question, probably a contract renewal talk. Given how well known they'd both become internationally, it made sense for the company to move fast and keep top pilots locked in. Bigger airlines often checked out which companies had the best pilots. Someone like Claire could really boost a brand's reputation and bottom line. "How long was your deal anyway?" Mr. Thompson asked. Claire thought it over. "A year, I think? Can't remember exactly." When she'd applied to Mounier, she hadn't really cared about contract length. Just being hired had felt like a long shot. Mr. Thompson nodded. "Well, things should go smoothly for you with Mr. Dalton on your side. But me..." Claire glanced at him. "Mr. Thompson, I never planned to switch jobs," Mr. Thompson said quickly, waving his hand. Claire Alton stayed quiet, just listening. "But well, I'm not young anymore," Mr. Thompson sighed. "The grading exam these past few days really drained me. Now that I've been certified for S-level, the company's probably going to assign me to some long-haul flights. Just thinking about hours and hours in the cockpit, I'm not sure my body can take it. Honestly, what airline would want to keep a top-tier pilot who doesn't want to fly?" So yeah, Mr. Thompson was kinda stuck. This shiny new S-level certificate suddenly felt a bit like a hot potato in his hand. Just then, the door of the meeting room opened. Both of them stood up right away. Claire's eyes briefly locked with Lucas Dalton, who was walking in ahead. A small smile flickered in both their eyes, quiet and warm, but it was gone in a blink. Lucas took his seat first, followed by Ryan Carter and an HR rep. They each shook hands with Mr. Thompson and Claire before settling down. Judging from the setup, it looked like this talk was mainly the HR's show, and they were right. Ryan began, "We invited you two today for two reasons. First off, huge thanks to both of you. Because of your excellent work, the company received a great honor." As he spoke, he even stood up and gave Claire and Mr. Thompson a proper bow. Startled, both of them quickly got up to return the gesture. Ryan waved for them to sit back down, then moved on. "Second, I'm here on behalf of the company to deliver a bonus. We really hope you'll keep up the outstanding work and keep soaring even higher. We'll support you however we can." Wow. They were pulling out all the stops, clearly hoping to keep them around. Mr. Thompson was already starting to sweat. Finally, the HR lady got to work, sliding two contracts across the table to them. "Given how outstanding you both are, the company has updated your contracts. We've doubled your annual salaries. You absolutely deserve it." "That kind of salary?" "Yeah, it was a major deal. But that also meant other companies might try to poach them." Muyu Airlines couldn't afford to lag behind. Staring at the salary numbers, Mr. Thompson looked like he might melt into his chair. He took a shaky breath and finally managed, "Mr. Dalton, Mr. Carter, Ryan smiled, calm and easy. "It's totally fine, Mr. Thompson. Whatever you want to say, just go ahead. We're happy to talk through anything. Mr. Dalton's here too. If needed, we can update the contract right now." Mr. Thompson nodded but spoke gently. "Thing is, I'm getting older. I really appreciate how much the company's offering. It means a lot, but I just don't think I've got it in me to take on that kind of workload anymore." He wasn't asking for more pay or more flights. He just didn't want to overextend himself. "But you can rest assured, I'm staying with Muyu Airlines. I'm not going anywhere," he promised. Ryan didn't want to make a call on his own, so he glanced at the man next to him. Lucas shifted slightly and said calmly, "Technically, I should be calling you uncle." "Don't mention it, Mr. Dalton." Mr. Thompson chuckled, clearly flattered. Lucas nodded. "Let's go ahead with the new salary as the company plans. As for the workload, we totally understand your concerns. So how about this? No extra flights unless there's something urgent. In those cases, would you be willing to step in?" That was seriously rolling out the red carpet for Mr. Thompson. Even he looked a little uneasy hearing it. But that was exactly what Lucas Dalton wanted. Just enough guilt to keep Mr. Thompson from jumping ship. He wasn't trying to squeeze anyone dry, just trying to keep top talent from crossing over to the competition. Especially with all the buzz, their salaries were definitely going to draw attention in the commercial airline world. Lucas couldn't let people say that Mounier treated the world's best pilots like garbage. If spending a bit meant buying good PR, he'd gladly pay. Mr. Thompson was quiet for a long moment. Noticing the awkward silence, HR quickly stepped up with a smile, holding out 2 pens. "If there are no objections, shall we get your signatures?" Clare Alton casually glanced at the contract, skimming down to the duration section, and nearly choked. Mr. Thompson almost bugged out when he caught a look at hers. His contract said 5 years. Claire's? 10 years. She shot a look across the table at Lucas. He was lounging comfortably and winked at her like he was completely innocent. Sensing the shift, Mr. Thompson signed without a fuss and stood up. "Mr. Dalton, I've got to get going." "Sure," Lucas nodded. Ryan Carter and HR followed suit, not looking back as they exited the room. Once the door shut, Claire lowered her voice. "Why is mine 10 years? Don't Mounier pilots usually sign 5-year terms?" "You're not the same," Lucas replied. "What makes me different?" "You're my girlfriend." Claire blinked. "So, dating the boss means you sign your life away?" Lucas narrowed his eyes. "Planning on dumping me already?" She sighed, lips pressed together. Lucas scooted closer, tilted his head, and stared straight at her. "Claire, are you really trying to leave me? What's that supposed to mean?" "Seriously? Wasn't this usually the kind of drama the other way around?" "Well, what's the deal?" Lucas raised an eyebrow and even changed his tone, mocking the typical girl in a rom-com act perfectly. Claire stared at him, speechless. Fine. She finally gave in, opened the pen cap, and signed without blinking. Lucas only dropped the exaggerated tone once her name was written down. "Relax," he said. "Even if you ever really want to leave Mounier, I'd never force you to pay a penalty." Claire crossed her arms and leaned back, her expression blank. "Oh, so you were already preparing for my grand exit?" "Seriously, I was thinking of you." Lucas raised his hands defensively. "I know you're all about sticking to rules, and I didn't want you insisting on paying the fine out of pride, so I just had the clause changed early on." "Then what's the point of this whole contract, if there's no real consequence for breaking it?" "Kinda pointless, wasn't it?" Before she could say more, she felt 2 little pokes right over her heart. Lucas leaned closer with a mischievous look. "That's where responsibility and a little moral compass kick in. If someday you really bail, as long as you admit you're a backstabbing traitor, I'll let it go." Claire's jaw tightened. She lunged forward and clamped onto his arm. "I'm biting you." Lucas thought she was messing around and didn't even flinch, until she bit down, hard. Pain exploded through his arm. He tried to hold in the yelp, jaw clenched tight. Claire, easy. Knock, knock." Before he could escape, HR popped the door open. She assumed Claire had already left, only to find Claire's head buried in Lucas's right arm, going full shark mode. And Lucas was just there, face pale, trying to survive the ambush without screaming. This scene was funny with just the right amount of sweetness. The HR lady totally froze, her cheeks flushing bright red. She quickly muttered, sorry, and backed out of the room. Hearing the noise, Clare Alton turned her head. Her face went through a whole slideshow of expressions. First blank, then confused, then shocked, and finally red-faced and shy, looking like she wanted to disappear on the spot. The way her emotions flipped was almost artistic, smooth and spot on. Lucas Dalton took a deep breath and tilted his head. "Claire, with that kind of expression control, aren't you wasting your talent not acting?" "Shut up," Claire shouted, clearly annoyed. Lucas looked a little wronged. "Hey, I'm the one who got bitten here." "Well, you called me an ungrateful brat first." "Oh, right," Lucas said, suddenly curious. "Be honest, have you secretly trained your bite strength or something?" "My what?" Claire frowned. He pointed to his arm, now slightly swollen with an impressively round and neat bite mark. "Your bite strength. Seriously, that chomp was on par with a wild dog from the savannah or something." Before he could finish, Claire shot him a glare cold enough to kill. Lucas immediately zipped it, casually fixing his sleeve like nothing happened. "Anyway, it's getting late. You've been busy for days. Let me take you out for a nice dinner." Claire didn't move. She leaned back in her chair, smiling like a cat. "What was that you were saying? Wild dogs? Say that again?" Without looking back, Lucas headed straight for the door. "Lucas, Dalton!" The two of them took off down the hallway, Claire chasing behind. The secretaries outside looked like they'd seen ghosts. Was that really their legendary Mr. Dalton running away like that? And not even mad? The top floor of the head office was spacious, with plenty of room to run. The two of them laughed and messed around, the whole scene completely surreal. After all, their boss had always been the serious, no-fun type, barely even cracked jokes. But here he was, goofing off with his girlfriend. When Claire was this close to catching him, Lucas suddenly grabbed her wrist and hoisted her up onto his shoulder. "Seriously?" "Lucas, Dalton, put me down," Claire said, trying not to laugh. Still carrying her, Lucas walked toward the break room. "You know, wild dogs are technically hyenas, and hyenas are matriarchal. So, you being the boss at home, it just makes sense, right?" "Oh, please," Claire smacked his back. "Lucas, Dalton, do you think I don't know anything about animals? Wild dogs are not hyenas." "Close enough. Point is, the females run the show." Claire tugged on his ear. "So you're calling me a dog now?" Lucas winced. No. Definitely not what I meant. Just talking about domestic roles, you know? Totally my bad, don't be mad." To be honest, Claire wasn't really mad. She just missed him after being apart for a few days and wanted to mess around a bit. When the door to the break room shut and he finally set her down, Claire reached out and hugged him tight. Lucas froze for a second before wrapping his arms around her too. She was small in his arms, even though among the other female pilots, she always stood out as tall and striking. "I missed you," she whispered, voice soft. With her like this, Lucas nearly lost his mind. He held her tighter, leaned in, murmuring against her ear, "Want to head home?" Claire tilted her head back slightly, her eyes locking onto his, a teasing smile forming on her lips. "Weren't we getting dinner first?" Just like that, flame, extinguished, totally on purpose. She had to be doing this on purpose. Lucas Dalton looked like a walking thundercloud as he led Claire Alton to the private elevator and down to the underground parking lot. Along the way, every passing employee or even the parking lot guards instinctively backed away a bit. The company's been celebrating lately. Big news, lots of energy. Yet their boss? Still in this dark mood? Shouldn't he at least look a bit cheerful? They rode in the back of the car today. Lucas wasn't driving for once. Even though he was clearly annoyed, he wasn't about to take it out on Claire. He knew this one wasn't on her. "What do you feel like eating?" he asked. Claire thought for a second. "What do you mean by a fancy meal?" "You know, the kind of stuff you have with business partners and leave the table still hungry." Claire tried not to laugh. "All right then, let's go with that." The driver heard that and immediately started mapping directions to one of the top-tier restaurants in the city. "I need to talk to you about something," Claire said carefully after a moment. Lucas turned his head slightly to listen. "Go ahead." "I just think," she treaded softly, "maybe it'd be better if I moved out. Otherwise, the media or whoever will keep running their mouths about us. It could end up affecting your company." Lucas didn't say anything. He just kept staring at her, quietly, without any change in his expression. The stare lasted and lasted. Claire felt awkward enough to glance away. Then, out of nowhere, a phone landed in front of her face. "Here," Lucas said. "Take a look yourself." Claire looked at the screen, and her heart did a little jump. He pointed at it. "Unless I'm wrong, didn't you send me this?" Just a few days back, Claire had blurted out they should get married once her evaluation was over. A bit impulsive, yeah. Blame it on the adrenaline and him hijacking all the air in the room with how he treated her that day. Reason had flown out the window and the words just popped out of her mouth. It wasn't regret exactly, just felt like the timing wasn't right. You couldn't just dive into marriage like that, right? "We can still take it slow," Claire said. "I just think while we're preparing for everything, it's probably smarter if we live separately. Not like we're breaking up or anything. I just don't want my name blowing up the headlines again and dragging your company into it." She'd had more than enough of seeing her name in hot searches or headline news, every single time tied to Lucas's business. Lucas got where she was coming from. He knew she overthought things, and guilt always followed close behind. And the more he pushed back, the worse it'd get. After a moment, he gave a little sigh. "Fine. but I'm picking the place, and you don't get to stop me from visiting. Claire opened her mouth to protest, then just ended up smiling and nodding. Well then, thanks, boyfriend. She looked happy. Lucas, on the other hand, was anything but. His precious girl flying off just like that. But since he'd already agreed, he wasn't about to take it back. From the properties he'd planned to gift her, he chose one in a private villa community that was easy to get to. It's a duplex, he explained, pulling it up on the map. But solid security, separate entrances, total privacy. Folks living there are all part of the upper crust. No paparazzi craziness possible, and it's 10 minutes from my place by car. Claire nodded. Totally works for me. Anywhere's fine, really. Lucas frowned. As long as it's not with me, right? Hell, I could toss you in a dump and you'd still be all smiles, wouldn't you? Come on, no way. Claire Alton instantly wrapped her arms around his, sweet-talking him. As long as it's from you, it's gotta be the best. I don't even need to lift a finger. It's basically paradise for me. Who doesn't like a good ego boost? Lucas Dalton was no exception. Even though he tried to suppress his smile, he still put on a mock grumpy face. Don't be mad, okay? Claire rarely acted coy with him like this. You look way less handsome when you're mad. Lucas immediately turned to look at her. Not handsome? Very handsome, she quickly backtracked. I just mean you're not as handsome when you're angry. So stop being angry, please. The whole ride, Claire was trying her best to coax him back into a good mood, talking non-stop and racking her brain for the right words. By the time they pulled up to the restaurant, Lucas finally lightened up a bit, and Claire's mouth was sore from all the effort. She sighed to herself. Why is coaxing someone this hard? It's way tougher than flying a plane. You're complaining about me in your head, aren't you? Lucas's voice drifted down from above her. Claire shook her head on instinct. Nope, wasn't thinking anything. Lucas let out a low chuckle. Not even thinking about me? Lucas Dalton, you're doing this on purpose, right? Lucas bit back a grin and stayed quiet. You're totally messing with me. They bantered like this as they walked into the restaurant. The driver had already called ahead, and the restaurant manager was waiting to welcome them personally. With one being a high-profile airline CEO and the other an internationally renowned pilot, the two of them showing up together was quite a sight. And it wasn't just their looks that caught attention. It was who they were. A boss and a top pilot. Same industry, but different roles. One soaring freely in the sky, the other making sure that flight even happens. They sat down and started ordering. Lucas didn't even glance at the menu, just rattled off a list of dishes like he had it memorized. After the staff left, Claire looked at him in surprise. You really remembered all that? I've had enough meetings here. Took a while, but I got it down. All stuff you like? Nope, Lucas said. I ordered the kind of dishes that wouldn't even feed a sparrow. And yeah, that got proven 20 minutes later. Claire looked down at the plates, each dish tiny, like it belonged in an art exhibit. She lifted a thumb, impressed. That's why people think business folks like us never touch the food during meetings. Very classy, super polite, all about the image. Lucas couldn't help but laugh as he tilted his chin toward the table. How can you even dig into these? One bite and it's gone. Claire laughed, shielding part of her face. Well, you could always order more, right? As if. Lucas shrugged. Eating's the least important part during these meetings. Even if the deal is sealed, we don't stay to eat. We move to another place. Honestly, this stuff is just for show. But the one thing going for them. He picked up a dish and served her a full chopstick's worth, which, to be clear, was basically the whole portion. The taste is actually pretty great. Try it. Claire was a little hungry anyway, so she didn't hold back, picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. A moment later, her eyes lit up. Lucas grinned and waved over a server. Mr. Dalton, anything else you'd like? He pointed to about 5 or 6 dishes, casually estimating the I haven't eaten all day hunger level Claire clearly had. Let's start with 10 more of each. The staff and Captain Alton. That waiter had to use every ounce of self-control not to sneak another glance at Claire Alton. But Claire could totally feel his baffled stare. Why though? Well, the guy across the table was in a tailored suit, super classy vibe, barely touched his chopsticks, sitting there like some aloof gentleman, not exactly the hungry type. So yeah, obviously she was the one chowing down. Hard. The waiter quickly took the hint and left. Claire swallowed, lowered her voice slightly, and muttered, "Mr. Dalton, are you seriously just going to let me embarrass myself like this? If you're hungry, eat. Who cares about pride?" Lucas Dalton calmly poured her a glass of water, all smooth and easygoing, which of course drew more glances from nearby staff waiting quietly for a cue. A few were so hyped they even snuck a pic of them. Claire didn't bother hiding it anymore. She'd gotten used to people snapping photos anyway. Let them. "I'm a girl, okay? I still want to look decent." She puffed her cheeks, clearly annoyed. "I don't care when the rest of the food comes. You're eating half." It was rare for Claire to act this soft. Usually she was piloting a damn plane. She was a powerhouse at work, glowing with confidence. Everyone respected her, no questions asked. Add in the fact that she was both team leader and captain. Yeah, no chance she was going around pouting at her coworkers. Lucas barely got to see this side of her. Now, looking at her as she grumbled with a trace of cuteness, he was utterly charmed. If they weren't in public, he might have just pulled her into his arms right then. Snapping out of his thoughts, he covered up the look in his eyes and gave in. All right. That soft, slightly amused tone didn't go unnoticed by Claire. She raised her eyebrows, energy suddenly lifted, maybe because they hadn't gone out in a bit. "What's up? Feeling helpless already?" Lucas looked up with a small smile still lingering and let out a silent sigh. "Not really. Just didn't expect you to be like this sometimes." "Like what?" "A little shameless." "You calling me shameless?" "No." He cleared his throat, trying to compose himself. "I mean, it's cute, makes me want to laugh. I guess it's just a surprise since you're usually so serious." That cleaner response didn't leave her much ground to push back. She grinned. "So you'll help me move, right?" At the mention of moving, Lucas's smile faded a bit, though he still said, "Sure." Claire picked up on the vibe shift right away. Without hesitation, she slid to sit beside him, looped her arms around his arm, totally soft in her approach. They say distance makes the heart grow fonder. I'm in this major rising phase in my career, and so are you with the company. Once things settle down, if you're still thinking marriage, we'll talk, okay? Still thinking? Lucas's face darkened, unhappy. "I've always been thinking about it. You really think I'm that fickle?" No, Claire bit her lip. "Keep your voice down, geez." He still didn't look pleased. "So what, you're just dying to be away from me?" His voice had that slightly hurt tone. Claire suddenly felt like she'd just hurt a puppy for no reason. She panicked a little. "Of course not. It's just, there's a lot of drama when people start watching us. It really just adds fuel to nonsense. Keeping a low profile's better for both of us. Don't you agree?" All right, fair enough. In the end, Lucas Dalton gave in to her. That cool and handsome face of his finally softened a little. Under Claire Alton's playful whining, Lucas ended up sticking around and helped her finish off the food. By the time they left the restaurant, Lucas was practically supporting her as she walked. In the car, "I ate way too much," Claire said, patting her belly. Lucas glanced over, then suddenly chuckled. "Kinda looks like you're pregnant." Claire froze for a second. "Pregnant?" But they hadn't even. "Do you like kids?" she asked. Lucas paused, and randomly a memory from his childhood popped into his mind. There was a brief time when life had been happy, before things went downhill. Losing his mom was when all the light drained out for good. And then out of nowhere came this woman, in her captain's uniform from Kuno Airlines. Honestly, thinking back, he and Claire hadn't even been through that much together. It hadn't been that long either. But somehow, those few things that did happen were more than enough to mark each other's place deep in their hearts. Some feelings really just didn't need to be explained in detail. "Yeah," Lucas finally said after a beat. He liked the idea of having kids with Claire. Only with Claire. Her heart gave a tiny flutter. She was never the type to compare people, but in that instant, Kevin McFerson came to mind. In the 2 years she'd been with him, Kevin had never once brought up kids. Hell, even their intimacy had been distant at best. Sometimes you could tell whether someone loved you by whether they ever pictured a future with you. Claire took a slow breath and leaned back into the seat. Okay. Just that simple word was enough to make Lucas sit straight up. "What?" I said okay. His mouth opened and closed once, heart racing like crazy. He almost wanted to blurt out, "What about now? Can we start now?" But he held back. He knew this was her way of saying she saw a future, not that she was ready right this second. Given the mess that guy had left her with, the fact that Claire could accept him this smoothly was more than he could have hoped for. Back at Muhu Wanxiang, Claire headed upstairs to shower and change into something cozy. When she finally grabbed her phone, she noticed a bunch of missed calls. She was used to silent mode at work, so she hadn't noticed. One number had called 3 times. She tapped to return it. "Hello?" The voice on the other end was extra friendly. "Hello, is this Captain Clare Alton?" "Captain?" Only people in the field ever called her that. "Speaking," Claire answered, her tone shifting into a more professional edge. The person continued in Chinese. "I'm calling from Intra-Air International Airlines based in the U.S. We were hoping to speak with Captain Alton in private if there's a convenient time." Intra-Air, a big name globally, and also the parent company of Tom's airline. Calling her now of all times, the meaning was pretty obvious. Claire lowered her eyes slightly. "Sorry, my schedule's pretty full lately." A polite refusal. The other party clearly expected that and replied without missing a beat. "No problem. I'll reach out again when there's a better time. Have a great day." So formal. Claire shrugged. "What's wrong?" Lucas Dalton asked as he walked out of the shower, catching her subtle movement. "Probably some other airline trying to poach me," Claire Alton said casually. But what she didn't expect was Lucas Dalton taking that seriously. He walked over, towel in hand, still drying his hair. "Which airline?" "Innovair." Anyone in aviation had heard of Innovair. It was practically a household name in the industry. Lucas wasn't an exception. Compared to Muyan Airlines, Innovair was definitely on a bigger scale. If Lucas wanted to take Muyan global one day, they'd cross paths with Innovair sooner or later, and not as partners, most likely as rivals. "So, and, you said yes?" Lucas sat down next to her. Claire glanced at him. "Did the shower mess with your head?" Chairman Dalton, absolute savage. "Why would I say yes?" Claire said. "Doesn't matter what offer they make. I'm not leaving you. Relax." Lucas failed to hide his smile. He pulled her into his arms, brushing her hair aside as he leaned in and whispered near her ear, "You mean it?" "Of course." Claire squirmed a little, almost ticklish. The air between them heated up, slowly but surely. Lucas kept his arm around her, his grip getting tighter. Eventually, he murmured, "Still planning on keeping your distance from me?" Before Claire could finish, her words were swallowed. Her brows knit together just slightly, not from pain, but from how tense she felt all over. Lucas was already pressing her under him. That kind of spark between young adults, one touch and the fireworks fly. Breathing heavier, Lucas braced himself on one arm beside her, voice rough and low. "Is this okay?" Her heart was racing like crazy. A few seconds passed. Then, eyes shut, Claire gave a small nod. And just like that, Lucas's eyes lit up, like someone flipped a switch. The room heated up even more, their own little storm spiraling from tension to passion. All of Wanhua inside Muhu was peaceful, except that one master bedroom that echoed with something a little less serene. That emotionally charged battle ended exactly 1 hour and 20 minutes later. Claire curled up at the edge of the bed, wrapped tightly in the blanket, only her forehead and eyes peeking out. She was breathing quietly and didn't say anything. Lucas called her name twice. "Claire?" "Hmm?" Her reply still carried the tremble of a worn-out sigh. Lucas fought the urge to pounce again, trying to restrain himself. "Want to take a shower?" "Don't feel like moving," she murmured, sounding completely drained. Not even her physical training back in the day had left her this wiped out. This kind of exhaustion, totally different level. Completely out of her experience bank. Also, Lucas's arm strength, insane. Thinking back to just now made her chest tremble all over again. Her cheeks started burning for the 100th time. "Want me to carry you?" No sooner said than done. His hand tugged the blanket away, lifted her up with zero hesitation, and headed for the bathroom. Claire's worst fear was about to become reality. Back in those teenage years, she and her friends snuck off to read those over-the-top romantic novels. And those male leads in the bathroom, yeah. Turns out fiction really does mirror life. By the time Lucas carried her back out, Claire looked like she wanted to vanish into thin air. "Don't be mad." Lucas had been in full-on apology mode all evening. "I'm really sorry, I lost control. Won't happen again, okay?" Claire didn't respond, just laid there with her eyes shut. You couldn't even tell if she was asleep or ignoring him. Knowing she had work the next day, Lucas finally stopped pushing, though he still stayed close, not moving an inch. "Lucas Dalton, don't you feel hot?" Claire finally snapped. "I'm fine. You're the one who's hot?" Lucas Dalton sat up abruptly, and God knows what stashed in his drawer. He somehow pulled out a fan. Feeling the soft breeze, Claire Alton's irritation eased a bit. She couldn't help but laugh. "All right, go to sleep now. We've got work tomorrow. Then give me a kiss and promise you're not mad anymore." That line. Claire opened her eyes and stared at the man in front of her. Was this really him? Since when did he become so clingy? Was this a side effect of dating? Left with no choice, she gave him a quick kiss, calling it a night. That night really wore Claire out. Lucas clung to her like a koala in his sleep. By the time she made it to the office in the morning, she couldn't stop herself from yawning. "What'd you get up to last night?" Samantha side-eyed her. Claire's usual first and second officers were both away. Today she was paired with 2 replacements from another crew to help with her upcoming flight shifts. Her team was currently overseas finishing qualification flights. "Huh?" Claire looked a little guilty. "Nothing, just couldn't sleep." Mr. Thompson chimed in. "That's not good. In our line of work, poor sleep can really mess with your flying. Maybe take the day off?" Short on hands already, there's no one to swap in. Claire stretched and waited for the meeting Ryan Carter was about to start. Fewer pilots than usual had shown up today, yet there were still dozens in the room. "There are 2 main updates today," Ryan began. "First one's about some changes to flight routes. I'll talk to each of you separately about that. The second, starting now, we'll begin selecting captains for the Airbus A380. At that, Claire snapped fully awake. Samantha's eyes also snapped to the front, and they weren't the only ones. The moment Ryan dropped that bomb, a quiet excitement lit up among the squad captains in the room. As the saying goes, no captain would ever turn down a chance to fly the airborne king, the A380. Claire had been waiting for this for so long. Was this finally it? Ryan continued, "Y'all already know the criteria. Obviously, it's reserved for captains who are qualified to handle large aircraft. Once selected, you'll need to hit the required flight hours too. The sign-up forms are here. Take one if interested. You've got a week to consider. Submit by next Wednesday morning. Late submissions won't be accepted." With that, he signaled the end of the meeting. The forms sat on a table near the front of the room. None of the captains budged right away. Only some of the first and second officers took their leave, knowing they weren't eligible to apply. Mr. Thompson sat for a moment, then chuckled. "If you want it, go for it. No point in hesitating." Claire caught that. While the room remained still with nearly 24 captains seated, she was the first to rise. Some stared as she walked up to the table, some with doubt in their eyes. Clare Alton? If she wanted to fly the A380, the higher-ups would for sure give her the slot. So why? But instead of just taking a form and leaving, Claire turned to face everyone. "To all the senior captains here, rest assured I'll compete fairly. The A380 is everyone's dream. Let's give it our best shot, okay?" Her words hit home for several in the room. "All right, we'll give it all we've got." More pilots chimed in with smiles. "Fair game, then." Samantha laughed. "Claire, no crying if you don't make it." Claire scoffed, grabbing the form as she walked out. Not a chance. That had everyone cracking up. The news that Muno Airlines was gearing up to launch the Airbus A380, the king of the skies, had quickly made its way around Pingsong Port's aviation circle. Meanwhile, pilots at other airlines couldn't help but sigh with envy right from their cockpits. But envy was all they could do. Quitting their jobs wasn't really an option. And even if someone wanted to jump ship, it's not like Muno had to take them in. After their pilots passed the latest rating assessments, Muno Airlines suddenly boosted its status by getting not 1, but 2 S-grade pilots on their team. Now, they could even go head-to-head with the national flag carrier. There were even rumors that Muno's stock prices had gone up thanks to this, and their market value was looking real impressive. Judging by how the Civil Aviation Administration was treating Muno these days, It was clear they saw them as a rising star. An airline capable of competing internationally. You bet they'd want to keep that close and protected. Of course, not everyone was cheering. You think Muno's going to let Clare Alton fly that A380? No way, right? That thing's a flying beast, not your average passenger plane. One slip and it's game over. No way their chairman would risk that. You sure about that? Didn't you see the gossip online? That rich guy boyfriend of hers would probably drop $1 billion just to let her fly it for fun. Honestly, I think Claire's got all kinds of tricks up her sleeve. Acts all low-key, but somehow she's always in the limelight. She's got Muno's chairman wrapped around her finger. You girls should take notes. These not-so-kind comments? Yeah, they came straight from the staff at Global Air. Kevin McFerson had been having a rough time lately. He'd just cleaned up a mess with Olivia Brooks, and now Isabella Ross was making drama too. That debacle with Isabella pretty much pissed off every pilot in the country. She had connections and a big ego. Public opinion coming down on her had her totally losing it. So now she was demanding Kevin fix it for her, acting like the world owed her something. Kevin felt like his head was about to explode. He walked into the office that morning with a stormy look, right in time to catch the end of that gossipy conversation. He stopped in his tracks, shot a glare at the employees chatting away, and snapped, "Don't you all have jobs to do? So obsessed with another airline? Maybe just go work there instead." That shut them up fast. They scattered like scared pigeons. Once in his office, Kevin slammed his briefcase on the desk, yanked at his tie, clearly ticked off. Just hearing Claire's name was enough to make his blood boil now. In his mind, she'd planned the whole marriage thing just to mooch off him. Woman didn't even want to work. Clearly just wanted him to foot the bill. How else to explain her hidden genius all this time? So she'd just been hiding her skills from him on purpose? The more he thought about it, the more twisted his logic became. And ever since Claire got that S-grade pilot certification, Kevin had been seething. If she had just been honest with him back then, maybe he wouldn't have ended up tangled with Olivia Brooks all over again. From what he'd heard, S-grade pilots like Claire and Tom were a rare breed. No one else was crazy enough to take the risks they took and still come out on top. And now Claire held one of the rarest licenses out there. That thing was basically gold, and her worth was shooting through the roof. Kevin was fuming. He hated every bit of it. The more he thought about it, the darker his thoughts became, swelling up inside him like a heavy fog threatening to choke him from within. It was just after work. Clare Alton didn't have a flight today. She'd only gotten a notification from Ryan Carter. She was being reassigned to fly international routes soon. For now, she had a brief window to rest. Of course, Sophia McFerson and Emily Dalton, the two gorgeous flight attendants and her close friends, were happy to enjoy the break with her. But when they heard she was moving, "What? You're moving?" Emily lunged for Claire's suitcase like she was stopping a jailbreak. Her face was dead serious. "Did you and my brother fight or something?" Sophia popped up from the side, arms crossed and brow furrowed. "Don't tell me you've fallen out of love with our glorious boss." And then the verbal ping-pong began. "My brother's been treating you badly? Did the glorious boss forget to give you that raise? Is he cheating on you? You jumping ship to a richer airline?" Then Emily suddenly snapped her head toward Sophia, giving her a look. "Why's every word out of your mouth got something to do with money?" Sophia shrugged dramatically. "Because money talks. Look, someone like you, simple brain and let's be real, not exactly an athlete type, you're bound to get tangled up in feelings. Meanwhile, Claire and I, we're career gals. Priorities straight, got it? Money." "Would you two stop?" Claire sighed. "Lucas and I talked. We're living separately just so the press backs off a little. They're way too nosy. It messes with our mood and worse, our work." "Oh, that makes sense." Sophia nodded. "Then let me help you move." "Not much to help with, really," Claire said. "Everything fits in one car." When she divorced Kevin McFerson, she didn't keep much, just a single suitcase. So yeah, she traveled light, but what she didn't expect was Lucas Dalton. At the entrance of Muhu Wanxiang, Claire, holding her two suitcases, turned to see what was going on. Almost had a heart attack. A whole moving truck. And not just boxes. Workers were hauling out furniture, Lucas's bed, his couch, even his desk. "What are you doing?" She looked up at him, utterly bewildered. Lucas pushed up his glasses. "Moving my stuff too. This way, when I go visit you, I've got everything I need." "How is this different from us just moving in together?" Lucas corrected her calmly. "You said you were moving house. You never said anything about not staying together." "Lucas Dalton, are you seriously playing word games with me?" Claire gave him a painfully polite smile. "That's not what you said yesterday." "Yesterday?" Doesn't ring a bell. Claire knew there was no winning with Lucas. In the end, she caved and let him move in. When they pulled up to the place Lucas had mentioned, Sophia jumped out of the car and stood, wide-eyed, like she'd just stepped into a fairy tale. "This is the legendary Beisheng estate in Pingsonggang?" Her gaze swept over the garden-surrounded mansion with dreamy longing. "Claire, I'm begging you. Have your boyfriend set me up with a billionaire, too. I'd kill to live like this." "You can both move in here for all I care." Claire shot a glance toward Lucas. "You okay with that?" Lucas barely looked up. "They can crash here, but when I come over, they're out." Emily raised an eyebrow. "And when exactly is that?" "Tonight." Emily let out a sharp snort. "Ha!" While the big boss led his girlfriend around the new place first, Emily Dalton and Sophia McFerson trailed behind. Emily stared at the man's back. "Sophia, did you catch sight of that caveman?" "Caveman?" Sophia looked around again. "I mean, the flowers and greenery are already impressive, but wild creatures too? This developer really went all out." "Smack!" Emily gave her a light whack on the arm. "I meant him." "Oh," Sophia straightened up. "What's the matter with my brilliant boss?" As a loyal employee, there was no way she'd join in calling her amazing boss a caveman, even if Emily was the one saying it. That was simply out of line. He paid her too well. She had a professional duty to return that value with respect. "You ever seen a jerk in real life?" Emily asked, grinding her teeth. Sophia tapped her chin, pretending to analyze it. "Okay, but what does a jerk have to do with my brilliant boss?" "He looks like Lucas Dalton," Emily said, practically hissing. "Can't be." Sophia shook her head. "Jerks sound like immature types. My boss has been around the block." "So if you're saying he's a baby jerk or something, I might let that slide." Emily almost burst out laughing. Then Sophia added, "But I'd probably still roast you for it, just doing my duty as the most loyal employee on the planet. Gotta protect my boss's honor." Up ahead, Lucas Dalton had no clue what insults were flying behind him. He noticed the neighbors from the other unit also seemed to be moving in today. Thankfully, separate doors meant no interruptions for Claire. "You really staying tonight?" Claire asked. "I've got a work dinner later," Lucas said, glancing back. "Just messing with Emily. You always go on and on about how annoying she is, but in the end you totally spoil her." He slipped an arm around her waist and grinned. "Ah, you jealous?" "Yeah, right." Claire wasn't about to be jealous of Emily. After the movers got everything in and Lucas had someone double-check there were no issues, he and Matthew left. "This place is awesome." Sophia was beyond thrilled, happily exploring every corner. The apartment wasn't huge, but it had everything they needed, and the surroundings were beautiful. Emily and Sophia quickly picked rooms, right next to Claire's. Bunch of girls together? Of course it became non-stop chatter. "Hey, hey, 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 Emily!" Sophia yelled suddenly from the balcony, mid-scene appreciation. Emily ignored her. "Hottie alert!" In a flash, Emily shot into the living room. "Where?" "Right across the hall." Sophia's eyes sparkled. Emily got there just in time to catch a glimpse of the neighbor's back. But even just from that view, the guy's build was on par with her brother's. Could this guy actually rival Lucas in physique? Emily had a hard time believing that. "Maybe he's got a face that clears out crowds without a fight," she said skeptically. "Wow, Emily, your worldview is seriously bleak," Sophia clicked her tongue. "Oh sure, like you're all sunshine and rainbows. What kind of nice person tries to annoy her brother to death every day?" Emily replied, flashing a wicked grin. Sophia McFerson grinned brightly. "See, it's 'cause I'm a good person that I only want to piss him off. If I weren't, I'd have just taken a knife and gone at him." Back in the living room, she was still fussing with the machete, chopping sugarcane. Emily Dalton joked, "If he really gets mad to death, you should go see a therapist too. Might save yourself in time." Sophia froze with the knife in hand. Emily, you might dodge internet trolls, but trust me, you're not dodging this sugarcane cleaver if you keep talking. A few seconds passed. Murder! Across the hall, the windows and doors were open to let fresh air into the apartment. Andrew Robertson heard the scream crystal clear. He had just flown back yesterday, moved in this morning, picked the place for the quiet, or so he thought. Andrew glanced toward the commotion but couldn't see who was over there. His phone rang. He answered, "Hey, Dad." "Son, dinner tonight?" "Sure thing." They planned dinner at 6:30. Andrew arrived early. His parents showed up not long after. "Sweetheart!" Mrs. Robertson looked elegant as always, every bit the picture of culture and grace. She hugged her son, both of them smiling. Mr. Robertson looked a bit more serious, but it was clear he was genuinely happy to see his son back home. They all sat down. Mr. Robertson cut to the chase. "So, what's your decision?" Andrew paused. "Honestly, Dad, life over there's not too bad." "Well, it's not bad here either. I'm set to retire soon. You've got a solid background in aviation, perfect resume, excellent skills. No issue stepping into a position at Air China. And let's be real, we didn't raise you so some foreign company could cash in on you," Mr. Robertson replied, his mood turning sour as he spoke. He usually kept out of his son's decisions, but on this one, he clearly had a strong opinion. Andrew chuckled softly. All right, I'll think about it." Mr. Robertson's expression finally eased a bit. "You've probably heard of Muno Air, right? They've been making waves. Grew from mid-size to competing with Air China in just a few years. Now they're practically dominating the market. That's not a great sign." He clearly wanted his son back to help balance the scales, to at least slow down Muno's momentum. Andrew got his point. He'd been paying attention to Muno Air lately too. They were definitely up and coming. The chairman, despite being young, had made some bold, strategic choices. Smart guy. His dad was getting older, not keen on these corporate wars anymore. Andrew understood. After dinner, Andrew said, "I'll talk with my current company. Let's see." Mr. Robertson lit up, repeating twice, "Good, good." As Andrew drove his parents home, Mr. Robertson said, "Muno's planning to buy the Airbus A380s. Not sure exactly how many." That caught Andrew's attention. Which domestic route could even justify jets that size? "None," Mr. Robertson muttered. "And that's what I can't figure out. The flights are going to lose money. Why would he make that call? It's bound to bomb financially." Andrew had always been calm and calculated, never rushed, always focused. That steady nature was a big reason why his dad wanted him to take over one day. "Give me your take?" Mr. Robertson asked. As he drove, Andrew replied, "I've never met the chairman, so I can't say for sure, but there are only a few possible reasons." Mrs. Robertson rarely got involved in work-related talks between her and her son, so it was unusual when she asked, "What's that about?" "Business move, or maybe just trying to impress his girl," Andrew Robertson said with a small chuckle. He knew it'd be a loss, but still went ahead with buying the Airbus A380. There are two reasons. First, pretty much every major airline internationally has one. It's kind of a status symbol. Whether you use it or not doesn't matter, but you gotta have it. And since Woodfield International has its eyes set on expanding beyond borders, this move makes perfect sense. He tapped lightly on the steering wheel before continuing, and I've read a few domestic articles. That guy's clearly into his girlfriend. The Airbus A380 is like every pilot's dream plane. If both those points check out, it all adds up. Plus, if he wants to go global, step one is dominating the local market. He's likely trying to outshine Air China. Switching scenes. Lucas Dalton had just wrapped up a dinner meeting and now sat in the car. Matthew White was riding shotgun, while Benjamin Hart sat next to them in the back. News about the A380 deal is out. Kind of makes your ambition pretty obvious. Not worried you'll attract heat for it? Benjamin asked. Lucas lit a cigarette, gazing out the window at the bitter wind picking up outside. Bit late for them to try holding me back now, don't you think? Benjamin raised an eyebrow. You weren't even that set on buying the A380 last year. What changed? You locked it in basically overnight. Taking off with that thing means guaranteed losses. The dinner meeting tonight had been about finalizing delivery details for the plane. Blowing out a cloud of smoke, Lucas leaned back, slightly buzzed from the alcohol. Yeah, I knew it'd probably lose money, but if I want out from under Air China's thumb, I need control, my own route. That's one reason. And the other, Benjamin waited for the rest. Claire likes it. Lucas had known since day one that Claire Alton dreamt of flying the A380, so he bought her a brand new one. He made sure to bring up the timeline in today's meeting, even tossed in some extra money, just to speed things up. Luckily, they had one that wasn't taken yet. It should arrive in about 3 months. That's love for you. Real dedication, Benjamin muttered. He hadn't seen that coming, Claire being a part of the decision. Lucas, you're totally whipped, you know that? Benjamin said seriously. Lucas responded coolly. Yep, totally whipped, so? Right. Since when did a mature guy act like that? Benjamin paused to think. Actually, maybe all guys have a goofy side when they're in love. All this proved was that Lucas wasn't just smitten, he was seriously, deeply in love. Benjamin sighed. Fingers crossed they actually make it to the altar. Back with Claire, she'd just finished some late-night snacks and was now picking up Lucas's call, under the envious stares of 2 flight attendants who were still sticking to their diet plans. Hey? My head's spinning a bit, Lucas said right off the bat. Claire wiped her mouth and stepped out onto the balcony to take the call. You drunk? It was clearly turning wintry. The wind cut sharp through the air. Not drunk, Lucas answered. He seemed to be outside too. She could hear the wind on his end. Just a little buzzed. Had a good day, that's all. The wine hit harder than I thought. What happened? Want to share it with me? Claire asked with a soft laugh. Lucas chuckled. His voice was low and a bit husky. That's a secret. You keep secrets from me? Just a temporary one. I'll tell you later. All right, Claire Alton tugged her coat tighter. You heading home? Yeah, on the way. How's it going over there? If it's not working out, just come back. Lucas Dalton felt that sting of loneliness hit him again. He'd just gotten a taste of being close to her, and now, overnight, it was back to flying solo. Talk about going from feast to famine. Claire, can we talk about something? Go ahead. How about I visit you on odd days? Claire chuckled. But I'm flying around the globe all the time. Odd or even days don't mean much to me. Lucas's voice sounded a little hazy, probably still tipsy. Right, forgot you're always up in the air. Lately, Claire had been insanely busy. So busy they barely had time to just sit down and talk like normal people. Then he said softly, from the moment we met and all the way till now, you've been chasing your career, holding your own. And honestly, that kind of woman, totally captivating. But when will you stop, even just for a minute, for me? That last part dropped to almost a whisper. Outside, the wind was howling. Claire figured it'd probably snow soon. Just as the thought crossed her mind, she saw the first snowflake of the season land gently on the balcony railing in front of her. It didn't last long, melted in seconds. You should get some rest. I'm almost home, Lucas's voice came again. Claire snapped out of her daze, lifting her eyes to the barely there snow. Okay. They hung up. She stood there a while, just watching the snowfall in silence. And she wondered, why had she used up all that fire and passion on someone like Kevin McFerson, when someone as decent as Lucas was right here, feeling overlooked? It really didn't make sense. Where are you off to this late? Emily Dalton asked, a face mask on, as she saw Claire hurriedly pulling on a jacket at the door. Going to see your brother. The door closed with a soft thud. Sophia McFerson blinked and smiled. Didn't even last half a day apart, huh? Emily sighed. Love does that to you. Sophia added with a grin, and love's expensive. Emily cracked up, throwing her head back. Can you stop putting a price tag on everything? It is what it is. Muhu Vantage Tower. You sure you're okay on your own? Matthew White asked, watching Lucas struggle to get changed, clearly worried he might collapse. Lucas hadn't even been that tipsy earlier, but some fresh air must have worsened things. I'm good, Lucas replied, voice raspy. Matthew quietly poured him a glass of water, setting painkillers and stomach meds on the side, just in case. Benjamin Hart, looking like he didn't have a care in the world, leaned by the door, just observing. So we're really taking off now? Lucas changed, then lit a cigarette as he sat down. The alcohol had left a faint flush from his chest to his neck. We're heading out, he said. A moment later, the sound of the door closing echoed from downstairs. Now it was just Lucas and a few staff. too quiet for comfort. Ever since Claire had suddenly moved out, he'd been struggling to get used to it. The thing about habits, sometimes they're even more suffocating than love. But if that's what she wanted, he couldn't stop her. What he wanted was simple, to give her everything she dreamed of. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the streetlights glowed dimly, and further away, landscape outlines blurred in the snow. The first snow of the year had arrived. Lucas watched the snow fall and slowly lost track of time. The phone rang for a while before he noticed. "Claire, aren't you asleep yet?" Wind howled through the speaker. "What are you doing, just zoning out by the window?" Claire's voice asked playfully. Lucas darted his eyes to the window instantly. Then her voice came again, soft and warm. "Captain Alton's here to watch the snow with you. Mind if Chairman Dalton joins her?" Sometimes we just don't bother with little things. We think they're a waste of time, pointless, boring even. But love is made up of all those tiny details. And ironically, those little things can wear it down too. For someone like Clare Alton, who's all about her career, it makes sense she'd see those gestures as unnecessary. But when she heard that slightly hurt tone in Lucas Dalton's voice, something suddenly clicked. For this man, no effort is ever too much. So she came. Close to midnight, Claire drove over to his place. They stared at each other through a tall glass window, separated by just a thin wall. The warm yellow light bathed Claire, making her seem like she was lit from within. She looked like something heavenly, a treasure gently dropped at Lucas's doorstep by winter's first snow. Seconds later, Lucas snapped out of it. He grabbed a thick jacket, changed his pants at record speed, and bolted downstairs. The house staff, who were whipping up his late-night snack under Matthew's directions, were totally confused. Where was Mr. Dalton rushing off to this late? He'd had some drinks. He shouldn't be driving. But when the chauffeur dashed out, then quickly turned back, everything made sense. David adjusted his glasses and clued everyone in. "Off you go, get some rest. Just keep the food warm. He's outside with his girlfriend." Light bulbs went off in the room. Everyone moved more quietly, not wanting to intrude. Lucas barely paused before reaching Claire and pulling her into a tight hug. First snow doesn't bite. It's kind of comforting. Claire laughed softly, resting her chin on his shoulder. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize I've been neglecting you this badly. I'll do better, okay?" "No need to apologize," Lucas whispered, rubbing her back gently. His voice was low, but there was something else in there, too. Claire went on. "No, I do. You've always had my back, always looked out for me, and I just forgot about you. That's messed up. You must have been hurt. I messed up. Give me one more chance. I'll make it right." She meant every word, fully and sincerely. And Lucas, he was quietly taking it all in. Deep down, something he hadn't felt in a long time was stirring again. What was it? Maybe it was just that everyone's always overlooked him. Over the years, the only one who ever really asked how he was, even now and then, was Benjamin. But even he never pushed too far. It's like people decided from the start he could handle everything. Like being a man meant swallowing every thought and feeling. Maybe tonight he was actually feeling kinda happy about that A380 deal going through. Or maybe the drinks got him a little fuzzy. Either way, it loosened his guard enough for him to let that vulnerable question slip out. "You don't have to change anything. Really. I just said it without thinking." Claire gently pulled back and looked right at him. "If I don't take your words seriously, whose should I take seriously?" "Lucas, you don't need to carry everything on your own. You don't need to be perfect all the time. I can stand by you. I want to. Why else do you think I work so hard? It's so I don't end up being dead weight, hiding behind you while you take the hits." Her words drifted into the snowy air, carrying the weight of that first real winter chill, landing squarely on Lucas Dalton's heart. He stared at Clare Alton, utterly still, not even blinking. The wariness on his face slowly melted into a soft smile, growing with each second. They stood there, staring at each other in silence. Neither of them spoke again for a long time. Not until snow finally began to leave traces on the ground did Claire gently reach for his hand. "I drove over. Want to go grab something warm to eat?" Lucas squeezed her hand back, smiling. "Whatever my girlfriend says goes." The car was toasty. Claire had the heat running the whole ride. As soon as they got in, she reached out to touch his face. You feel warm. Don't tell me you've caught something? Probably just the booze. I'm fine. Lucas was about to ask if she still needed anything for her new place. Do you need anything else? I'll have Matthew. Before he could finish, her lips were on his. Claire leaned in, one hand bracing against the handle on his side, and kissed him. Lucas froze, didn't know what hit him. She didn't linger, just pulled back slightly, resting her forehead against his. From now on, let me be the one to love you. The image of strength everyone saw in Lucas. Truth was, it was all a front. It wasn't that he was never tired or helpless. It was just that no one ever stood by him, so he got used to carrying it all on his own, never showing any weakness. But Claire, the one closest to him now, felt it. All of it. She felt the heavy weight he carried, the kind of exhaustion you can't just sleep off. He had all the feelings any regular person would have. He wasn't superhuman. A man like him deserved to be cherished, to be loved hard and right. They'd been driving for a while when Lucas finally stirred, right as they drove onto a brightly lit bridge. Claire, do you think you'll love me forever? I will. She answered without missing a beat. As long as you don't give up on me. She knew Lucas wasn't just strong, he needed reassurance too. Everyone breaks down sometimes. What she could do was be there, remind him he mattered, that he was never really alone. I won't give up on you, he whispered back, slowly closing his eyes. Even if one day you gave up on me. People are weird like that. Those who are sharp as a blade or soft as water, when they fall in love, it's all or nothing. But the ones stuck somewhere in between, half clear, half blind, they're always the first to walk away. And Claire, she was one of those. Want some porridge? Claire asked softly. Lucas might have dozed off for a moment. When he opened his eyes, they were a little bloodshot. He looked out the window, then nodded. Yeah, they got out. Claire paused, eyeing him up and down. Lucas followed her gaze, looked down at himself. Is there something wrong with what I'm wearing? To be fair, he had thrown something on in a rush. But even then, every piece was high-end tailor-made stuff. You're dressed so fancy, and I brought you to this cheap little porridge shop. Are you gonna hate it? She asked, half teasing, half unsure. Lucas sighed, grabbed her hand, and walked straight into that tiny spot without hesitation. He always gave off that out-of-reach vibe, and Claire had gotten used to it. They ordered some porridge, an egg custard, and a few mini buns. Simple, nothing grand. Claire didn't have much of an appetite. She just watched him eat slowly and quietly. Then, without looking up, he asked, So, what exactly do you like about me? She blinked, surprised by the question. That was not what she'd expected him to say. Was there even a right answer to that? What do you like about me? Lucas Dalton put the spoon down. The cream-colored turtleneck made his skin look even fairer. Even without a suit, he stood out in any crowd, totally the kind of guy who turns heads without trying. You can speak freely, I won't get mad, he said with a small smile that made Claire Alton's heart flutter. She looked at him for a moment, then answered honestly, You look good. Lucas paused while wiping his mouth, then quickly regained his calm. Okay, what else? At first, it was because you treated me really well. That's what made me start thinking about being with you. Lucas kept drinking his porridge, head lowered slightly, his expression unreadable. But then I realized, you're not like most guys. You're sincere, honest, just real. She hesitated for a second, clearly a bit awkward. And well, you're way better than Kevin McFerson. Awkward or not, she meant every word. Lucas could have gotten annoyed, but instead, he laughed. Claire, do you think I should feel proud hearing that? You totally should. Claire grinned dumbly. You told me to say it. Seeing her all playful like that, Lucas couldn't stay annoyed even a little. With a soft smile, he nodded. All right. She added, but the most important thing is, when I look at you, I just feel genuinely happy. That line hit Lucas right in the heart. Really? Yeah. She rubbed her cheek, a bit shy. I don't usually smile much. Most of the time it's just polite. But with you, it's different. I actually want to smile. Lucas squinted slightly and asked with mock horror in his eyes, It's not 'cause I look silly, right? There was a beat of silence, then both of them cracked up. Claire's eyes sparkled, and Lucas's gaze was filled entirely with her reflection. His life used to be all skyscrapers, first-class flights, fine dining that cost thousands, constantly rubbing shoulders with the elites. It was polished, cold, and numb. But after meeting Claire, he came down from his ivory tower and walked into the bustling alleyways with her, and never looked back. He wasn't just happy, he felt at peace. Suddenly, he took her hand. She looked up. Lucas was staring right at her. "Say you'll marry me, okay?" In that moment, Claire could tell from his eyes that he was a bit nervous. Just a flicker, but real. Without hesitation, she said, "Okay." "So, was this like a test run for the real proposal?" That snack run only cost $18, a crazy good deal. Lucas stared blankly at the change in his hand for a second. "You okay, Lucas?" "I wasn't really upset to begin with." Claire pointed off toward the distance. "There's a night market over there. Want to check it out?" "Night market?" Lucas raised a brow. "Sure." As they walked, he casually slipped the change into her pocket. "What's that about?" Lucas took her hand. "You're the CFO tonight." Her heart fluttered like crazy, light and sweet. The night market was right by the docks, super lively, packed with all kinds of people and booths selling everything under the sun. "Hey, handsome, want to get your girlfriend a hairpin? Handmade," the vendor called out with a grin. "Hairpin?" Claire shook her head. "I don't really know how to use those." Lucas definitely didn't, but the vendor waved them over enthusiastically. "No worries, I'll teach you. Come on." So they ended up at the stall, standing shoulder to shoulder. Lucas had his hands in his pockets while Claire rested her elbow on one arm, a hand on her chin, both of them watching the demo intently as the vendor used his wife's hair to show how it worked. With their good memories, both of them had it down after just one watch. "Sit down." Lucas Dalton gently pressed her shoulder. He picked out a hairpin he liked and carefully twisted Claire Alton's hair up with it. Just a few loops and it held. Claire touched it lightly. "Wow, it's actually staying. Impressive." The vendor chimed in, showering Lucas with praise, then shamelessly complimenting his own products too. Lucas grinned as he paid. Once they'd walked a bit away, he leaned closer. "You like it?" Claire's eyes were full of joy. "I love it. I want to get you a real one." "A real what?" "This one's bamboo, not real wood," Lucas explained. "I'm asking Matthew to get a custom sandalwood one made for you." No need," Claire waved him off. "That's too much. This one's already perfect. You picked it out for me. That's what matters. Doesn't matter if it's real or not, it'll still be from me. But I just don't want you wearing something fake," Lucas said, pulling her in close to dodge a group of people. "There's a sand painting booth." Lucas raised an eyebrow. "Want to give it a shot?" Claire was clearly in high spirits. "Yeah, I'll try." He paid in advance and stepped back while she sat on a low stool and started creating. Lucas looked totally out of place in the crowd. His looks and vibe screamed too sharp for a night market. "Hey, handsome." A woman approached him, all smiles. Lucas glanced down, barely reacting. She didn't mind, pulling out her phone. "Can I get your contact?" Lucas turned his head slightly, nodding toward Claire. "That's my wife." The girl blinked. "Oh, sorry." Wherever Lucas stood, girls couldn't help sneaking peeks. He didn't seem to notice. Annoyed at the crowd, he simply moved behind Claire. As soon as he stood there, Claire stopped her hands. Lucas was surprised. "Wait, you actually know how to do this?" He'd thought she was just having fun. Her piece wasn't complicated, but it was beautifully done. A detailed plane, with a tiny figure in the cockpit and another person on the ground. Claire pointed at the person in the plane, then at the one below. "My plane will always fly to you. Just wait for me." Lucas's hand in his pocket clenched slightly. "Can this be saved?" "Sure." Lucas took a photo of the artwork, then paid the vendor again to save it. They'd come back later to pick it up. Claire grabbed his hand, pulling him along to browse more stalls, while Lucas casually scrolled on his phone. She had no clue that back on social media, a post had just been made, and it was shooting toward the trending list at record speed. Late night in Pingsongport. Chairman of Muyeno International shared an update. Caption, "My future wife's masterpiece. She said her home will always be wherever I am. Gotta keep this as proof, just in case she denies it later." The sand painting photo was right there, and his playful caption made it all the sweeter. Top comment, "Fan, I thought I was hallucinating, but no. The CEO in love is really at the Pingsongport night market with Captain Alta! Watching the CEO date his girlfriend online is my new hobby. Turns out even rich folks hit the night market. I suddenly feel so relatable. Replies piled up fast. Then, 10 minutes later, Lucas himself replied under the top comment. CEO in love? Me? Comments exploded. Yep, totally you. No doubt. Our romantic CEO pretending to be confused. Who else posts only couple stuff on their professional account? Maybe try sharing some corporate updates now and then? Might help the stock, you know? And 10 minutes after that, he was back again. Sorry, that's the promo team's job, not my department. Entire internet, you're killing it. Lucas Dalton stared at the nickname he'd suddenly gotten online, trying to figure out where it even came from. While Clare Alton was off checking out some quirky little gadgets at the night market, he took a second to scroll through Weibo and peek at what his friends were posting. Sure enough, most of their feeds were strictly business. Updates about new product launches, events with celebrities, upcoming press conferences. Even when they didn't post it themselves, they'd share it from the company's main account. Lucas switched back to his own profile real quick. Before dating Claire, total silence. After they got together, every single post was about her. Love-struck CEO, huh? That random netizen actually nailed it. He even gave the comment a like. Fair point. Claire, on the other hand, looked totally hyped about every little thing. She hadn't had this kind of chill street wandering time in ages. Flying planes was her job, sure, and a dream of sorts, but doing it nonstop got dull too. You like something? Just grab it already, Lucas said, pocketing his phone. Claire held up 2 nesting dolls, each with exotic, intricate patterns. Which one looks better? Both. Take 'em. When you've got money, decision fatigue just gets deleted on sight. No need to pick one, just buy everything you like. By the time they finished strolling through the whole market, they were carrying quite the haul. Lucas had that framed sand painting clutched tightly in his arms like it was priceless. Claire let out a laugh. You're being dramatic. If you want it that much, I'll get you another one. It's not the same. Lucas had a surprising sentimental streak for a guy like him. Actually, most people did. It's like someone loving you from the start and putting you first in everything, but one day, even if they still love you, they've grown more practical. And that's when weird little thoughts creep in. Some things are all about the heart. Once they hit you deep, they stick. Sure, you can remake them, copy them, whatever, but it won't be the same, because it's no longer pure. Back in the car, Lucas took the passenger seat. Claire clicked her seatbelt and started driving off. Watching her drive so comfortably, Lucas asked, after getting used to flying planes, don't you feel like driving's unbearably slow? Totally, Claire replied without missing a beat. Even late at night, traffic near the port was still kind of heavy. The car could barely crawl ahead. One hand on the wheel, Claire said, every time traffic gets like this, I just want to fly over the whole mess. That made Lucas chuckle. Claire glanced over at him. What? Don't tell me you've never felt that way. When I stopped flying, I couldn't even bring myself to drive for months. Pretty typical for pilots like Lucas. The skies were wide open, 0 traffic jams ever. When you're used to that, hitting a gridlock made you want to bulldoze your way out. Once the car started moving again, Claire asked, you know what I find weird? What? I never thought someone like you would end up doing normal everyday stuff. To most people, Lucas Dalton's life seemed like that luxury, elite kind where he'd never deal with the grit of daily life. But Lucas had surprised her again and again, just being real. I'm not saying I'm better than everyone, but honestly, you're right about most people. If it weren't you, I wouldn't step foot in a place like this, Lucas said, completely candid. Claire's fingers tightened slightly around the steering wheel, lips pressed into a thin line. It took her a long while to respond. When you said, if it were someone else, I suddenly imagined you with another woman. Lucas glanced at her. She kept her eyes ahead, her tone light, but there was a subtle sigh. It just made my chest feel tight all of a sudden. Lucas's pupils twitched a bit, then a lopsided smile tugged at his lips. So you're jealous? Claire took a deeper breath. Guess I am. Just couldn't stand the thought of him with someone else. The moment that image popped in her head, it made her heart twist. Suddenly, she felt a warm pressure on the back of her right hand. Her lashes fluttered slightly. Then she heard his voice. Not gonna happen. Don't worry. People love to say rich guys don't do loyalty, that dating one is like playing with fire. But somehow with Lucas, she never really doubted him. Weird, right? After Kevin, you'd think she'd shut the door on trusting men ever again. But when it's the right person, all those anxieties just melt away. You can't quite explain it. You just know they're not that kind of person. Claire smiled faintly, glancing at the bridge passing by the window. A large cruise ship slowly moved beneath it, its horn echoing through the harbor as it sailed off into the distance. Back at Muhu Wanxiang, it turned out Claire couldn't resist Lucas's soft coaxing in the car, and she followed him back here after all. Didn't you move all the beds out? And I can't buy a new one? Lucas grinned. It was already close to dawn. They each took a shower, then climbed into the freshly delivered bed. Lucas, surprisingly, was well behaved, probably worn out. He wrapped an arm around her and knocked out almost instantly. Morning, Miss Alton. David stood at the foot of the stairs, polite as ever, clearly waiting. Claire quickly waved him off. No need to be so formal. Just call me Claire. David didn't respond to that, just said, "Breakfast is ready. This way, please." She gave up trying to correct him, but the breakfast spread blew her mind. By the time she was done eating, Lucas was still out cold. She tiptoed back into the bedroom and saw him sleeping so peacefully. Her heart softened. Leaning in quietly, she planted a gentle kiss on his eyelid. It was a careful, warm kiss. Lucas, a light sleeper, opened his eyes right then. Their gazes met, and his eyes were filled with warmth. Claire smiled. "Go back to sleep. I just wanted to check on you." Lucas caught her wrist. "Heading out?" "Yeah, gotta stop by the office." She still cared about the Airbus A380 pilot selection process. Even on her day off, she wanted to figure out how she could be better prepared. Lucas didn't let her go. "Captain Alton, can you, remember that your boyfriend is the boss?" "Huh?" Claire blinked. "Well, yeah, I know." "Then why are you going in? If the boss isn't going in, what's with you being so enthusiastic?" "I'm going to check on the selection stuff," Claire said. "Can't you just ask me?" Claire raised a brow. "Weren't you just the big picture guy? Thought you didn't handle the details?" Claire had already scrolled through all of Lucas's posts from yesterday while having breakfast. That whole love-struck CEO thing? Honestly hilarious. But she had to hold back her laughter. Not the safest move to burst out laughing first thing in the morning. Lucas was more awake now and pushed himself up to sit. No wonder Emily always bragged about her brother. Broad shoulders, solid build, the kind of presence that just screamed security. Claire couldn't help herself and leaned lightly against him. Lucas wrapped an arm around her, slowly rubbing her back. "I don't really know the exact process, but if you want, I'll ask Ryan. Anyway, picking the main pilot just comes down to a few assessments. I can take you to the base to practice." "Special treatment, huh?" she teased. "If I can pull some strings for you and wouldn't that just be dumb?" Lucas let go of her, got up, and went to wash up and change. His efficiency was no joke. 20 minutes later, he was done and had already eaten. Then, without wasting a second, he grabbed her hand and pulled her out the door. "Don't you have to work?" Claire asked curiously once they got in the car. The driver started the engine as Lucas turned to her and said, "Captain Claire, can you please remember your boyfriend owns the company?" "Oh," she nodded seriously. "Right, got it. Not a regular staffer." Lucas reached over and pinched her cheek. "And you're not either. You're the lady boss of Dalton Aviation." That title. Claire blinked, then chuckled. "Kinda has a nice ring to it." Lucas chuckled along with her. The driver peeked at them through the rearview mirror, thinking to himself that young love really did make everything feel a little warmer. Dalton Aviation's training base. Lucas's sudden appearance made the manager break into a cold sweat. He straightened up like he was reporting to a general. "No need to follow. Just get a trainer over here," Lucas instructed. Immediately, the manager sent for their top trainer. The trainer greeted them politely. "Good morning, Mr. Dalton. Good morning, Captain Alton." Claire smiled. "Morning." Lucas looked toward the tarmac. "Get one of the big jets ready for simulation." "Yes, sir." The trainer rushed off. "You want me to come with you?" Lucas asked. Claire shook her head. No need. She knew any kind of training carried some risks, and the last thing she wanted was for Lucas to get hurt. Lucas didn't budge. "No, I'll go." I've always been the one watching you fly. This time, I'm flying with you. The area around the base was open and flat, with barely any buildings around. The wind whipped across the tarmac. It had snowed for the first time this year yesterday, so today was incredibly chilly. Lucas wore a tailored suit underneath a thick black puffer jacket, tall and lean, the kind of guy that turned heads without trying. Claire was really starting to think he was ridiculously good-looking. After boarding one of the bigger jets, Lucas popped on a headset and a pair of sunglasses. Claire lost focus for a split second. "What is it?" he asked. "You nervous with me here?" Claire shook her head quickly. Nope. She kind of wanted to curse. Damn, this man's good looks were a whole hazard by themselves. The training jet slowly started up, and once the airspace was cleared, Claire pushed the throttle forward. Their voices filled the cockpit during quick exchanges. Only the ground control and tower staff could hear them aside from each other. Since their big boss was on the plane instead of the usual 2 tower staff, they dispatched 8. Everyone was glued to the screens, eyes locked on the aircraft's movements, just in case anything went south. Then they heard this conversation. The woman spoke first, Lucas Dalton. You look way too chill sitting there. Why wouldn't I be? You're the one flying. Aren't you nervous at all? I'd only be nervous if someone else were flying. Then came her soft laugh. The tower crew's faces turned red instantly. They all slammed their hands over their mouths, terrified that one wrong move might accidentally switch on the comms and disturb the boss mid-flight. Taxiing complete. Claire Alton's expression turned dead serious. That's the look Lucas Dalton loved most. Focused, sharp, completely different from her usual relaxed self. Early winter sunlight broke through the clouds. The big jet moved toward it. Once they reached cruising altitude, Claire suddenly held the control yoke still in midair. Staring straight ahead, she said, "Lucas Dalton, yeah? Do you think I'm holding on to a love that's sky high?" The exact moment that first ray of sunlight hit his chest, Lucas's heart detonated like a firework. Blazing and brilliant, she had taken him to the clouds with her dreams, and in that height between the heavens and earth, she talked about love that touched the sky. Lucas stared at her for what felt like an eternity before his voice landed steady and sure. "Absolutely." Claire smiled. She said, "Hold tight." In a flash, the jet jolted into action, so sudden that Lucas barely kept up. Somehow, Claire made the aircraft feel like a fighter jet. But Lucas wasn't the least bit alarmed. He trusted her skills completely. "I want to show you the skies I fell for, the clouds I've flown through, the journey that shaped me. And from now on, my future's all yours. In this relationship, the best thing I can give you is a place by my side, in the open skies I've always loved." At the training base, everyone could see the aircraft through the monitoring system, dancing in the sky like a bird or a fish, graceful, free, and full of joy. In that cockpit flew their CEO of Wildwood International and their pride, Claire. The word perfect match, worn out by now. They stayed in the air for almost 2 hours, going through multiple drills. Lucas played mission control, and somehow the two of them just clicked. Out of trust, yes. Out of love, definitely. Once back on the ground, Claire asked, "Tired?" "I wasn't flying. How could I be tired?" "You're the one who did all the work," Lucas said, though deep down, he had a strong urge to tell her, "One day, you'll be the one flying that commercial jet for real." But he knew Claire wouldn't want that, and she'd probably be annoyed if he pushed. "You being with me made it easy." Claire beamed, clearly in great spirits. Lucas took her hand. "Lunch?" "Sure. Mr. Dalton, Captain Alton, take care." The base supervisor bowed politely as he saw them off to the car. "Oh, right," Lucas suddenly remembered. "I want you to meet a few of my buddies." "I thought Benjamin Hart was your only friend?" "Ben's more like a brother. We grew up together," Lucas explained. "I don't see the others too often, but we're all in the same circle." He looked at her, checking if she was okay with it. Claire didn't hesitate. "Yeah, sounds good." On WeChat, the group chat with the girls suddenly lit up with new messages. Woodland Heights #1. Yeah, that ridiculous name was definitely Sophia McFerson's idea. "Claire, the guy who moved in across from us, total eye candy. Better hope my brother doesn't see that. He'll have you boxed up and shipped out in 2 minutes." Also, I'm not putting much faith in your eye for beauty. I only saw his back. That back alone could go head-to-head with my amazing boss. Really? Sophia, you don't believe me? I'll sneak a pic next time and show you. At Claire, she's gone off the rails. Just ignore her. You coming back today? Not sure yet. Depends if your brother lets me go. Hopeless. The man is deep in love mode. What did Emily say? Lucas Dalton strolled by, sharp-eyed as always. Claire quickly locked her screen, trying to save Emily's life. She said your body's looking amazing today. I saw the last 3 words. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Claire tried to change the topic. So, should I head out soon? As expected, mention of leaving made Lucas frown deeply. You sick of me already? No, not at all. Just asking. Then why the rush? Mr. Dalton was clearly not amused. I'm not rushing. Just figured if I got home early, I could pick something up for the girls. Lucas shook his head. Don't bother with them. I've given them enough cash to eat whatever they want. Once Lucas stepped away to take a call, Claire opened WeChat again, nuked the chat from her phone, and sent out a new message. Claire, Emily, Lucas didn't say when I can leave. You two go ahead and eat first. Emily, wow, scared of him that much? Get a man and forget your girls, huh? Claire, never. Of course I'll come back. This Emily. A bone-chilling voice suddenly came from behind. Claire spun around, heart racing. Lucas was barely a meter away. He'd seen the messages on her tiny screen. What is his vision? Superhero level. In the group chat, Emily, I'm doomed. Your brother saw the messages. Emily, Claire, how could you rat me out? Elsewhere, Emily had barely sent that last message when her phone rang. Lucas, of course. She sucked in a deep breath, answered, and put on her best act. Hey, dearest brother, lovely afternoon, isn't it? Drop the act. Lucas's tone was icy. Clearly, you've got too much time on your hands. Until Claire's back on flight duty, you're going to redo the cabin crew training. Emily shot to her feet, screeching, I thought we were like best siblings ever. Stop calling me brother. Technically, we're not even on the same family register. Honestly, the only reason I bother is out of respect for our mom. Heartless, ice cold, Emily shouted dramatically. And you're not allowed back in A-grade housing. Emily's face turned stormy. After the call, Sophia gave her a pointed look. Told you to watch your mouth. Emily clutched her phone like it was a weapon. You're coming with me. In your dreams. But Emily wasn't giving her a choice. She grabbed Sophia and held on tight. Coming or not? Nope. Emily actually yanked Sophia out the door. Girl really didn't hold back. They were half wrestling on the way out when Sophia suddenly bumped into something. She turned her head quickly and apologized without thinking. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to. Andrew took a small step back, gently shook his head with a calm smile. It's fine. Both girls froze, staring blankly as he walked away with something in his hands, and then moments later, he opened the door directly across from theirs. About 30 seconds later, Emily glanced sideways at Sophia, who was pressing a hand to her chest with an unreadable face. Emily, huh? Emily was confused. Sophia had barely ever looked this serious. Sophia tilted her head slightly, gazing at the sky. I think my heart just skipped a beat. You fall in love every other day. Emily grabbed her again. Didn't you just say you were love-struck 4 days ago on that flight, practically drooling over that half-foreign guy? No, this time it's real love. Sophia struggled as she spoke. That was just physical attraction. Oh, so now I'm supposed to praise you for being loyal or something? No need, just help me find out who that guy is, will you? I really do love you, you know. Sweet Emily, Chief Dalton? Sophia fluttered her lashes dramatically. Emily grimaced, skin crawling. You'll have to go through training with me again then. No problem at all. Emily added more terms. If my sister-in-law doesn't come back, you're in charge of breakfast, lunch, and dinner for both of us. Deal. Emily looked at her, a bit surprised. Sophia actually agreed without haggling. This woman, who's usually stingy and lazy, didn't even try to bargain this time. At the Aircrew Training Center in Muyeno International, the department manager was visibly surprised to see them. Sophia grinned and explained, We've got a few off days, so we thought we'd come back to brush up on procedure, keep improving, and give back to the job, you know? The manager loved the answer. He turned around and addressed the trainees. See them? That's what professionalism looks like. That's your example right there. Learn from it. Yes, sir, the trainees chorused in unison. Once training started, Sophia took every opportunity to whisper, "Did you find out yet?" "Where do you expect me to dig up info while we're in here?" Sophia frowned. "So what now?" "We go back and ask the guards at the gate after we're done." That house technically belonged to Lucas, so Emily, as his sister, asking a few questions would be no big deal. No wonder Sophia had to drag her along. No way she'd get answers on her own. With Andrew constantly on her mind, Sophia was unusually focused in training. She was already good, didn't really need this refresher, but she still stood out. Her performance was so on point, the trainer even pulled her to the front to give a demo. As soon as they were dismissed, Sophia grabbed Emily and dashed off. "Let's go, go, go!" Emily was resigned. Sophia looked way too hyped. They got to the villa complex and headed straight to the security booth. "Hi," Emily said, giving their unit number. Then she asked, "I noticed someone moved in across from us, did they?" The security guard paused, then nodded. "Yes, Miss Dalton. Same move-in day as you." "Ah, I had no clue. I thought it was empty this whole time. Then today I see someone and get startled. It's a guy, right?" "Yes," the guard confirmed.